Yaoi's eyes swept across the sword and waved it with a single hand, producing several foot-long sword lights that chopped at the wall of ice, leaving deep markings behind. Han Li's expression stirred when he saw this. She turned the sword several times in examination and revealed a trace of doubt after finding no markings of significant value. After so many years, the spiritual nature hadn't faded away. Its master must have spent quite an effort in creating this. From its might, it should have belonged to a late core formation cultivator. But that in itself is strange. Someone of that level shouldn't have been able to reach this place. Can I have a look at it? Han Li asked. There is no need to be polite, go ahead. Yaoi sweetly smiled and then sent the flying sword over to Han Li with a flick of her finger. He reached out to the sword and had it fly into his hand. After examining it for a while, he frowned. Has Brother Han discovered something? Yaoi curiously inquired. The sword's body is refined purely from blue essence crystal. That isn't a wise decision at all. If it were mixed with other materials, its might would be even greater. However, these refinement methods weren't widely known tens of thousands of years ago, and the decorative talisman markings on the sword are rather old. While the master of the sword wasn't an ancient cultivator, they still come from an age long gone. Brother Han's deep knowledge in tool refinement has truly come as a shock, Yaoi exclaimed. It isn't much. I've only read through a few sword refinement archives by chance. He turned to look into the cavern and calmly said, How about we go inside and see if there is anything to gain? Yes, let's go. Yaoi nodded after only some thought and released a sparkling white umbrella. Then, she walked into the cavern and led the way. Han Li smiled and pointed to the several flying swords above him, having them transform into a barrier of golden light before he followed after her. The cavern was pitch black, and only the sounds of wind and a faint whistle from deep within could be heard. The ghost seemed to have discovered the two as the sounds of the whistle grew deafening. Since this place isn't too large, it should be easy to deal with, Han Li muttered. He raised his hand and summoned a sparkling white moonlight stone. After he struck it with a spell seal, the stone brightly shined with light and illuminated their surroundings. Because of the blocking winds, the distant areas were dim and unclear. When they were 200 meters deeper into the cavern, they spotted another entrance that faintly released a green glow. Han Li and Yaoi gave each other a strange glance. All the caverns they had passed until now were exhausted or mines without a single exception. While the two grew somewhat more vigilant, they did possess great cultivation and weren't about to shy away from this. With the umbrella in front of her, Yaoi approached the entrance, but after she glanced inside, her complexion turned pale. Han Li soon appeared at her side and looked in. There was a 100-meter-wide cave filled with stalactites, and a faint green glow shining from the walls and the top. There was a 10-meter-tall stone pillar at the very center. Although it was crude and unremarkable, there was a dried corpse that was tightly bound around it in chains. Its head lifelessly hung with long gray hair cover it, and its abdomen gored with all organs spilled. Let alone Yaoi, this grotesque scene had made for a startling sight to Han Li as well. He pursed his lips and thought to say something when the blue sword in his hand let out unceasing long cries, followed by wild shaking. With some understanding, he tossed the sword into the air. It shot towards the stone pillar in a blue streak and turned into its original half-foot-long form before revolving around the dried corpse and letting out another cry. This husk was the sword's master? It appeared that their golden core was seized and life forfeit. Yaoi let out a long sigh and wore a slightly disturbed expression. Han Li coldly said, He hadn't died a normal death. This person was used as a live sacrifice for a wicked technique. A live sacrifice? In her alarm, she finally took notice of a 40-meter-wide spell formation in the cave. She hadn't immediately noticed it due to the dust that had gathered on top of it. Han Li nodded. I don't know which sacrifice formation this is. I'll have to take a closer look to find out. That's easy. Leave it to me. Yaoi smiled and spat out a miniature crystalline fan. In a flash of icy light, the fan expanded to a foot in length and waved itself across the cave. A yellow wind swept up the dust into the air, obstructing the sight of the entire cavern. But with that light surrounding their bodies, Han Li and Bai Yaoi ignored the dust and examined the formation on the ground as if it hadn't affected them in the slightest. At that moment, over 40 meters away behind them, a dark light weakly shined from the ground, followed by the emergence of a black silhouette. It remained motionless in a crouched position. When the black silhouette noticed that the two hadn't reacted, a crimson light glinted from its eyes and its body darted forward. Along the way, it tilted its head and screeched, releasing a black streak towards Bai Yaoi. The silhouette intended on simultaneously dealing with both of them. Han Li suddenly flipped his hand and summoned a hand of azure light in midair. It accurately grabbed a hold of the black silhouette and held it in place. As for the streak heading towards Bai Yaoi, she gracefully swept her umbrella behind her. The umbrella released a flash of white light upon contact with the black streak and deflected the attack with ease, leaving an inch-deep hole in the stone wall. Bai Yaoi smiled as she looked at the silhouette captured by the hand of light. It had the body of a black-scaled serpent that spanned 15 meters long, the face of an ape, and two grotesque arms that each held a foot-long bone spike. Although the monster was firmly grasped, it was violently struggling with all its might and resentfully glared at the two with its crimson eyes. A calamity ape? They actually exist in this world. Bai Yaoi felt alarmed upon seeing the monster. Han Li glanced at the ghost and casually said, "I heard this ghost is something that is condensed from human resentment in an area of heavy een. It is extremely vicious, fond of killing, and enjoys eating the brains of live humans. In addition, it is able to mimic any ghostly sound. It appeared the refined corpse's whistle from before was his doing. TCH, I've looked through quite a few records, but this is the first time I encountered a ghost like this. However, it isn't particularly strong and is courting death to dare attack us." Bai Yaoi snorted and looked at the calamity ape with disgust. What point is there in keeping this monstrosity alive? It'd be better to kill it. She then pointed at it, releasing a streak of blue light to coil around the ghost and seal in a layer of ice. Han Li silently smiled and commanded the hand of light to exert force, crushing the frozen monster into tiny pieces. By then, the dust swept up into the air had fallen back on the ground, but they had already clearly seen the spell formation. Han Li narrowed his eyes and calmly walked over to examine it further. As for Bai Yaoi, she appeared disinterested and instead turned her attention to the cavern walls. After a long while, Han Li eventually said, "This spell formation is for refining ghosts and is an ancient one at that." Also, Bai Yaoi turned her attention back at the spell formation and puzzlingly asked, "Also what?" "Also, the year engraved on the spell formation appears far older than the dried corpse. It should have placed down since ancient times," Han Li said with a tone of certainty. Bai Yaoi stared at Han Li in astonishment. "So it was like that? How was Brother Han able to determine this?" Han Li chuckled and said, "This is only something that I concluded from my own experience." Bai Yaoi paused for a moment before letting out a chuckle and dropping the subject. "The mysteries behind this area have nothing to do with us. Since there are no other things here, let's leave." She raised her hand and took the blue flying sword into it before placing it in her storage pouch. Han Li nodded and the two began to leave. But just as they approached the entrance, Han Li suddenly felt a strange, uneasy sensation. He couldn't help but stop and turn to look at the chained dried corpse. "What? Is there something amiss?" Bai Yaoi asked with a trace of confusion. Han Li didn't immediately reply. Instead, his gaze flickered and he pointed in the distance. A muffled sound of thunder rang out and golden light flashed from his fingertips, striking the dried corpse on the stone pillar with an arc of thin lightning. As Bai Yaoi watched with surprise, golden lightning suddenly struck the gray corpse, turning it into a pile of white ash in a flare. Han Li frowned in silence for a spell before calmly saying, "Let's go. It seems I was being too paranoid." He then strode off with large steps. Bai Yaoi followed him with an unconcerned smile. Shortly after, the two continued on their way through another passage. When the two were far away, a purple light overwhelmed the black-een winds blowing nearby, producing an inky silhouette from underneath the stone pillar in the cavern. The silhouette was jet black and had vague features as if it were completely made from shadow. All it presented was a pair of glowing green eyes. It glanced at the remnants of the Calamity ape at the entrance and turned to look at the ashes of the dried corpse before pouncing off the ground and producing an astonishing scene. It blurred and summoned every speck of the corpse's ash into its body, to then let out a soft cry and releasing black chi that completely wrapped around its body. The chi coiled and blew away to reveal an exact imitation of the corpse that had been destroyed. It didn't remain still or lifeless. Instead, it approached the entrance of the cavern and blew out a wind to sweep up the remains of the ape. In the black wind, the ice thawed at a visible rate, and the remains fused together to form an intact Calamity ape. The beast snarled before immediately lying down at the dried corpse's feet, resembling the behavior of a dog. The corpse then extended its black claws and stroked the beast's head before staring into the passage out of the cavern, as if lost in thought. Thunderous explosions and screams of agony echoed from a manor on the top of a giant mountain in Nanjiang. There were nearly 100 black-robed cultivators attacking a faint yellow barrier with their magic treasures and tools. The barrier of light covered most of the manor and protected a dozen yellow-robed cultivators, each waving various colored spell flags with their utmost effort in an attempt to strengthen their only defense. Because their numbers were so few, the barrier still swayed before their terror-struck eyes. A kilometer in the sky above, there was a middle-aged cultivator with an imposing appearance. He wore yellow robes and his complexion was completely pale. There were 5 white smoke-like figures that surrounded him in a circle. "Sect brother, will you not release the He clan? I have met the ghost sect master several times. So long as you agree to stay your hand, I am willing to have the clan withdraw from the cultivation world and never to appear again. Furthermore, this is Nanjiang. If you act too imprudently, you will provoke trouble." Although the middle-aged cultivator knew that matters were bad, he still held on to a trace of hope. A mysterious voice intermittently sounded out from every direction. "Your He clan has already agreed to submit to our sifting sect, but when the time came, you betrayed us. Do you think we're a joke? Don't think that we wouldn't be able to find you just because you moved to Nanjiang. For our sect's reputation, we will have to make your clan disappear, and your severed head will be useful in properly bringing our other subordinates into line. Will you end yourself or have me personally settle this? If I use my unbroken sink devils, there won't even be a skeleton left behind." When he heard this, the yellow-robed cultivator's heart sank. Then, a world-shaking explosion sounded out from below, and the yellow-robed cultivator quickly looked down in great alarm. He saw that the barrier protecting the manor had shattered into fading specks of light. The last of the color on his face had completely disappeared. The sifting sect cultivators surrounding the manor began to cheer, and a glow filled the air, fully suppressing those inside. "You dare!" Without another thought, the yellow-robed cultivator slapped his storage pouch and released a 10-meter-long yellow python down towards the ground. "There is no need for you to interfere with our junior's affairs. How about you show me the power of your heaven-mixed brick instead?" After this mysterious voice spoke, one of the white silhouettes surrounding the yellow-robed cultivator began to stir and quickly pursued the python with near-instantaneous speed. An ominous glint flashed from the yellow python's eyes and it widely opened its mouth, moving to swallow the white silhouette. The figure silently trembled and transformed into a pure white, 3-meter-tall skull. In the python's alarm, it attempted to stop, but it was already too late. The skull cackled in cacophony and shot out a thread from its mouth, quickly and firmly restraining the python's head. Terror-struck, it struggled with all its might and swung its tail like a mace, quickly smashing it against the skull, but it hadn't done the slightest damage. In response, gray light flashed from the skull's mouth and traveled along the thread. An inconceivable event followed. The gray light spread across the python's body and turned its body dim and shriveled. In the blink of an eye, the python's flesh had completely disappeared, leaving only bone behind. However, the skull didn't stop there. It shook the white thread and took the remains of the python into its mouth before chewing in a crunchy galore. After seeing the death of the python he nurtured for some many years, A trace of resentment was betrayed from his face. He then looked at the white silhouettes that still surrounded him and slapped the back of his head, spitting out a sparkling yellow brick that was several inches large. He formed an incantation gesture and pointed to the brick with heavy bearing. The brick flew a circle in the air and massively increased in size as it glowed. In the time of a single breath, it grew to the size of 30 meters above his head. It shined with dazzling light and had talisman characters wandering across its surface, releasing a truly astonishing pressure. The concealed cultivator sighed and asked, "This is the heaven-mixed brick? I am somewhat disappointed. It doesn't live up to its reputation. It seems I'll just simply have my sink devils deal with you." Just after this was said, the 5 figures stirred and slowly floated towards the yellow-robed cultivator. The man paid no heed to the disdainful words and swept his gaze past the silhouettes before letting out a resounding roar, causing the brick above him to spin in the air. With the brick's mass, it created a tornado in an instant, concealing the cultivator within it. However, the white silhouettes ignored this and shot into the tornado without another thought. "You're courting death." Countless streaks of yellow light shot out from the wind, revealing themselves to be foot-long bricks. In sounds of rolling booms, the white silhouettes were pelted by the lights. During this display, a yellow streak shot out from the tornado and rushed across the sky, traveling over 60 meters in an instant. Then, a bone-chilling snort sounded out, followed by several pops. The 4 white silhouettes shot after him before later disappearing in a blur. A fluctuation suddenly appeared in front of the yellow cultivator, and the 4 white silhouettes appeared in a flash of silver light. They then silently charged towards the cultivator. Greatly alarmed, he came to a sudden stop and hastily formed an incantation, suddenly commanding a 10-meter large brick to smash them. But the silhouettes blurred and phased through the brick as if it weren't there, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. The lone cultivator was thrown into a panic, and he hastily waved his hand, releasing a shining blue pendant that he had prepared beforehand. The trinket blurred and discharged a glowing blue mist, stopping all of the white silhouettes in their tracks. However, the man wasn't relieved in the slightest as the white silhouettes began to roar in strange laughter, dispersing a blue mist around them. He inwardly cursed when he saw this and hastily covered himself in light as he prepared to flee. But before he could take off, white chi phased in front of him, and the white silhouettes passed through his protective light without resistance and disappeared into his body. Without the time to react, he suddenly felt his nascent soul tense and his body grow hot as if his blood was boiling. This was the last sensation he would feel in this world. Had any others been nearby, they would have seen the flesh of the yellow-robed cultivator quickly shrivel away into a dry husk. As for the nascent soul, it had been cleanly devoured by the white silhouettes when they entered his body. They soon flew out and turned into skulls, ferociously crunching portions of his body as a meal. The other white silhouette had eventually flown back and 5 figures were standing side by side. The manor down below was completely silent and a black-robed old man flew up. He arrived in front of the white silhouettes and respectfully saluted them. "I pay my respects to the great elder. The He clan's 72 cultivators are all dead. They leave behind 300 mortals. I await your decision. Kill them all." A voice curtly spoke. "It will be done." The old man then quickly withdrew. The mysterious voice sullenly commanded, "Wait." Elder Gu had previously mentioned that the cultivator who killed our sect's 4th elder and seized the ghost-sifting banner is possibly in Nanjiang. Since this matter is dealt with, all cultivators are to investigate this person's whereabouts. I will be keeping watch here for a year. If there are any traces of him, I will set off. How could I allow our sect's signature treasure to fall into an outsider's hand? The old man's expression froze, and then he respectfully replied, "Yes, Marshal Nephew will carry out your orders." Afterwards, he flew down in a black streak. Since he was able to kill my 4th junior marshal brother, who wielded the ghost-sifting flag and escaped pursuit of the Endless Sky Temple, he should prove more difficult than exterminating the meager He clan. The voice muttered to themselves with a trace of interest. Nearly a month later, at the bottom of the Inyang cave, Han Li stood in a giant wind cavern and held his hands in an incantation gesture. A dozen golden swords were revolving around him, shredding the countless moths flooding him into thin lines of black chi. The moths were several inches long and completely black. With each flap of their wings, they released thin blades of wind towards him, but they were all easily blocked by the golden light. But with each fallen moth, two came to take its place. Han Li grew sullen with annoyance. He tossed a spirit beast pouch from his waist and summoned a swarm of sparkling golden beetles into the air. When the black moths met the gold-devouring beetles, they suddenly began to shrink back as more of their numbers fell to the ground. When he saw this, he withdrew a majority of his flying swords and stepped into the depths of the cavern. The Yin winds here were blowing with far greater frequency and blocked his more powerful spiritual sense from seeing even 10 meters ahead. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about being harassed by the moths. After walking to the approximate center, his eyes shined with blue light, allowing him to see the nearby surroundings with clarity. But when he looked in a certain direction, he couldn't help but gasp. He walked 60 meters before tossing out a moonlight stone and carrying it in the air with a mist of azure light, illuminating 10 meters around him. Underneath the white light, a skull-sized black crystal was half embedded in the wall. But what was astonishing was that the gem was flickering with a haunting light and would release black moths without end, swarming towards Han Li and the dazzling moonlight stone in a mad rush. However, the gold-devouring beetles had intercepted them midway, but when each moth was killed, they simply faded away as if they never existed. This is the third one, but it is able to use the nearby Yin Chi to create dark Yin moths. How peculiar, Han Li muttered. When Han Li took a closer look, he saw the black crystal release a flare of black light. A pop sounded out, followed by the appearance of a meter-wide moth. It fiercely glared at Han Li with crimson eyes. Han Li raised his brow at the sight and flicked his finger, releasing a bolt of golden lightning and dispersing the moth in an instant. Although it was certain to have a few peculiar abilities, the divine Devilbane lightning was its natural nemesis. Then, he reached out for the crystal without any hesitation, and a large hand of sparkling blue light appeared in front of him. With a bang, the crystal was taken out from the wall. In the instant the crystal was grasped, the surrounding Yin winds were decreased by over half. All the moths had turned into black chi in a bright flash and blew away in the wind. Han Li didn't appear particularly surprised by this, and instead mulled over the two smaller crystals he found earlier in other wind caverns. These strange crystals caused Han Li to click his tongue in amazement, but he decided to leave the matter for later. After his first return to Old Man Fu for another application of the dark violet pearl's protective light, he split up with Bai Yaoi. Now that she wasn't following him, Han Li made full use of his abilities. Over the last few days, while he slowly headed deeper into the cave, he was several times faster than the others. He also came across high-grade ghosts with greater frequency, but his flying swords and golden lightning made short work of them. He hadn't needed to use the Weeping Soul Beast even once. It was starting to make sense why high-grade cultivators hadn't explored the Yin-Yang cave. Deeper inside, he had found little, apart from a few abandoned magic tools and inferior or veins. But several days ago, when he pursued a ghost, he unintentionally entered a small wind cavern. He initially had little interest in exploring it, as the Umbra Yin horse they were looking for shouldn't be able to survive in a place with fierce Yin winds. In addition, the frequent Yin winds in the cave would force him to consume even greater amounts of magic, even with the protection of the dark violet pearl's light. As such, it would prove quite difficult of him to tread deeper inside. But after he discovered the first black crystal, he became interested in exploring deeper. With the divine Devilbane lightning protecting him and the myriad spirit milk to replenish his magic power, he also had little to fear. Han Li hadn't seen these black crystals before in any records. Although they resembled devil essence diamonds at first glance, they were completely different. They weren't nearly as hard as devil essence diamonds and didn't contain devilish essence either. They appeared to be strange wind attribute gems that were condensed inside these caverns for countless years. But they also contained large quantities of Yin Chi. When Han Li searched through tens of wind caverns, he only managed to find 3 of them. The first 2 he found were the size of a fist, but the third and most recent one he found was the size of a skull and could produce ghosts. After examining the gem for a long while and finding that it hadn't made the slightest reaction, he stuck several restriction talismans on it before placing it in a large jade box and into his storage pouch. After a cursory search through the large wind cavern to make sure he hadn't missed anything, he withdrew to the passage where he came. He traveled another kilometer and was searching through another small cavern, eventually finding that the tunnel became increasingly narrow. In the end, he was met with a wall of ice. Han Li sighed but still continued forward. He raised his hand and released a streak of azure light, sinking deep into the icy wall. He didn't stop there, and pressed his hand against it and swept his spiritual sense through. After finding no mechanisms or restrictions, he turned around and moved back without another thought. He was several times faster on the way back than when he was exploring forward. Although he didn't know the exact shape of the Yin-Yang cave, they should be close to the heart of the cave given the variety of ghosts they've encountered. However, none of them had yet to discover any trace of the Umbra Yin horse, much to Han Li's impatience. Since he had hurried to refine the Triflame fan in preparation for this trip, he didn't want to return empty-handed. It was an extremely difficult affair for a nascent soul cultivator to break through to a later stage. All cultivators who ascended to mid-nascent soul stage in the heavenly south were blessed geniuses, and of these talents, only 3 were able to break through to late-nascent soul stage. And although there were more late-nascent soul cultivators in the Great Gene, they were still rarely seen. As a result, Han Li had considered using the copulation essence arts with Mu peeling to break through the bottleneck to late-nascent soul stage, but it wasn't a guarantee. Now that the nascent cultivating pill appeared before him, he couldn't allow the opportunity to pass him by. If they truly couldn't find the Umbra Yin horse, he would have to see if he could acquire the medical formula of the nascent cultivating pill from Old Man Fu. Although his chances were slim if he could acquire the formula, he could try looking the Umbra Yin horse elsewhere. After all, there were many places in the world where Yin Qi naturally gathered. Han Li's mind mulled over this matter as he flew through the tunnel. But suddenly, his expression stirred and his attention turned to his front. A flicker of green light flashed in front of him and was flying in his direction. He instantly waved his sleeve in response, releasing a mist of azure in front of him. The green light was captured by the mist and dragged in front of him, revealing a gleaming sword that had a red jade slip attached to it. Han Li pursed his lips and raised his hand, taking the slip into his hand before tossing the sword back into the air. The green sword let out a ring, circling in the air before flying through Yin winds without a trace. Han Li ignored it and instead sank his spiritual sense into the jade slip. They found traces of the Umbra Yin horse. A short moment later, Han Li withdrew from the jade slip with a smile. Then, with a flip of his hand, he summoned a white formation plate. He tapped it, and in a flash of azure light, it became as glossy as a mirror. 4 differently colored lights appeared on different places of the plate. He looked at the positions of the light and immediately put it away before flying forward at greater speed. Half a day later, Han Li arrived at a 4-way intersection, finding Cultivator Yuan and Old Man Fu meditating there. The dark violet pearl was floating motionlessly above the old man's head. After Han Li arrived, he asked, "Fellow Taoist Yuan, you found it?" "That's right." Cultivator Yuan chuckled and his face wore a trace of excitement. "The Umbra Yin horse is in this passageway, but it is extremely cunning. I wasn't able to capture it, and could only block the way out and wait for you all to arrive." "Good." Han Li nodded with a smile. "So long as we know of its whereabouts, it will only be a matter of time." Old Man Fu happily said, "Junior Martial Sister Chong and fellow Taoist Bai are still quite far away. Let's wait. When we're all present, the capture will be easier." When Han Li heard this, he felt relieved and also took a seat. Several hours later, the black-robed woman and Bai Yaoi rushed over. After they heard the news, they were also overjoyed. With several simple spell formations placed down at the passage entrance, they promptly set off inside. Not long after, a dark light suddenly flashed from the ground underneath, followed by the emergence of 3 pitch-black dried corpses. The chests of the corpses were all hollow and their bodies lacked any flesh, but their eyes shined with a chilling green light as they stared in the direction of Han Li's party without the slightest emotion. The party of Cultivator moved east down the passage and looked through all the caverns they encountered. In order to be careful, 3 of them would search while 2 of them would remain behind and guard the tunnel, preventing the Umbra horse from escaping. Not long after, the party arrived where Cultivator Yuan discovered the horse, an unremarkable small cavern. This time, the black-robed woman and Bai Yaoi were guarding the tunnel as the others went inside. When they entered, they discovered something strange. Not only were the winds extremely weak, but they even felt comfortably warm. There was also some soft sand and a pile of rare warm jade in the corner. There was also a faint fragrance lingering in the air that resembled a mix of sandalwood and medicine. Upon closer inspection, they also found imprints on the ground that resembled that of a horse hoof but several times smaller. This is truly it, the Umbra horse. With the hoof prints and the fragrance, Old Man Fu rubbed his hands together in excitement. With a trace of red light shining from his face, Cultivator Yuan said, "Since Brother Fu said this, it must be true. Let's pursue it. The passage forward isn't very wide. Although there may be further forks in the tunnel, so long as we slowly track it, we'll eventually force it to appear." Old Man Fu nodded. "Yes, that's reasonable. We'll—" Suddenly, he was interrupted by the sounds of an explosion, and the earth beneath them became unsteady as the cave quaked with ferocious roars. In the 3's alarm, their bodies glowed as they shot off in the direction of the noise. In the blink of an eye, they trailed back the way they came. The 2 women were looking ahead of them with shock as the thunderous footsteps shook the ground, each step more brutal as if the source was growing closer. An astonishing roar then sounded out. The 5 cultivators all exchanged a glance and each took out their magic treasures, awaiting what was to come with readied stances. Although the black winds prevented them from seeing very far, blue light flashed from Han Li's eyes, allowing him to view the ghost that was 300 meters away. He couldn't help but gasp cold air at the sight. It was a huge wolf that was covered in green fur. It was 10 meters tall with a head the size of a small building and huge crimson eyes. Its 4 claws were as sharp as blades, cutting into the ground with each step. But what was most alarming to Han Li was the green corpse flames that would spew out from its mouth each time it opened. Whenever the green flames touched the ice walls, it would leave deep and uneven grooves glowing with green light. A corpse wolf. The name suddenly lit up in Han Li's mind, but a common corpse wolf should only be a common ghost. Even larger corpse wolves shouldn't be this gigantic. The sheer size of this monster was far beyond the scope that was recorded and possessed a cripplingly intimidating aura. Just as he was about to warn the other 4, his eyes suddenly caught sight of something burrowed in the huge wolf's head. "That's the Umbra horse. What does Brother Han mean?" Astounded, Old Man Fu turned to look at Han Li. "The formidable ghost ahead of us and the horse are together," Han Li briefly replied. "The Umbra horse?" The others revealed joy when they heard this. They could faintly see the giant wolf through the winds then. Although they couldn't grasp its true form, the magnitude of the monster caused their hearts to tremble, and the joy on their faces quickly vanished. The black-robed woman sullenly flicked her fingers, releasing over 10 spheres of white light. The spheres didn't strike the huge wolf but flew upward instead, and burst high in the air. Dazzling white light lit the tunnel and allowed them to see the wolf's sinister form. Their faces unconsciously changed. Given their vast experience, they could all tell how formidable this enemy was. But in that instance, they also saw something white lying down on the wolf's head. Although it was half submerged in fur, it appeared to be a white horse head with green eyes. "Everyone be careful. We cannot allow the Umbra horse to escape. This corpse wolf should be a variant beast. Although it will prove troublesome, it should be an easy task for the 5 of us to slay it. Fellow Taoist Bai, you are in charge of capturing the Umbra horse." With that said, Old Man Fu slapped his storage pouch and released chains that shined with black light. It flew forward and wrapped around the giant wolf like a snake. The others were quick to take action as well. The black-robed woman released 3 scarlet flying swords. Cultivator Yuan took out a jade pendant, producing several winged scorpions, and Han Li spat out several flying swords that swept forward in a wave of light. During this time, Bai Yaoi flipped her hand and summoned a translucent net. In a glimmer of ice, the net transformed into white mist and enveloped the Umbra-ine horse on the wolf's head. Although this was the first time they had acted together, the sheer amount of power their treasures displayed was overwhelming. The Umbra-ine horse quickly reacted. As soon as it saw the incoming attacks, it leapt off the wolf's head to conceal itself once more. As for the corpse wolf, a glint flashed from its eyes, and its howls came to a halt. It gaped its mouth, releasing an unfathomable stream of dark green inferno to meet the oncoming magic treasures. For a time, the flames had restrained the treasures and prevented any of them from coming any closer to the corpse. It was too late for the winged scorpions to dodge, and they were turned into ash after just a moment. The white net released to capture the Umbra-ine horse was also restrained by the green flames. When Bai Yaoi saw this, she let out a cold snort. As the North Night Palace was a place of eternal snow, all of her techniques and treasures were ice attributed, and she held these flames in utter contempt. Before any of the others had taken further action, Bai Yaoi held her hands in an incantation gesture and the light around her body flared, releasing a wave of white qi. The gorgeous, glittering light made her appear like a goddess of ice afloat in a blizzard. As temperatures suddenly plummeted, the black-robed woman and cultivator Yuan couldn't help but tremble. The huge wolf seemed to sense that matters had turned for the worse and took a deep breath before spitting out even greater flames. At nearly the same time, Bai Yaoi spat out a crystalline fan, circling once around her before dropping into her hand, empowering the cold light surrounding her. Then with a wave, the air shrieked as the glacial winds swept forth, carrying countless shards of penetrating ice. Green and white power clashed, drowning out the magic treasures in the flare of their collision. The explosions that resulted caused the cave to tremble. The corpse wolf's flames were truly formidable, capable of evenly contending against its natural nemesis. When Bai Yaoi saw this, her face flushed red with rage. She waved her fan once more and rose winds of even greater power. As the battle unfolded, the others didn't simply remain idle. The old man promptly pointed at the chains he had summoned. With a bang, black flames coiled across them and they blurred, transforming into several tens of indistinguishable copies, instantly forming a huge net above the wolf. As for the black-robed woman, she muttered a spell and released 3 red flying dagger. They shook before merging together into a single 3-meter-long sword and cleaved forward in a sword streak. Cultivator Yuan withdrew the jade pendant in his hand and replaced it with a blue gourd. It spat out a dense purple mist that slowly spread towards the wolf. Having seen the others employ their great abilities, Han Li raised his brow and casually shook his sleeve. A red line flashed out before fading away from sight. With so many attacks suppressing it, the huge wolf wasn't able to endure. The black flaming chains and red sword streak gradually pushed back its corpse flames, making way for the dense purple mist to arrive. Although it wasn't very intelligent, it could feel that danger was approaching. Its body flickered with green light, and its figure suddenly shrunk as the fur on its back turned erect. Then with a roar, a dense barrage of green light launched from its coat, enveloping the 5 present. The cultivators had anticipated this, but none of them dared to underestimate the attack and had employed their own abilities to block it. In that moment of delay, the wolf turned tail and fled, leaving the cultivators in shock. As the corpse wolf moved to escape, a crimson light flashed near its side to reveal a red needle. It flickered and pierced through the green flames, protecting the wolf's body in a crimson line, cutting through with incredible sharpness. In the huge wolf's alarm, it attempted to turn its head and avoid the attack, but the needle had already pierced through its neck. A deafening, painful howl followed, and the black qi that gathered around its legs disappeared into the nearby winds. When the group saw this, they rejoiced. "Pursue it!" someone yelled. The party then began to glow, intending to quickly fly after it. However, a cry sounded out from a pouch at Han Li's waist. Although it was soft, Han Li's expression vastly changed and he flicked his hand, shooting several azure sword streaks at an area over 30 meters away. As the attack drew closer, a dark light shined from the ground to reveal several jet-black figures. One of them had easily repelled the sword streaks with a flick of their finger. Afterwards, winds began to erupt with great strength, and the three figures were partially concealed. These three were the same dried corpses that had appeared at the intersection that the cultivators had passed. It was unknown what they conspired or how they evaded the spell formations that had been placed, but they managed to tail them with profound concealment. Just as Han Li and company were about to give chase, one of the dried corpses had revealed a trace of its aura in a moment of carelessness, allowing Han Li's weeping soul beast to detect it. These dried corpses were entirely shriveled and were of differing heights. Han Li even recalled having seen one before, as he had struck it with lightning and turned it to dust. While Han Li betrayed shock from his face, the others all let out a cry of alarm. "How can that decayed corpse move?" the black-robed woman shouted out in astonishment. "When I discovered it, it was without life." Bayaoui was also particularly surprised as she had discovered one alongside Han Li as well. "You recognize these ghosts? We can't deal with them now. We must first give chase to the Umbra In horse. Fellow Taoist Han and junior martial sister Chong, deal with these ghosts for the time being. The rest of us will chase after the horse. If it conceals itself once more, it will be difficult to find again." Although Old Man Fu was greatly alarmed by the appearance of these three mysterious ghosts, he obviously prioritized the capture of the Umbra In horse. From his point of view, Han Li and his junior martial sister shouldn't have a problem dealing with these three strange refined corpses. Neither would his three have any problem with the corpse wolf. None of the other party members had raised an objection as well. After the black-clothed woman curtly agreed and Han Li nodded, Old Man Fu and the others flew in the direction of the corpse wolf without further hesitation. Han Li then put away his flying needle and stood beside the black-robed woman, both of them coldly glaring at the dried corpses. Although Ghost Dao techniques were abnormally sly by nature, he found it incomprehensible that one of them was able to survive a strike from divine Devilbane lightning. Nevertheless, he still maintained a calm appearance, despite the increased vigilance in his heart. As for the black-robed woman, she was an elder of the Nine Serenities sect and possessed much understanding of both devilish and ghost techniques. Not daring to underestimate these corpses either, she had her giant red sword revolve above her in a display of dazzling glamour, protecting her rather than attacking. The three corpses facing them were the first to move. The taller of the lot took 2 large steps forward and opened its mouth to spit out a gray thread towards the woman. "You're courting death," she snorted with a sullen appearance. With a flick of her sleeve, over 10 fireballs shot out in succession. Soon after, she pointed to the huge sword above her head and it sliced through the air, releasing a crimson sword streak. She believed that this unremarkable thread was simply condensed corpse flames and that fire techniques should be able to restrain it. But then, the thread passed through both the fireballs and the red sword streak without resistance, thoroughly absorbing their entire being with just a touch, and continued to rush forward without any sign of slowing down. The black-robed woman swept her sleeve in alarm and produced a small green shield in front of her. It glowed with light and massively expanded. At nearly the same time, the huge sword above her head chopped down towards the gray thread. The black-robed woman believed that since the thread was able to absorb attacks of spiritual power, physical treasures should be able to block it. As predicted, the gray thread stopped upon being struck with the huge sword. The beautiful woman rejoiced and thought to activate the sword's abilities. But then the gray thread suddenly blurred and multiplied into 100 copies of itself, quickly moving to restrain the huge sword. Afterwards, a strange dark light glowed from the threads, fusing together with the sword's red light, slowly overwhelming it and turning it black as if it were being corrupted. The woman also felt her mental connection to the sword grow dull. Her heart sank and she slapped her storage pouch without another thought, summoning a dermic wheel into her hand. But before she could use it to free her sword, thunder rang out, followed by a bolt of dazzling lightning. The golden bolt struck the gray threads in rumbling wrath and freed the large red sword. "Many thanks, Brother Han," the woman hurriedly uttered before forming a hand gesture and recalling her sword into her sleeve after splitting into 3 red streaks. With her weapon freed, Han Li didn't pay any further attention. Rather, he was staring at the air with a tight frown. The gray threads he had scattered apart condensed back into its original form after only a short delay. As for the other 2 dried corpses, they hadn't yet taken any action. When the black-robed woman saw this, her expression turned unsightly, but she continued to look at the gray thread in the air. This isn't ordinary corpse chi, but that of a baleful corpse chi. Could this be a ghost fiend thread? She cried out with a deeply pale complexion. Baleful corpse chi? Han Li found the name familiar, and after a moment of thought, he recalled it being mentioned in the Great Development Treasure Scriptures. His expression wavered for a time. This was a grand ability of the ghost Dao that few cultivators ever could witness. As the name implied, baleful corpse chi was originally corpse chi, but fused with the lingering resentment of a fresh death, what was otherwise known as baleful chi. Baleful corpse chi was said to be extremely difficult to manufacture, at minimum requiring the corpses of core formation cultivators along with other unknown conditions. When it took form, it was said to be everlasting, and was capable of absorbing elemental chi and corrupting various magic treasures. As expected for one of the greatest abilities of the Ghost Dao, it was beyond difficult to deal with. However, he hadn't heard of a ghost fiend thread before, but given that it was created from baleful corpse chi, it was no wonder it was so troublesome. It seemed his divine Devilbane lightning was able to disperse it but not exterminate it entirely. As these thoughts flew through his mind, all 3 of the corpses simultaneously raised their hands and flicked their fingers, each releasing gray threads. The black-robed woman deeply gasped and unleashed the dermic wheel from her hand, chanting a series of evocations. The wheel whirled in the air and shined with a 7-colored light, covering both Han Li and her in a barrier. 7-colored light. A Buddhist treasure? Han Li had already raised his hand with arcs of lightning sparking between them, but when he saw her take action, he paused with a trace of surprise. The threads then struck the 7-colored barrier but were all completely repelled. Han Li wasn't astonished by the barrier's effectiveness. Since Buddhist techniques were specialized in restraining the Ghost Dao, even something as vicious as ghost fiend threads shouldn't be able to break through Buddhist light in an instant. But what surprised Han Li was the fact that a devilish sect elder even possessed a Buddhist treasure. The 3 hadn't stopped their attack after seeing that their threads were repelled. Instead, their fingers stirred and countless gray threads began to take form in the air and weaved countless layers of threads on top of the 7-colored barrier, as if intending on thoroughly trapping the 2 within it. A cold glint flashed from Han Li's eyes and he slapped his hands together, raising them to release 2 dense arcs of golden lightning at the barrier of light, protecting them. As loud crackles sounded out, a net of lightning appeared on the surface of the barrier and instantly dissolved the gray threads. The 3 corpses didn't seem to care when they saw this. They simply shot out more ghost fiend threads from their hands and restored the form of the gray chi that had been scattered. Fellow Taoist Chong, open it up. With that said, thunder rang from Han Li's back, revealing a pair of silver wings. She thought to persuade him otherwise, but after seeing the wings, she immediately uttered an incantation and created a fine opening in the barrier. His wings flapped and he disappeared in a flash of silver light. The 3 corpses suddenly stopped when they saw this and began to look around. Then, the light flashed once more meters behind them to reveal Han Li. The corpses instantly flicked their fingers in response and shot dozens of gray threads at him. Han Li didn't remotely attempt to dodge, instead opening his mouth to spit out 3 golden streaks in the direction of each corpse. It was clear that Han Li's golden light was far faster than the gray threads. In sharp gusts of wind, the 3 small golden swords pierced through the corpses' abdomens. At nearly that same moment, the ghost fiend threads had arrived in front of Han Li and were about to strike him. However, Han Li let out a shout, and a ring of 7-colored light suddenly appeared around him. When the threads touched it, they became disconnected from the world. When the black-robed woman saw this 7-colored light, she was stunned. Han Li then expressionlessly pointed at the 3 dried corpses in the distance. 3 bolts of lightning escaped from the small swords, followed by loud pangs of thunder, each of them covering the three corpses in a net of lightning. Before the corpses could even let out a groan, the lightning turned them into clouds of black dust, continuing to tear at the dust clouds and prevent them from reforming. But it appeared that the corpses were undying in the face of the divine devil-bane lightning. Han Li frowned at the sight of this. The black-robed woman rejoiced upon seeing him restrain them and happily put away her light barrier. She flew over and proposed. These refined corpses had fused baleful corpse chi with their own bodies. I fear we won't be able to kill them. We'll have to use restrictions to seal them for the time being. There is no need to waste such effort. It is unknown what strange abilities these ghosts have. Common restrictions might not be able to seal them. Rather, let's just finish them off. Finish them off? The black-robed woman wore an odd expression, and before she realized what he meant, Han Li slapped his storage pouch and a streak of black light flew out, circling once around him before revealing itself to be a small monkey, the weeping soul beast. It was awakened by the smell of corpse chi and immediately reveled in excitement. It let out a snort with its large nose without any command, releasing a hazy light that easily absorbed the clouds of dust from within the net of lightning and brought it into its mouth. After a few eager gulps, it held its hands on its stomach with satisfaction and joy. The black-robed woman was dumbstruck by these events. There were only a few spirit beasts in this world that were capable of devouring ghosts, but she had never heard of a small monkey capable of consuming such powerful ghosts. The closest thing that came to mind was the jade-eyed ape, but its appearance didn't match in the slightest. As the black-robed woman mulled, Han Li was relieved to find that the weeping soul beast wasn't negatively affected by absorbing the three dried corpses. But rather than immediately withdrawing the beast, he beckoned to, promptly having it obediently jump on his shoulder. Han Li glanced at the black-robed woman and said, "Let's go. Perhaps Brother Fu has already finished capturing the Umbra-ine horse." Suppressing her curiosity towards the monkey, she smiled. "Most likely, that corpse wolf has already been injured by you and shouldn't be able to run far." Han Li returned the smile, but before he could say anything, he felt his body tremble. The two of them exchanged bewildered glances, and each summoned a formation plate in their hands. Han Li took a deep breath and solemnly asked, "Fellow Taoist Yuan's marker is gone. Fellow Taoist Chong, do you know what's going on? My marker on fellow Taoist Yuan is also gone. How could something have happened after only a short time separated?" The black-robed woman spoke with disbelief. "I'm not sure," Han Li answered. "It is possible that the others encountered a formidable enemy, or that fellow Taoist Yuan was careless and became trapped in a restriction. In that case, we must hurry. Their markers show them to be nearby," the black-robed woman said with a trace of worry. Han Li indifferently nodded and the two set off in streaks of light. After flying for about 5 kilometers, they encountered a large spacious area filled with piles of or refuse. The two then slowed down and carefully examined the area. After another 300 meters, the piles disappeared and opened into a large room. The place had a huge spell formation that nearly covered it all and a giant bamboo tree growing at its center, reaching all the way to the top of the cave. There were also a dozen giant stone pillars intermittently placed, each with a pitch-black dried corpse chained to it, exactly the same as the 3 Han Li had seen before. But what shocked Han Li was a silhouette covered in green hair next to the bamboo. It was sitting there absorbed in munching on a headless body. From its clothes, there was no doubt that was Cultivator Yuan's corpse. Next to the monster was a huge figure, the corpse wolf they fought from before. The wolf was gnawing at something underneath its claw, Cultivator Yuan's huge tortoise. It lacked an aura, clearly indicating its death. As for the Umbra-ine horse, it was still perched on top of the corpse wolf's head, unmoving. The black-robed woman's face paled, and she hurriedly glanced around before shouting in terror, "Senior Marshal Brother Fu!" Han Li followed her gaze and saw 2 figures floating in midair, wrapped in cocoons spun from gray threads. It was clearly the ghost fiend threads they had seen previously. However, the density of the threads were far beyond what the dried corpses could produce. Thunderous explosions continuously sounded out from the two, with traces of dazzling light occasionally escaping from within. it appeared that Old Man Fu and Bai Yaoi still lived. In only a short moment, one of 3 mid-nascent soul cultivators were killed with 2 of them trapped. Han Li managed to maintain a calm appearance in spite of this, but he was thoroughly aghast. As for the black-robed woman, she was worried for Old Man Fu, but knew this wasn't the time to save him. She shook her sleeve and summoned the dermic wheel into her hand before turning her attention elsewhere. Meanwhile, the green-furred monster hadn't paid any attention to them and was focused on eating with a lowered head. Strange cracking sounds came from the monster as it tore off the arm of cultivator Yuan's corpse and quickly ravaged it. When Han Li caught sight of the mutilated body, he narrowed his eyes as blue light shined from them. Then the weeping soul beast on his shoulder let out a high-pitched cry, and the fur on its back stood straight. It glared at the green-furred monster, assuming a position to attack. But from the weeping soul pearl within his body, Han Li could sense that the monkey mostly felt fear as if it had encountered its nemesis. The monster heard the weeping soul beast scream and its feasting came to a sudden halt. It flung away the corpse in its hand and flew 60 meters towards the 2 cultivators before landing on the ground. Han Li's and the black-robed woman's face warped upon sensing its powerful aura. The green-furred monster simply stood in place as it watched them. At that moment, Han Li was finally able to clearly see the monster's appearance. Its face appeared very much like that of a monkey, with blood brimming in its mouth and razor fangs several inches long. Its eyes sparkled with sharp silver and lacked irises, making for a rather odd appearance. But what especially caught Han Li's eye were the 2 protrusions from its back wrapped with flesh. The green-furred monster swept its gaze past the cultivators with indifference and locked eyes on the weeping soul beast perched on Han Li's shoulder. Then its face revealed an odd expression resembling bewilderment. When the weeping soul beast met the green monster's gaze, it leaped 10 meters in front of Han Li and pounded its chest with all its might, causing black light to surge all around it. In the blink of an eye, it grew 30 meters tall to become a vicious ape that had the image of a malevolent crimson ghost on its back that appeared to move with life. The green-furred monster seemed to sense something from the weeping soul beast's transformation and hastily took several steps back. At that same time, the bags of flesh protruding his back trembled and tore apart, revealing 2 3-meter-long wings that shined a dazzling silver. Silver-winged night fiend. The black-robed woman shouted out its name with a face full of terror, and his complexion paled. In the mortal world, silver-winged night fiends were refined corpses that were capable of flight and were seconded only by gold-clad lunar corpses. They were a fearsome existence that were said to be superior to even late-nascent soul cultivators. Not only were they a natural prodigy of wind and earth-attributed movement techniques, it was nearly invulnerable, incredibly strong, and quite skilled in illusion and bewitchment. As these thoughts quickly flashed from Han Li's mind, he tightly pursed his lips. Light flashed from the beast's wings, and its fear of the weeping soul beast immediately disappeared. It loudly uttered, "I didn't expect more would come to find me. It's been quite some time since I've had fresh meat. You will all make quite a meal." These words were spoken as clearly as a human's voice. Han Li's mouth twitched upon hearing this, and he quietly raised his hands without another thought. 2 small swords flashed forward and moved to strike the gray cocoons suspended in the air. Knowing that this monster would prove troublesome, he planned on freeing the other 2 to combine their strength and increase their odds of victory. The silver-winged night fiend simply sneered in the face of his efforts. Its argent eyes glowed, and a large gray hand appeared in front of the 2 cocoons and quickly detained the 2 golden swords before Han Li could react. Although he was alarmed, he still kept calm and commanded his swords to erupt with golden lightning. Thunder rang out and they broke free from the gray hand's confinement in a flash of golden light. However, a dense barrage of threads shot out from the cocoons, covering the swords once more, and the scattered portions of the large hand began to quickly reform. Han Li frowned and clenched his hands in a fist, released arcs of golden lightning from his body in a cataclysm of thunder. With a net of lightning dancing around him, he appeared like a god of lightning that had descended upon this world. When the weeping soul beast glanced at Han Li, it couldn't help but reveal amazement on its face. "How interesting," the silver-winged night fiend said with an emotionless tone. To actually be able to break my ghost fiend threads, you must be the one who destroyed my doppelgangers. Indeed, and you are unexpectedly capable of human speech. You must be quite intelligent, so you should know what's in your best interest. Hanli glanced at Cultivator Yuan's remains, and then pointed at the Umbraine horse at the side before coldly stating, "If you hand over that Umbraine horse and release my 2 comrades, we will immediately depart." Then, the giant transformed weeping soul beast snarled, and a piercing crimson light shined out from the malevolent ghost image on its back. Without the slightest hesitation, the night fiend answered, "You can have that little animal, and I might even consider allowing you and your comrades to leave. You'll truly agree?" When the black-robed woman heard this, joy lit on her face. At the moment, her dermic wheel was already summoned in the air and glowing with light. Han Li remained silent when he heard this. "I will agree to all these conditions, so long." The night fiend then pointed its fur-covered fingers at the weeping soul beast and said, "As you leave that spirit beast behind." The black-robed woman was greatly surprised to hear this. "In your dreams?" Han Li coldly smiled. "Then you can forget about leaving. I will feast on your flesh." The night fiend's face warped with hostility and his fangs extended several times in size, followed by silver flaring from his eyes. "Be careful of its bewitchments." Old Man Fu's faint voice sounded out from one of the cocoons. However, his warning came too late. Although Han Li was using his bright sight spirit eyes, he unconsciously closed them in the face of the blinding light. The black-robed woman was dazed and was forced her to close hers too. "Not good." In the instant his eyes closed, Han Li let out a cry of alarm. By the time the two opened their eyes, their surroundings had changed. All traces of the cavern had disappeared and were replaced by a gray haze. It was unknown where the silver-winged night fiend was lingering. "A high-grade bewitchment," Han Li muttered. "We'll only know after we test its strength," the black-robed woman said with a raised brow. Worried about Old Man Fu's weakened voice, she lost her patience and pointed to the dermic wheel floating above her head. It glowed with brilliant light and several beams of rainbow light shot out, disappearing into the haze without effect. She grew more sullen and flung a spirit beast pouch from her waist before clasping her hands in an incantation. The bag trembled and released a group of winged serpents in a mist of scarlet light. The serpents were each about a foot long, with a crest on their head. Their bodies were a slick and translucent red. As she muttered, she struck the serpents with several crimson spell seals. Suddenly, the serpents opened their mouths and wildly spouted out fire that condensed into a roiling sea of flames. Han Li hadn't moved to assist her, rather taking this opportunity to observe with his bright sight spirit eyes. In the instant, a 10-meter wave of flame took form. The gray haze above them suddenly rolled away like a gust of wind to be replaced with mist as black as pitch. Silver light flashed from the dark mist, followed by the appearance of 2 massive demonic eyes. They were 3 meters long and shined radiantly. It was unknown whether it was a transformation or illusion. A cacophonic cackle cleared, with the silver light bursting out from the huge eyes, striking the sea of flames. Both the raging inferno and the flying serpents had all disappeared upon contact as if they never existed. Han Li remained calm upon seeing this, but the black-robed woman released a red streak with an alarmed expression and repeatedly chopped at those piercing eyes in front of her. Then, she felt her heart sink. It was now clear that this technique was powerful far beyond her expectations, and hadn't the slightest hope of breaking it. The strange cackle continued to grind without end and with greater volume, now more thunder than laughter. In the time being, even more eyes began to appear, each one just as large as before. Soon, the demonic orbs filled the sky above the haze surrounding them. They suddenly began to light up and changed into bright crescent moons. Afterwards, footsteps emerged from the haze along with harsh wails, almost as if the night fiend would emerge at any moment. These overwhelming circumstances unnerved the black-robed woman, and she asked, "Brother Han, do you have a method to dissolve this technique?" If this mysterious fellow Taoist Han wasn't able to dispel this technique, She had resolved herself to consume a large amount of blood essence to employ a secret technique. Instead of replying to her, Han Li raised his hand and released a dense bolt of golden lightning. In a clap of thunder, it struck one of the crescent moons in the haze. A resounding explosion sounded out as the golden lightning ruptured along with the crescent. At nearly the same time, the other eyes collapsed into endless streams of silver dust, filling their surroundings with blinding light. The black-robed woman suddenly felt her world spin around her and couldn't help but close her eyes once more. By the time her senses returned to normal, she discovered that she was in the cavern once more without a trace of mist or light to be found. She felt greatly relieved to be freed of the bewitchment and managed to collect herself. The silver-winged night fiend was now across from them, at the base of the bamboo stem, and remained still. However, his wings were folded in front of him to block the dense bolt that Han Li had released. With crackles and light still sparking from the wings, he grimly looked in Han Li's direction. The black-robed woman now spotted a pitch-black mirror held in the night fiend's green hand. It wasn't large or remarkable, but glowed with a wicked inky light. If a person looked at it, they would sense their mind sinking in. Now that's baffling. You were able to find me from within the illusion. With the assistance of the evil moon mirror, my silver eye bewitchment should near twice in power. Even more formidable spiritual sense shouldn't be able to see past it. Could it be you've cultivated an exceptional spirit eye technique? After this was said, the night fiend waved its wing and limped the remnant lightning to the side. When Han Li heard this, he coldly smiled. In utter silence, he shook his sleeve and released several tens of golden flying swords around him with a clear ring, gathering to his front as a wave of gold. Meanwhile, thunder rang out from his back with the appearance of a pair of silver wings. Not stopping there, Han Li took a deep breath before spitting out a snow-white pearl covered in twirling purple flames. As soon as it appeared, the temperature in the cavern steeply dropped. The silver-winged night fiend was indifferent to the appearance of Han Li's flying swords and only slightly surprised at the appearance of his wings. The snow crystal pearl wrapped in purple apex flames, however, caused its face to grow solemn as it recognized the formidable threat. Then, for a finishing touch, Han Li slapped his storage pouch, filling the air with a swarm of golden beetles, clasped his hands in an incantation gesture, summoning a barrier of 7-colored light around him, and flipped his hand to summon a glowing purple mirror in the air. Apart from his greatest killing measures, he now displayed the full might of his long-gathered power. Now that he faced a fearsome enemy that was superior to even a late-nascent soul cultivator, he couldn't afford to hold back. The black-robed woman's spirits were roused upon seeing Han Li control so many exceptional magic treasures. She raised her hand and summoned a small azure shield before slapping her storage pouch and summoning 2 butterfly-shaped magic treasures. They fluttered about as if they were alive. As a mid-nascent soul cultivator, she had even more treasures, but in battle, the more treasures summoned didn't necessarily translate to an advantage. Using magic treasures would restrict a certain amount of one's spiritual sense, and in battle, one needed to spiritual sense to utilize magic techniques as well. As for spiritual sense one needed to preserve, that depended on individual circumstances. If one had stronger treasures but weaker techniques, they would use more of their spiritual sense to summon treasures, and vice versa. In addition, the more formidable a treasure, the more spiritual sense that was required to control it. As such, there were few core formation cultivators capable of effectively controlling ancient treasures. Even those with more powerful spiritual senses can only select a few powerful treasures in battle. Han Li's simultaneous use of this many treasures clearly displayed just how powerful his spiritual sense was. But before they could launch an offensive, an ominous light shined from the silver-winged night fiend's face and an immense pressure burst from his body. Then he shot forward and struck the ground with his palm. Before the 2 cultivators realized what had happened, an eruption sounded out from the cavern, and the huge spell formation around them suddenly glowed with rainbow light. The dried corpses chained to the stone pillars in the area then began to stir. "Not good!" Han Li shouted in alarm. Without another thought, he flapped his wings, leaving only his gold-devouring beetles and weeping soul beast behind in a flash of silver. The silver-winged night fiend sinisterly smiled and black energy flared from his body. Then he too vanished. A blast sounded out at the edge of the formation. Silver and black streaks simultaneously weaved in and out of sight. Following an explosion, the light faded away to reveal two winged figures, Han Li and the silver-winged night fiend. In that short time, the chain-dried corpses released wisps of qi as dark beams of light shot out from the stone pillars, forming a huge barrier of light surrounding the area. They were now trapped with no way out. The black-robed woman was already making her way out of the area upon seeing what was happening. But she was still too late. The barrier appeared after she only flew 60 meters away. Seeing that she was trapped, her expression wavered. Vexed, Han Li looked at the night fiend with a gloomy expression. At that moment, the night fiend was glowing with black light and had flickering crimson rings flash around his neck and limbs. They were clearly restrictive magic tools. Han Li sighed and coldly said, "As expected, you can't leave the range of the formation. Why else would you remain here given your grand abilities? Though I didn't expect that you could be able to activate it without the use of spirit stones." While the light from the spell formation faded away, the black pillars and barrier didn't show any sign of wavering. The night fiend flared his wings and let out a deep laugh of satisfaction. "It is a devil entrapment formation specifically laid down for me. But little would the creators of the spell formation know that after so many years, a portion of its restrictions would be under my control. You're now trapped here with me." An icy light flashed from Han Li's eyes and the weeping soul beast snorted. A mist of dazzling yellow light rushed out, moving to capture the night fiend with immense speed. The night fiend's laugh was cut short and he suddenly waved his wings, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He reappeared near the huge stalk of bamboo. But with a wave of the weeping soul beast's head, the yellow light pursued after the night fiend relentlessly. The night fiend glared at the attack with unconcealed hostility and waved his wings, suddenly releasing countless rays of light, aimed at the yellow mist that the weeping soul beast had released. Unexpectedly, the yellow mist wasn't able to block the light despite his innate ghost restraining properties. Although Han Li knew that the silver-winged night fiend was no ordinary refined corpse, the scene caused his heart to tremble. When the silver-winged night fiend saw that his attack was effective, most of the fear was gone from his heart and he sneered loudly. His body blurred with black light and reappeared above the weeping soul beast. He then opened his mouth to reveal shining black energy, as if intending to release an attack. However, he suddenly heard loud buzzing above him and looked up in astonishment, instead releasing the black light from his mouth towards the sky and striking a 3-meter-wide golden cloud. They were Han Li's gold-devouring beetles. When Han Li made use of lightning movement, the beetles had remained in place. Now that the night fiend appeared near them, he ordered them to attack without reservation. The black beam was corpse qi that the night fiend had refined for countless years. Not only was it incredibly corrosive and cold, but it even contained vicious corpse poison. The gold-devouring beetles were normally resistant to poison and other effects, but upon contact with this light, the beetles began to fall from the sky in troves. A third of their number had been reduced from this single strike. The rest all scattered and were no longer concentrated in a single place. In that brief moment, the weeping soul beast had already launched another attack, releasing one more yellow mist with a snort. The night fiend then calmly flapped his wings and reappeared over 30 meters away, dodging the yellow mist. Silver light then flashed and thunder clapped from where it originally stood, followed by Han Li's appearance. He wordlessly waved his arm and had his flying sword sweep towards the silver-winged night fiend in a golden tide. The purple mirror circling above his head shined with light and shot a purple ray after them. Meanwhile, he stealthily flicked his finger from his sleeve and a red line briefly appeared. With that done, he glanced at the gold-devouring beetles lying on the ground. Their wings suddenly stirred and they buzzed to the air once more, much to Han Li's relief. However, they appeared quite weakened from the previous attack. Additionally, the black-robed woman had used this opportunity to command her 2 white jade butterflies to attack. The 2 jade butterflies flared with white light before expanding to the size of a person. Then, with rapid waves of their wings, a white tornado appeared in front of her. After an incantation, the tornado transformed into two white flood dragons that charged towards the Night Fiend with overwhelming momentum. But when the Night Fiend saw so many attacks heading in his direction, he sinisterly smiled. He held onto the evil moon mirror in one hand and summoned a fist-sized ball of light with the other. The ball was gray, but it contained a cold, serene shine. He icily glanced at the attack that would first strike, the golden sword light. He slapped his hands together and the ball of light vanished into the mirror. Soon after, black radiance flashed and countless similar balls of light rushed out and quickly fused together. In the blink of an eye, a 10-meter-wide ball of light appeared with the silver-winged Night Fiend at its center. As the sword light swept across it, it fiercely struck the ball. With a soft bang, the huge sphere popped like a bubble, fragmenting into many smaller balls. The golden light swept past the Night Fiend and flashed as several tens of flying swords shredded him to countless pieces. Afterwards, the sword lights shot out from the many small orbs of light in the vicinity. When Han Li saw this, he felt alarmed and doubt sprung up from his mind. There was no way he was able to kill the Night Fiend with only his flying swords. As expected, an inconceivable scene occurred. The small balls of light gathered together and reformed into another huge ball. The shredded Night Fiend was also perfectly restored inside. Han Li frowned. The purple ray of light and the two wind dragons then aggressively struck, resulting in the same scene. The huge light was destroyed and scattered, only for it to become whole once more. The silver-winged Night Fiend looked at the cultivators with an icy smile, but he didn't take any action. Rather, he simply waited as balls of light flashed from the mirror in his hand, causing his surrounding light to grow even stronger. A grave expression appeared on Han Li's face. Although he didn't know how that light barrier worked, it was anything but good. Aghast, the black-robed woman instantly formed an incantation gesture and controlled her wind dragons to circle in for another attack. They easily shattered the light once more along with the Night Fiend's illusion, but this time, the wind dragons didn't depart after their initial attack. Instead, its jaws gaped open and released countless blades of white wind in every direction, preventing the balls of light from condensing back together and scattering them to even smaller pieces. For a time, howling winds raged at the core of the sphere. Han Li didn't have his flying swords join in on the attack. He instead narrowed his eyes, blue light flickering from them, and observed everything. "Stop the assault," Han Li shouted at the black-robed woman. "Your wind flood dragons have shrunk significantly." In truth, she didn't need the warning, having already felt that something was amiss. When she heard Han Li, she had immediately formed an incantation gesture in alarm. The wind dragons ceased releasing blades of wind and shot away from the vicinity. As the dragons coiled in the air, it was clear to see that their size was reduced by nearly half. The balls of light had been repeatedly split by the blades of wind but condensed back together in the instant the wind's dragons left. The huge ball now had also reached 100 meters wide, nearly taking up a third of the space inside the spell formation. The silver-winged Night Fiend reappeared in the ball of light with a cold laugh and sneered. Han Li sighed, having saw this in the past when he fought against Wen Tianren, Archsaint Six Paths disciple, back in the scattered star seas. At the time, he had used a peculiar treasure to warp himself in a purple cloud, preventing Han Li from injuring him with his flying swords. Han Li had relied on the overbearing might of the Devil execution to break through it and destroy Wen Tianren's arm. The ability that the silver-winged Night Fiend was using was the same in nature but clearly far more powerful. Though Han Li had busied himself with cultivation ever since and didn't have the time to condense another Devil execution, he did have other techniques that could produce similar tyrannical power. It was a pity that his bamboo cloudswarm swords were unable to form the aureate sword formation. Else the silver-winged Night Fiend would be dead for certain, no matter how bizarre the technique. Having thought this, a plan came to mind. He took a deep breath and slapped his storage pouch, summoning a scarlet talisman into his grasp. Flame-like characters flickered on its surface along with the image of a lifelike flood dragon. This was a spirit subjugation talisman that Han Li had refined with the scarlet flame flood dragon's soul after he was done creating the Triflame fan, and the reason why Han Li was late in his meeting with the others at the entrance of Myriad Poison Valley. Because he had experience in refining the talisman once before, it was now far stronger and could produce even more power. He slapped it onto his body and the talisman entered his body, followed by the appearance of an illusory flood dragon above him. Glowing in red light, horns grew from his head and scarlet scales emerged all over him. In only a moment, he assumed a half-transformation of the flood dragon and his magic power had risen to the peak of mid-nascent soul stage. Fellow Taoist Han. Upon seeing this transformation, both the black-robed woman and the night fiend couldn't help but shout out in shock. When the night fiend in particular sensed Han Li's rapid rise in cultivation, his smile disappeared. Then, Han Li grasped his hands in a gesture and the tens of flying swords surrounding him began to spin. After letting out a clear ring, they blurred, turning into 6 identical copies of themselves. These hundreds of golden sword light gathered together, flaring with the light of a scorching noon sun. As the flare disappeared, a giant 30-meter-long sword materialized above the night fiend's regenerative ball of light, releasing an astounding pressure that caused even the demon to betray a trace of shock. With the huge sword formed, Han Li then pointed to the snow crystal pearl, having it shoot towards the sword in a purple streak. At that same time, he activated a technique on the giant sword with a mental command. A terrifying explosion sounded out. Bolts of lightning as dense as an arm began to arc across the surface of the sword, wrapping around in intertwining radiance as thunder roared without end. Then, the snow crystal pearl arrived at the sword's handle. Purple light flashed and the pearl merged into it without a trace. Soon after, purple flames blazed on the hilt and gradually spread across the blade, fusing together with the golden lightning. The night fiend's expression turned unsightly and his complexion turned pale. Currently, the huge ball of light had expanded to nearly half of the area within the barrier, forcing them to slowly retreat. As the giant sword floated, both the black-robed woman and the night fiend awaited to see what would happen with bated breath. Even a late-nascent soul cultivator wouldn't dare to receive such a strike. "Destroy!" Han Li commanded. The giant sword rang with a deafening boom before cleaving downward and flaring with a blinding golden aura. Before the sword even made contact, its surface trembled from its spiritual pressure. In a flash, the weapon struck the giant ball and thoroughly annihilated it with resounding vibrations of spiritual pressure. Once the light from the impact faded away, the ball of light was nowhere to be seen. As for the night fiend, he appeared in a place not far away and was staring at the huge sword with a grim expression. The night fiend hadn't dared to test the huge sword's might and used his wings to escape. However, the evil moon mirror in his hand had stopped emitting any radiance as the ball of light was now fully wiped away and could no longer regenerate. Just as the night fiend's gaze roamed and plotted his next move, he suddenly heard a sharp howl of wind and a red line suddenly appear 3 meters behind him, intending to pierce through the back of his head. As monster who possessed equivalent power to a late-nascent soul cultivator, his spiritual sense was able to easily detect it. Although the attack came as a surprise, he simply folded his wing and blocked it. Bang! Much to his alarm, as soon as the red line struck his wing, it suddenly burst into a huge fireball. He soon found that the fireball was nowhere close to the threat it appeared to have been, and his alarm quickly faded away, but when the flames disappeared, the red line had as well. Just as he thought to search for it, he heard thunder ring out in front of him. The huge sword was cleaving down towards him. Additionally, the flood dragons had moved above the night fiend at an unknown time. With a command, the black-robed woman had them swing their heads with a gaping mouth, releasing a dense barrage of wind blades. The night fiend immediately abandoned any thought of pursuit and hung the evil moon mirror on his chest. He then solemnly reached out to the incoming sword, summoning 2 fists of ghost fiend threads. They were each 3 meters large and moved to block the weapon. Of course, it wasn't that he couldn't move but that he wished to test the sword's strength. Meanwhile, his wings grew twice in size and formed into a silver screen above his head, easily repelling the blades of winds. The fists and the sword collided, resulting in 2 explosions. The sword had cleaved through one of the fists with great strength, but it was clearly weakened from the strike and was blocked by the second fist. But just as the sword collided with the second fist, the red line made a sudden appearance, positioned to strike at the Night Fiend's chest. No! The monster's heart trembled and he hastily moved his hand forward, but was too late. In a blur, the needle pierced through the evil moon mirror, causing it to shatter in a flare of black, but he was able to quickly catch the needle afterwards. You dare destroy my mirror? The Night Fiend's body trembled and his face twisted with rage. The needle he held in his hand was set aflame and burning red as hot iron, though he completely ignored it. Han Li's purpose in destroying the mirror was quite simple. Because it was troublesome when paired with the strange bewitchment techniques, he decided to eliminate it altogether. Han Li felt somewhat baffled by the rage it displayed, but he wasn't about to cease his attacks. With an incantation gesture, the dimmed giant sword split apart. Nearly 200 sword lights immediately created a huge net and swept down at the Night Fiend without mercy. If it dared to use his wings to block the strike, the swords would split the Night Fiend to pieces as they were reinforced with auric essence. As for the snow crystal pearl, it spun in the air, releasing several fist-sized fireballs that floated down towards the Night Fiend. But no matter how enraged it may be, he wasn't about to be fooled into receiving Han Li's attacks. With a flap of his wings, he moved elsewhere and glared at him with fury, his silver eyes turning blood-red. With pure hatred, the Night Fiend uttered, "I hadn't intended on wasting strength and wanted to only use illusions to deal with you lot, but no more. I will personally extract your soul and take my time savoring it." His body blurred once more before appearing above the corpse wolf's head. He then wordlessly stepped on it and fanned his wings, producing a layer of yellow light afterwards. He sank into the ground and brought the wolf with him. Earth movement. Han Li immediately frowned and pointed to his magic tools, recalling them. The ground began to tremble and the entire spell formation around them shook. It began to glow with yellow light and release black chi, followed by the painful and blood-wrenching howl of the silver-winged Night Fiend. The black-robed woman's expression wavered and looked at Han Li before turning her gaze to the spell formation below. With some hesitation, she bit her lip and headed in the direction of the cocoons. Along the way, she raised her hand and released a shear-shaped magic treasure towards them. It glowed with radiant light. The black-robed woman released a pair of shears in a streak of golden light, clearly intending on freeing Old Man Fu from the cocoon of ghost fiend threads. Han Li looked on with a frown. He would be able to save them, but they were too far away. Bang! When the shears approached, a green silhouette emerged from the ground and arrived in front of the cocoons in a blur. Then, it swiped at the air with a red hand and released several claw streaks towards the shears, blocking its path. When they saw this, they had believed it was the silver-winged Night Fiend. But when light faded away, they were thoroughly shocked. The green silhouette had a wolf head, a human body, and scarlet eyes. It was the giant corpse wolf from before, but it had taken human form through some unknown method. Now it was glaring at the black-robed woman with clear malice. But what Han Li noticed in particular was that the Umbra-ine horse had disappeared. Could it be underground, or conceal itself elsewhere? As these thoughts ran through his mind, blue light flickered from his eyes and he looked downward. His face twisted with alarm and he hurriedly shouted, "Behind you!" Then, he flicked his fingers, releasing an azure sword streak in the direction of the black-robed woman. When she heard him, she felt her heart tremble and instantly reacted, pointing to the small azure shield in front of her. It arrived behind her in a blur and she concentrated all of her magic power into the dermic wheel floating above. Radiance shined from it, strengthening her protective barriers with its 7-colored light. Just as she strengthened her defenses, a golden silhouette flashed close behind her. It was the silver-winged Night Fiend. He had underwent a massive transformation. He no longer had any of his green fur and was instead covered in faint golden scales. As for his silver wings, they now glowed with azure and white light. Even his stark silver eyes also had faintly golden irises. But what was most astonishing of all was that he no longer emitted any corpse chi from his body. Rather, he appeared to lack any chi at all, as if he were a spiritless existence. As soon as the night fiend appeared, he raised his arm and it surged several times in size. His pitch-black claws flared with golden light before swiping at her. But the small azure shield had rushed behind her as well. As soon as it appeared, the shield wildly grew several times in size and brilliantly glowed in a display of fortitude. The night fiend, however, paid this no heed. With his golden glowing arm, the claw passed through as if it didn't exist and moved onto the woman's protective barrier. Then, the clear sound of an explosion sounded out. The glowing claws trembled for a moment before tearing through the protective barrier. Following the sounds of tearing flesh, the claw tore into the woman's chest and destroyed her heart before penetrating the entire way through. Han Li's heart sank at the sight. As soon as the corpse had approached her, disaster was unavoidable. It was only then that his azure sword chi had arrived from the distance. But with a simple wave of Night Fiend's wings, the light easily absorbed the sword chi. However, Han Li's actions hadn't been in vain. The strike had given the woman an opportunity to save herself. Red light flashed from the crown of her head, followed by the appearance of her nascent soul holding onto an inch-large sword. As soon as it appeared, it instantaneously moved over 30 meters away in a flash. Terror struck its face. After teleporting several more times, it managed to make a clean escape. The silver-winged night fiend sinisterly grinned and flung away the woman's corpse before disappearing again. Then, a faint silhouette appeared at the nascent soul's side and spat out a net of gray threads, capturing the nascent soul just as it attempted to teleport once more. "Please, save me." Her nascent soul loudly cried and attempted to use her sword to cut through the net. But without a body, she was without strength, and her strike was repelled. The night fiend didn't give the woman another opportunity. He reached out to the nascent soul and a gray hand appeared, grabbing her out of the net. Then in a flash, a foot-long gray cocoon took shape and floated in the air. When the night fiend's figure became fully visible, he turned his eyes from the cocoon to Han Li and let out a chilling laugh. "I thought you would have tried to save her, but it seems you're not as selfless as I thought." With a calm expression, Han Li indifferent said, "I would have saved her if I could, but wouldn't that just put me into your trap? You can put that huge net away now." "Huh, so it wasn't a coincidence you were able to see through my illusions," the night fiend uttered with some surprise. A huge gray net appeared 30 meters above him. It was unknown what sort of technique he had used to wonderfully conceal it. If it weren't for Han Li's well-developed bright-sight spirit eyes, he wouldn't have been able to see through such a sinister trap. But even if he hadn't detected the net, he still likely wouldn't have taken action. The new form of the silver-winged night fiend was truly weird. His wind movement techniques were far more powerful, as if he had reached the stage of obscuring wind flow. If it weren't for the spirit eyes, he wouldn't have been able to detect any trace of him. Additionally, his recent strike was able to easily penetrate the black-robed woman's defenses, a display that left him stunned. The demon coldly snorted and raised his hand, beckoning to the corpse wolf. It immediately flew over and arrived at the night fiend's side in the blink of an eye. It then maliciously glared at Han Li. However, a howl sounded out from beneath and the weeping soul beast pounded its chest in a display of might. In their last battle, the weeping soul beast had remained still as per Han Li's orders. It was only able to observe the battle and felt stifled at its inactivity. Now that the corpse wolf arrived, it bared its might without reservation. The wolf instantly revealed an expression of terror and cowered in the face of the weeping soul beast's stare. When the silver-winged night fiend saw this, he sullenly spat out a gray pearl. He then flung it into the corpse wolf's mouth. After it swallowed the pill, its body began to emit gray corpse chi and its fear was suppressed. Han Li used this opportunity to observe the black-robed woman's azure shield. Now masterless, the shield floated in the air, its dim surface as smooth as ever. He frowned at the sight and turned his attention to the faint gold scales on the night fiend's body. His expression suddenly stirred as something came to mind. Then, the silver-winged night fiend raised his head to the sky and let out a long screech. His body blurred and disappeared into wind. The corpse wolf let out a snarl as well and spat a stream of corpse flame at the weeping soul beast down below. It snorted out a cloud of yellow light without another thought. The wolf blurred and began to circle around the weeping soul beast with multiple copies of itself, not daring to touch the mist. Additionally, while far more nimble due to its smaller size, but the wolf didn't dare to rashly approach the weeping soul beast. The weeping soul beast had snorted out more light, cleverly turning the yellow mist into a protective barrier around itself, then sweeping its large fists around in a wild fury. Given the giant form of the weeping soul beast, its fists covered a large area and possessed great strength. If struck, the damage to the wolf would be quite severe. For a time, the two beasts found themselves in a deadlock. Meanwhile, the silver-winged night fiend and Han Li were intermittently blurring across the air. Arcs of lightning twisted from Han Li's back and thunder roared without end as he shifted location without pattern. In one moment, he was west before arriving at the eastmost corner. In another, he was at the very top before arriving only 10 meters above the ground. As for the silver-winged night fiend, he was using an unknown technique to become nearly incorporeal. He was able to relentlessly pursue Han Li's lightning movements. Soon, Han Li found the affair difficult to manage. The night fiend's wind movement technique was far swifter than his own, and as time passed by, the gap between them was only shrinking. As of current, the night fiend was arriving as soon as he departed. When Han Li's figure blurred once more, he didn't immediately set off. Instead, he pointed to the snow crystal pearl in front of him and had it spin, immediately releasing a sea of purple flames around him. Then, he had his tens of small golden swords erupt, creating a barrier of sword light over 30 meters wide around him. With all this arranged, he looked at a place 20 meters away, and the air warped, followed by the appearance of a faint silhouette. The purple flames and golden sword light then surrounded the night fiend. Han Li raised his hand and thunder boomed. A dense bolt of lightning coiled around his arm, becoming like a python of lightning. The night fiend felt alarmed as soon he realized what was happening, and the scales around his body blazed with golden light. Soon after, a dazzling barrier of gold appeared around him. For a time, deafening explosions sounded out as sword lights, purple flames, and lightning erupted in a blinding display, completely submerging the night fiend's golden barrier in their attacks. Leaving thunder in his wake, Han Li flickered over 60 meters away. When he reappeared, he looked in the direction of the dazzling eruptions with a solemn expression. With his bright sight spirit eyes, he was able to clearly see what was happening through the blinding display. The bamboo cloud's warm swords should have been incredibly sharp considering they were tempered with auric essence. But when they struck the silver-winged night fiend's golden barrier, they were easily repelled. It almost felt as if the swords were being deflected before they could even strike. As for the python formed from divine devilbane lightning, it simply shook the barrier with its attacks, but it didn't appear to cause any damage. The purple flames, on the other hand, with a cold glint flashing from his eye, he saw that a huge chunk of faintly purple ice had covered the golden light barrier and was slowly freezing it over. The silver-winged night fiend was still safe within the light barrier, but there was clear astonishment on his face. He hadn't expected the purple flames to be this potent. But since the ice was freezing the barrier rather than himself, it was an easy matter to escape it. The silver-winged night fiend pressed his hands against the golden barrier and had it shine with countless rays before creating a slender hole in the ice. The entirety of the purple ice then slowly began to break apart. Han Li's heart trembled. With a wave of his hand, he had all of his flying swords returned to revolve around him. Soon, the night fiend blurred and reappeared outside the scope of the purple ice. He looked at Han Li with a gaze that could almost kill and raised his hand, summoning a ball of gold in a flash. Han Li then finally spoke. I am now certain that apart from earth and wind movement, you are also capable of metal attribute techniques. Sparsely few cultivators are capable of them. Legend has it that gold-clad lunar corpses are the only refined corpses capable of these techniques. Could it be you've already begun to evolve? With that said, Han Li took a long gaze at the faintly golden scales on the night fiend's body. The night fiend was somewhat surprised by Han Li's question, but he soon snorted and maliciously grinned. I begun my evolution 10,000 years ago. If all of you had fought me together at the start, you might have had a chance. But now you are alone. A single tree standing against a storm. The silver-winged night fiend lightly waved his wings and were shed of their disguise, revealing a faintly golden color. An astonishing heavenly chi then erupted, shaking even the light barrier that trapped them. Han Li narrowed his eyes at the sensation. This spiritual chi was even stronger than what he experienced from late-nascent soul cultivators. Even the 3 grand cultivators of the heavenly south couldn't compare. The only ones close to this pressure would be the 2 elder devils he encountered in Devilfall Valley. Inwardly shocked, Han Li maintained a calm expression and probingly said, "Even if you've begun to evolve, you are trapped in this skyless place. No matter how long you cultivate, your evolution will not be completed without Moon-in essence. At most, you can only display a superficial level of metal attribute techniques. Unless you encounter magic tools and treasures refined with metal-attributed materials, you won't be able to employ them." With that said, Han Li thought of the black-robed woman's shield and his own flying swords. He felt that this would be quite troublesome, as magic tools and treasures of this age would almost always be refined with some sort of metal. Hee. Is that so? I'll have to properly educate you on the matter. The silver-winged night fiend brought the conversation to a close and held out his hand, summoning a ball of blinding golden light. Then, he raised his other hand into the air and released beams of gray light to the dried corpses chained to the stone pillars. In the blink of an eye, the beams entered the many corpses without a trace. Han Li wasn't able to stop this, and his heart sank, knowing that matters were far from good. The chains all fell to the ground with reverberating clings. The freed dried corpses all opened their dark green eyes before taking several unsteady steps towards Han Li. When the corpses came to a stop, they all stared at Han Li without emotion. Standing in place with arrogant bearing, the night fiend imposingly said, "These incarnations were refined with baleful corpse chi. You have no chance of winning. If you obediently hand over your life, I might spare you the pain of having your soul refined." Han Li looked at the dried corpses all around him in silence before eventually letting out a long sigh. "I truly didn't expect that there would be an opportunity to use this treasure. I don't know if you were just unlucky, or if I am." With that muttered, Han Li slapped a particularly exquisite storage pouch that hung from his waist. Wind blew, followed by a fist-sized ball of light flying around him before falling into his hand. The triflame fan was made of feathers, several inches large, and colored gold, silver, and red. Talisman markings and spirit patterns densely covered its surface in multiple layers, resulting in intermittent fluctuations in the color of its spiritual aura. Whenever multiples of these many markings appeared simultaneously, it made for an entrancing sight. At that moment, the silver-winged night fiend had already finished casting his technique and rushed to be the first to attack. With a shout, he launched the ball of light from his hand into the air. As it spun, it released golden rays in every direction. When these rays of light emerged, they immediately took the form of needles, circling once around the ball before rushing towards the crown of Han Li's head. Golden light filled the air and struck down at Han Li like falling rain. However, Han Li made no attempt to dodge. As for the dried corpses, they simultaneously raised their hands and gathered together countless ghost fiend threads, weaving together near the ground. In the blink of an eye, a huge net suddenly appeared below him and moved to trap him. Such a large net contained an astonishing amount of baleful chi. Ordinary cultivators would lose control of their magic power and bodies from the sheer proximity to such great baleful chi. But since Han Li's body was previously afflicted with baleful chi and tempered with the bright jade arts, it hadn't affected him in the slightest. Regardless, the net closed on him with such great momentum that even Han Li was surprised. Then, his expression turned grim and he clasped his hands together, expanding the triflame fan to the size of a meter in a flash. Holding the fan with a single hand, Han Li concentrated the entirety of his body's magic power into it and firmly waved it. What followed left him in complete astonishment. He sensed the fan absorb most of his body's magic power in an instant, nearly causing him to throw it away in fear. Fortunately, The fan eventually ceased absorbing his magic power and let out a phoenix's cry. The fan trembled and a tricolored flame surged out, condensing into a meter-wide phoenix with feathers of gold, silver, and red. This strange scene left Han Li at a loss. He originally thought to wave the fan once more at the golden needles, but his current magic power was quite lacking. Instead, his flying swords flared with golden light and quickly fluttered in the air, creating the image of a blooming lotus around him. Not stopping there, he spat a mouthful of blood essence on the snow crystal pearl above him. It violently trembled before releasing a deep purple flame. Under the control of a spell seal, the deep flames nimbly formed a circle around him, crackling as temperatures suddenly dropped. The flames dispersed to suddenly form a 30-meter-tall wall of ice. It glowed with purple light and surrounded him. At that moment, the countless golden needles struck the ice wall. Upon impact, gold and purple light flared together, with each impact letting out a clear ring. Specks of golden light lit the wall, and holes that were several inches deep riddled it, but continued to hold firm against the repeated waves of assault. While the wall was only 3 meters thick, the damage had already shredded a foot, much to Han Li's concern. Although Han Li didn't know it, the Night Fiend was quite astonished as well. Although his golden needles were refined with metal attribute spiritual qi, they weren't created from replenishable materials. They were slowly refined from a chunk of unknown metal he had found long ago. After being tempered for several thousands of years in corpse flames, their might was quite significant. They were much more penetrating than other needle-type magic treasures. Now that his overwhelming attack was being effectively resisted, he was dumbstruck. Not long ago, he had managed to break a piece of purple ice with his golden light. Of course, the silver-winged Night Fiend couldn't have known that the flames Han Li had summoned with his blood essence weren't ordinary purple apex flames. Rather, it was a thread of ice flame essence he had purified with the assistance of the snow crystal pearl after he took the snow soul pills. As the coldness of these flames couldn't be compared to his ordinary purple apex flames, they also required significant magic power to control, but under the circumstances, Han Li had to resort to blood essence. Then, the tricolored phoenix struck the huge gray net underneath him. The huge net flashed and released a myriad of gray threads of Capture the Phoenix, instantly covering it from view in a dense volley. Upon seeing the incoming attack, the phoenix let out a melodic cry and circled once in the air, leaving mysterious halos of light around it. Then, tricolored light continuously glowed from within the halos, bursting with profound, colorful talisman characters in a gorgeous display. When the ghost fiend threads entered the halos, an inconceivable event resulted. Within the tricolored phoenix's halos of light, the vast barrage of ghost fiend threads trembled before evaporating into wisps of gray smoke. At that moment, the tricolored phoenix began to launch its true attacks and expanded its wings before turning into a huge fireball. The halos of light around it pulsed for a moment and suddenly surged in size all around it. A wheel of gold, red, and silver light took form within the giant surrounding net of ghost fiend threads. Talisman characters of various sizes roamed around it, each one incredibly profound and awe-inspiring. This gorgeous scene captured Han Li's and the silver-winged Night Fiend's attention. Under the glow of colorful radiance, the giant wheel of light disappeared in a pulse. Soon after, the 100-meter-wide net of ghost fiend threads had disappeared as well. The silver-winged Night Fiend unconsciously fanned his wings with a blank expression of disbelief. That giant net consisted of nearly all the baleful corpse chi he had ever cultivated. Now, he only had barely enough to control his corpse incarnations, and they were no longer capable of any significant attacks. A single wave of a fan had decimated countless years of dedicated cultivation. Given its immense power, if he were trapped in that tricolored wheel of light, his death would be certain. The wheel of light's flames strangely also made no changes in temperature. It operated underneath otherworldly laws, accessing cosmic power that should only belong to deity transformation cultivators. Although he had never encountered cultivators on the same level as a true gold-clad lunar corpse, he had experienced countless years in this world. The recent strike contained a very slight amount of cosmic power, but it was enough to inspire fear in the silver-winged night fiend. What treasure is in his hand, and how can it be so fearsome? Given his cultivation, if he had a suitable top-grade treasures on hand, he wouldn't be completely at this attack's mercy. But ever since he gained awareness, he has been trapped in the spell formation and never had the opportunity to refine such a treasure. Were it not for the cultivators that entered the cave, he wouldn't have been able to turn them into corpse fiend incarnations, and his actions would have been incredibly restricted. Although he acquired a large assortment of treasures from the cultivators he killed, there were none that caught his eye apart from the evil moon mirror. With only one treasure being of acceptable quality, he had invested great time and effort into it, resulting in many exclusive abilities requiring it. As such, Han Li's destruction of the mirror that thrown the Night Fiend into a rampage. As of current, the endless strikes from the golden needles had destroyed nearly half of Han Li's ice wall. Under these circumstances, only one thing came to Han Li's mind. He summoned a small bottle from a slap of his storage pouch, and he poured a drop of myriad-year spirit milk into his mouth. With abundant magic power flowing through his meridians, Han Li put the bottle away and coldly glared at the distant Night Fiend. He tightly grasped the fan once more and spun it in his hand. Radiant light blossomed from the fan and shining talisman characters began to flicker. This time, Han Li planned on exterminating him. Fortunately, the silver-winged Night Fiend was restrained to this area and couldn't escape. No matter how powerful the attack, it wouldn't have mattered if it didn't land. The Night Fiend's expression betrayed horror. Given the scope of the fan's recent attack and the limited area within the light barrier surrounding them, he had no choice but to resist the attack. Cursing in his mind, the Night Fiend gritted his teeth and pointed to the golden ball of light floating in the sky. It immediately stopped releasing rays of light and shot into his body with a crackle. A layer of sparkling golden light then emerged around his body. In that same moment, his mouth spat out a cloud of black corpse chi that strangely twinkled with an inky light, and soon merged with his golden light barrier. When Han Li saw this, he coldly chuckled and began to pour the entirety of his body's magic power into Fan. But suddenly, the spell formation beneath them began to violently tremble. The entire light barrier fluctuated before disappearing in a brief flash of gray. This sudden surprise forced Han Li to pause. Before he realized what had happened, the earth around the spell formation began to break and release blinding light from underneath. There were nearly 100 spirit stones embedded in the ground, and those began to fuse with the original formation to create an entirely new one. Han Li recognized what had appeared after just a moment. A huge teleportation formation was activating. This caused his heart to sink. Who knew where this could take him? He flusteredly put away his wall of ice and thunder rang out, immediately moving to escape from the range of teleportation. But Han Li was clearly too late. The formation suddenly began to drone and blinding white light covered hundreds of meters out, starting at the center of the spell formation. When the light faded away, there was nothing left behind. Han Li, the silver-winged Night Fiend, and the other cultivators had completely disappeared. No one could have known that this also happened in 3 other rarely known places in the Great Gene, all trapping unknown and dangerous monsters. The high-grade cultivators of the Yi clan were all gathered above a small lake in Nanjiang, currently in a fluster. The square-faced, middle-aged cultivator had grabbed the clothes of an aging old man. With an ashen complexion, he shouted, "What's going on? Wasn't the spell formations we placed supposed to conceal the spectacle of the seal's destruction? Is there something wrong with them, or did they just not activate? All cultivators within several thousands kilometers will be able to see what is happening. Countless cultivators will gather here, and it will result in the extermination of our entire clan." Behind him, the other Yi clan cultivators were looking particularly grim. At the heart of the small lake, there was a 100-meter-wide white pillar shooting up to the sky as far as the eye could see. There were 6 other various-colored lights surrounding it. The white-haired old man, the spell formation grandmaster responsible for dissolving the seal, felt panicked and said, I don't know. I clearly examined the concealment formations yesterday and commanded my disciples to activate it this morning. Second brother, release nephew Long. He had put meticulous effort into dissolving the seal. Quickly, activate the concealment spell formations if they are dormant. If there are any mistakes, immediately correct them. If we can repair the issues soon, at worst we can resolve this problem by killing all the cultivators in the surrounding 1,000 kilometers. The one who spoke was a Confucian scholar in his 30s. He had white robes and flawless skin, but his words were completely ruthless. As soon as that was said, the square-faced cultivator immediately let go of the old man. Then, the Confucian scholar pointed to the other Yi clan elders, and they bowed, following his orders. Yes, Grand Elder. They promptly departed. With the orders given, the scholar turned to the white-haired old man and asked, "The concealment spell formations have gone awry, but what about the seal destruction?" The scholar's emotionless voice caused the old man to tremble. He replied with a respectful tone, "Grand Elder, there should be no problems. The seal on Kunwu Mountain has already begun to crack and is only growing weaker. In about a year's time, the entire seal should disappear." The young scholar indifferently said, "Yes, that will do. Immediately gather together the lower-grade disciples and prepare to depart. Conceal yourself where we planned. If anybody dares to show themselves in that year, they will be subject to the clan's punishments." The old man's heart trembled once more upon hearing this, and he quickly acknowledged the order. Then he dropped down to the ground and went out of sight. The other cultivators had regained their calm at this point and were calmly floating in the air. The location of the concealment spell formations wasn't far away, and given the speed of the nascent soul cultivators, it only took a short moment before they returned. One of the Yi clan elders that went to investigate had returned with expressions of furious alarm. "Grand Elder, the concealment formations have all been destroyed, and the disciples that managed them have disappeared without a trace." When this was said, the scholar's expression sank and a cold glint flashed from his eyes. When the other cultivators heard this, they were thrown into panic. Not long after, the others returned from examining the concealment formations, and they all found the same result. The formations were annihilated and the disciples in charge had disappeared. With this, all those present felt that there was something greatly amiss, and they fell silent. The scholar bitterly laughed and said, "There are no other cultivators within 50 kilometers, and it is too timely an occurrence for someone to break our concealment while we are dissolving the seal. It seems this is the doing of one of us." "One of us? How is that possible? There are only Yi clan members here. What is going on?" "No, there is someone that doesn't truly belong to our clan." After some discussion, it was obvious who came to mind. A majority of the cultivators all turned to look at a single person. He had a common appearance and a calm face. He was the disguised Elder Devil. The Yi clan Grand Elder said, "Elder Han is someone that I personally invited, and he has always remained at Seventh Uncle's side." "That's right," the large-headed eccentric said. "Fellow Taoist Han has always stayed close." When the other cultivators heard this, their suspicions were dispelled. Then, the scholar turned to the square-faced cultivator and said, "Second brother, can you check the bottom of the lake and see if there is anyone missing apart from the disciples that have disappeared?" "Yes," the square-faced man readily agreed. Afterwards, he flew deep underwater in a radiant streak. The scholar solemnly said, "Clan elders, let's all make our preparations. Although an astonishing change had occurred and we can no longer conceal this matter, there will be no threats to us during this short time. Nanjiang has no extremely powerful sects, and it will require at least half a month for those who could contend with us to arrive. We may not know what lies in Kunwu Mountain, but we will need to excavate its hidden treasures as soon as possible. The two divine spirit treasures in particular must be acquired first, or we will not have the power to defend ourselves against the coming storm. Those parasites have been plotting against us for thousands of years, and will exterminate our clan given the opportunity. Failure is not an option." The others felt their hearts tremble at his words and replied in sync, "As you command, Grand Elder." Soon, the square-faced cultivator, the Grand Elder, and the old formation Grandmaster were gathered above the lake. "Third brother, there are 2 spell formation masters missing, the nephews of old 5th and 12th. Could it be they betrayed us?" The square-faced cultivator sullenly spoke. The scholar snorted. It is more likely they were killed and had their souls scoured. When did they go missing? With a face lined in cold sweat, the white-haired old man answered. About 2 days ago, Grand Elder. They were in charge of the spell formations farthest away, so their disappearance hadn't raised any suspicions. We only discovered they were missing after the disciples had gathered. The scholar coldly replied, It seems the problem stemmed from those two, but what happened to them is no longer important. When we enter Kunwu Mountain, we will have all our disciples and spell formation masters depart. Have we verified the location of the seal's opening? Yes, it is 10 kilometers north and 3 kilometers deep. The opening itself should be 100 meters wide. Lead the way, we set off now. The scholar spoke without hesitation. Yes, Grand Elder. The white-haired old man bowed. The party of 9 was led north and soon arrived above a verdant jungle. The white-haired old man swept his gaze down below before summoning a silver plate with a flip of his hand. After muttering an incantation, the old man struck it with a spell seal, causing its surface to glow with argent light and talisman characters. It's here. The old man looked at the spell plate for a moment before confirming its location. Good. The scholar then turned to the old Taoist nun and said, Ninth sister, release your spirit beast. We're descending. The nun uttered a brief acknowledgement and slapped a spirit beast pouch by her waist. A yellow light shot out from it and expanded to reveal a 30-meter-long, 1,000-legged centipede. Green chi leaked from its mouth in a rather sinister fashion. Apart from the white-clothed old man, all the Yi clan cultivators flew onto the centipede's back. The nun shouted out a command and a layer of yellow light surrounded the centipede's body, covering all of the cultivators that sat on it. Then it dug straight down, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The old man floated above around for a moment. After seeing no sign that the Yi clan cultivators would return, he let out a long sigh and flew back. Meanwhile, in the sky 100 kilometers away, there were several blue-robed cultivators wearing red headbands. They were looking at the pillars of light in the distance and exchanged looks of dismay. A 20-year-old youth amongst them asked, What could possibly cause such an astonishing scene? The tan, middle-aged cultivator in charge spoke with a grim expression. It certainly isn't ordinary. Junior Marshal Brother Yu, quickly report back to the sect. I will bring the rest of the disciples to take a look. When he heard this, he flew off on his magic tool. The others then traveled towards the light. In place further away, there were over 100 variously dressed cultivators gathered together on a tall mountain. They all possessed lesser cultivation, with a majority of them at chi condensation stage. Although their cultivation was low, they clearly saw the pillars of light in the distance. They all stood up and gazed in the direction of the light. Underneath a desolate mountain, there stood a plump old man at a half-open stone gate. He was looking at the pillars of light in the distance with a pensive expression. The exposed pillars continued to attract flocks of cultivators from all backgrounds as time passed. Not long after, information of a grand treasure appearing in the world spread across Nanjiang at a shocking speed. Several days later, this news spread to the nearby regions, stirring the entirety of Nanjiang with activity. As this all happened, Han Li found himself standing at the center of a huge teleportation formation within a giant stalactite cave. He was gloomily looking beneath him, catching sight of the shattered rings that glowed with sparkling red light. They were the magic tools that were restraining the silver-winged Night Fiend. With those rings shattered, he had no idea where the Night Fiend could have gone. With that thought, he took a gander at his waist. There was a jade talisman that glowed luminescent. It had familiar markings. They belonged to a rarely seen teleportation talisman, one he last saw them in the scattered star seas. He frowned and flipped his hand to produce a glowing blue medallion, the greater teleportation medallion he acquired long ago. Fearing that he could be completely torn apart from the spatial pressure, he had summoned the medallion into his hand before the teleportation had finished. Of course, he couldn't have expected that just as the formation's light was about to absorb him, a similar talisman would suddenly appear at his waist. It was unknown if there was something odd about the formation itself, or if the creators had made peculiar arrangements. Regardless, this formation was quite different from current designs and was worth researching. As Han Li thought this, he reached for the talisman at his waist, but before he could even touch it, it shattered into specks of light. Han Li bitterly smiled after a brief moment of surprise. It was quite painstaking to refine a teleportation talisman, and it would only have enough spiritual power for a single use. It appears this applied to other teleportation talismans as well. As for the others, he looked nearby to find the weeping soul beast and the two suspended gray cocoons, also attached with now shattered jade talismans. As for the corpse wolf, it was dead, and the 10-meter-tall weeping soul beast was jumping on top of it and pounding its chest with excitement. Because of Han Li's immense spiritual sense, he was able to quickly recover from the dizziness of the teleportation and used the opportunity to lethally injure it with a bolt of divine devilbane lightning. Then, the weeping soul beast followed up with a snort of yellow mist, absorbing all of the corpse chi from the wolf's body and easily finished it off. The silver-winged night fiend, however, didn't seem to care. Neither did he had any intention of continuing the fight. He had finally gained his freedom, and decided to immediately use this opportunity to depart with the wind. Han Li had no intention of chasing after the silver-winged night fiend in this new place. Without the barrier trapping the night fiend, he wouldn't be able to easily slay it with the Triflame fan. Also, he turned to look at the weeping soul beast, who was now waving a white object in its hand, and smiled. Upon closer inspection, it was a small delicate horse with 2 green eyes and was half a foot tall. It was the Umbra-ine horse, the objective of their dangerous journey. Just as the teleportation began, it concealed itself once more on the corpse wolf's body. As a result, it was captured when the weeping soul beast had used its yellow mist to extract the corpse wolf's chi. If Han Li hadn't noticed and commanded the weeping soul beast to stop, the Umbra-ine horse might have been devoured. As for the 2 flying swords that the night fiend had captured, it paid them no mind after the teleportation, and Han Li was able to easily take them back. Unfortunately for the black-robed woman's nascent soul, the night fiend had swallowed it before escaping. The sole thing that left him gloomy was that his crystal flying needle had been captured by the silver-winged night fiend. Fortunately, the night fiend shouldn't be able to erase his spiritual marks in a short time. There could be an opportunity to seize it back. Having settled these thoughts, Han Li looked around him. It closely resembled the underground cavern they were in, but no winds were present and the air was filled with an abundant spiritual chi. It appeared this cave was located above a top-quality spirit vein. He then looked at the spell formation he was stepping on. From his knowledge and experience, he was able to tell that it was clearly a receiving spell formation. In other words, there was no way to return using the formation. Han Li frowned in thought for a moment before turning his attention to the huge cocoons. They contained strong pulses of spiritual chi, clearly indicating that Old Man Fu and Bai Yaoi were still alive. Han Li hesitated for a moment before waving at the weeping soul beast and summoning the Umbra-ine horse into his hand. Then, he placed it in a spirit beast pouch after sticking several restrictive talismans on it. With that done, Han Li raised his hand and released 2 dense bolts of golden lightning at the gray cocoons. An explosion sounded out as the lightning wrapped around the cocoons in a huge net. This battle between the lightning and the threads lasted for a time. Without the control of the silver-winged night fiend, the ghost fiend threads began to disperse layer after layer within the lightning. Eventually, the cocoons burst to reveal Old Man Fu and Bai Yaoi. The two had pale complexions and unsightly expressions. After spending so much time trapped by the ghost fiend threads, they were certain to have gone through excruciating pain, considering their magic power had been forcefully absorbed by the threads. Old Man Fu relaxed and saluted him. "Many thanks for your rescue, Brother Han." Bai Yaoi gave a bow and wryly smiled. "If it weren't for Brother Han's great abilities, I fear we would have all perished. Who could have known the Inyang Cave was home to a silver-winged night fiend? We weren't able to defend ourselves when that monster ambushed us. In the struggle, fellow Taoist Yuan lost his nascent soul and perished." Han Li faintly smiled when he heard their thanks. Although the two appeared grateful, Han Li noticed a trace of fear deep within their eyes. After all, the two were able to clearly sense the battle as they were trapped. Han Li not only had the power to contend against the silver-winged Night Fiend, but was even able to force him to flee. The two absolutely wouldn't stand a chance against him, and given the fact that they were teleported to some mysterious place where no one else was around, they couldn't help but feel greatly uneasy. If Han Li possessed malicious intentions, things wouldn't end well for them. Without any regard to this, Han Li tossed a spirit beast pouch to Old Man Fu. The Umbraine horse is in there. If you manage to produce extra pills, give me 2 of them. Is this acceptable? Old Man Fu's heart relaxed and he said, Of course. If I produce enough, they are yours. Bai Yaoi smiled. I also have no objections. I am quite ashamed to have entirely relied on your power. It is only natural for you to receive a higher share. Han Li then looked in the direction of the cave's exit and narrowed his eyes. Good. Fellow Taoists, you should rest here. I'll scout ahead and see how it looks outside. Brother Han, please go ahead. We could use the rest. Old Man Fu raised no objections. Bai Yaoi nodded and sat down cross-legged. Han Li smiled. An azure light glowed from his body before he streaked forward. At the same time, he fully released his spiritual sense in case the silver-winged Night Fiend was hiding anywhere nearby or if the 2 cultivators planned on sneaking away. His tracking markers on the 2 still had a few days before they expired. As Han Li was no saint, the thought of killing them for their treasures briefly appeared in his mind. However, he knew too little about the nascent nurturing pill. Even if he were able to acquire the formula for it, his odds of creating it weren't very high. The 2 had also given him a favorable impression, so he had no desire to kill them. As such, he had taken the initiative to release them after a moment of thought. When he left the main chamber, he found a flight of stairs that went up. He wasn't able to see where it ended. Strange, could it be they were deep underground? Feeling somewhat surprised, he flew directly up. Not long after, Han Li grew astonished. He had flown up the stairs for a while, but it still kept going. Although he had only flown for a short time, his speed was quite impressive. If it weren't for the fact that his spiritual sense was able to clearly see his surroundings, he would have suspected he had fallen into a restriction of some sort. How could a passage possibly be so long? Han Li had flown several kilometers before finally seeing the light at the end. When he flew out from the passage, his environment lit up and he found himself in a large paved area. The entire floor, which spanned over 3 kilometers, was made of stone bricks, and he could smell the sweet fragrance of plants. The spiritual chi was even more dense than down below at the teleportation formation. However, this all paled in comparison to what he saw when he swept his gaze forward. At the end of the paved area, there was a tall cliff face, and when he looked up, he only saw a mountain without end. There was also a tall mountain wall behind him. It appears that he was lying at their valley. Han Li looked to the sky for a long while only to find a few winding cliffs. Then, without another thought, and he took to the skies. After flying several kilometers, Han Li eventually flew out from the valley, revealing a sight he couldn't believe. Soon, he hastily shot forward and circled his surroundings before returning to his original place. The only word that came to Han Li's mind was big. Han Li had seen countless mountains over his lifetime, the largest of them being the Heavenly Star Island's sacred mountain. The huge mountain before him appeared to be a pillar reaching for the heavens, and what he saw alone could even be divided into 81 stories to house a vast number of cultivators to his lowest estimate. He was currently at the base of the huge mountain, and couldn't make an accurate comparison in size to the Heavenly Star Island's sacred mountain, though he could take a guess at which was larger. When he raised his head, he saw a deep turquoise sky without end. The valley he emerged from was nothing but an insignificant crack in the mountains. But what especially troubled Han Li and rendered him speechless was that the mountain had a huge restriction placed on top of it. When he looked to the outskirts, he saw a white light barrier appearing to cover the mountain in its entirety. Such a massive sight left Han Li in awe. This was definitely the doing of ancient cultivators. With some hesitation, he hastily flew over and arrived in front of it by the time it took to finish a cup of tea. He was nothing but a mere speck in comparison to the massive barrier. He examined it for a long while but flew back, unable to see precisely how thick it was. There is no point in testing its power, he thought, let alone a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Even a deity transformation cultivator wouldn't be able to destroy it with brute force. When Han Li looked back at the mountain, he couldn't help but notice the distinct lack of any sound. He couldn't even hear the birds chirping, as if the mountains had no life at all. This was quite odd with the fiercely abundant spiritual qi surrounding the mountain, giving Han Li a bizarre feeling. With a gloomy expression on his face, he returned to the valley and arrived back at the teleportation formation. When he returned to the cave, he found Old Man Fu and Bai Yaoi meditating. Han Li had no intention of bothering them. Rather, he paused momentarily before slapping his storage pouch, taking out a pile of formation flags and plates, and tossing them into the air. Multicolored light enveloped the entire cavern. It was a simple spell formation that had the effects of concealment and detection, allowing an early warning if anybody were to trespass. The other two turned a blind eye to Han Li's actions and remained still in place. Han Li smiled when he saw this and sat down cross-legged at a corner of the cave before joining them in meditation. Over the span of a day, Old Man Fu and Bai Yaoi gradually restored their magic power and arose shortly after. When the two stood up, Han Li's face stirred and he opened his eyes, asking, "Fellow Taoists, have you recovered your strength?" Bai Yaoi sweetly smiled and replied, "Many thanks for your protection, Brother Han. We have just about restored our magic power." Old Man Fu looked at the center of the huge teleportation formation and asked, "Has Brother Han already gone outside to see where we are?" Han Li calmly answered, "Yes, but I'm not sure. We are in the depths of a giant mountain and are surrounded by a gargantuan restriction." Old Man Fu's eyes lit up and he confidently said, "Since Brother Han is an overseas cultivator, he wouldn't be too familiar with the famous features of the mainland. I might be able to recognize where we are." Han Li chuckled and casually replied, "Oh, is that so? In that case, please ahead and take a look." When Bai Yaoi heard this, her eyes lit up. From Brother Han's tone, there seems to be something peculiar about the mountain. "Shall I take a look too?" Han Li nodded indifferently. As he possessed abilities far greater than the other two, it was only natural that he became their leader. As a result, they exchanged a glance before flying out from the cave in streaks. Han Li remained sitting down but flipped his hand to summon the tracking formation plate. When he looked at it, he could clearly see a white and a black dot. He narrowed his eyes and continued to watch in silence. Not long after, he raised his brow and put it away in a flash of light. Following that, light glowed from the stairs and the two cultivators made a return. However, the two now wore an unsightly expression. "Well, did you discover anything?" Han Li asked with a mysterious smile. Although he wasn't familiar with the Great Gene, he would know if there was a spiritual mountain as large as what he had seen. Old Man Fu wryly smiled. "Brother Han, now is not the time for jokes. I've never even heard of a mountain that large. We are no longer certain that we're in the Great Gene." With that said, his face revealed a trace of worry. Bai Yaoi tightly frowned. "That's right. If this huge mountain was located in the Great Gene, we definitely would have heard of it before." "Perhaps," Han Li calmly said. "Although I don't know much about the outside restriction or the circumstances surrounding the mountain, I am certain that this teleportation formation was something that was placed down by ancient cultivators. The formation could have been activated from the battle or even something else entirely. But that isn't important. For now, let's first refine the nascent cultivating pill and then proceed from there." Old Man Fu smiled after a moment of silence and said, "Brother Han's words are reasonable. The spiritual qi here is abundant, and there is no harm in staying a bit longer. Furthermore, we don't have anything to fear with Brother Han here. Maybe this is an opportunity?" Bai Yaoi was also looking forward to the nascent cultivator pill and nodded. "Brother Fu, your praise is too much." Han Li then changed his tone and said, "I'm not sure if you two have noticed, but the outside restrictions have greatly suppressed our spiritual sense, only allowing us to see a couple of kilometers out. I'm not sure how long it would take for us to search through this giant area." Bai Yaoi replied, It is also quite strange how there is no life on this mountain. This doesn't seem to be a place where we can rest easy. Old Man Fu dryly chuckled and said, regardless, the spiritual qi here is abundant, and will be greatly beneficial to refine the pills here. I'll go ahead and get started. The other two raised no objections, and they all placed down a spirit-gathering formation and several more protective restrictions before Old Man Fu began the refinement process. For the time being, Han Li and Bai Yaoi had remained in the cave and were standing on watch. After all, the nascent cultivating pill was an item greatly important to them, and they had to be prepared for anything strange happening in the mountain. Halfway up an enormous mountain, the group of Yi clan cultivators were gathered at a stone pavilion. Most of them were sitting cross-legged with their hands holding spirit stones. The Yi clan Grand Elder, the white-robed scholar, floated above and was looking at the stairs in front of him with indifference. They were constructed of pure white jade. At a distance, it looked as if it were the stairway to heaven. However, the white steps were nearly 20 meters wide, and as he looked up, he only saw the stairs ascend into a white mist with no end in sight. Soon, a light flashed from the horizon and streaked over before flying in the direction of the stairs. The scholar stirred and he turned to face the approaching light. It arrived before him in the blink of an eye and disappeared to reveal the eccentric with a large head, the Yi clan's seventh uncle. The eccentric solemnly said, "Young third, I've already followed the stairs several tens of kilometers and found a decorated archway. It appears to be the myriad cultivator gate from legend, but unless the restrictions sealing it are removed, there is no way to proceed." The scholar let out a sigh and said, "If that's true, then over 10,000 ancient cultivators must have lived on Kunwu Mountain in the past. We'll only be able to access their residences after we enter." The eccentric looked down to the cultivators resting in the pavilion and frowned. "However, the sealing restrictions are quite unordinary. We should work on dispelling it as soon as we can. We don't have the time to waste." The scholar helplessly said, "Of course, but the magic power of our elders are lacking as of current, and they will need time to rest. We can't split from them. Though we might be fine, this place can't be safe." The eccentric could only respond with a sigh. "That is so. I didn't expect that passing through the opening in the seal to Kunwu Mountain would prove so difficult. It is fortunate that we are all at nascent soul stage, or someone would have surely died." The scholar smiled and was about to say something else when his expression sank and he turned around. "What is it?" the eccentric asked with a puzzled tone. "There seems to be a sound coming in that direction," the scholar solemnly replied. "A sound." The eccentric circulated the magic power throughout his body and could faintly hear the snarls of a beast. It was feline-like and grew stronger as it went on. "What? Something is coming." A glacial light flashed from the eccentric's eyes, and he flipped his hand to summon an item flickering with silver light. The scholar looked into the distance with complete focus. Soon, a purple cloud appeared and was flying in their direction. In the blink of an eye, it arrived near them and stopped 300 meters away. The scholar and the eccentric could faintly see a black figure within the mist along with a pair of scarlet eyes. The eyes brimmed hostile fury. The eccentric's bearing sank and he raised his hand, releasing a silver streak from his hand. It disappeared from sight, but at that moment a pair of huge bird talons suddenly emerged from the purple mist. Following a bang, silver light flashed. A loud beastly snarl sounded out and the huge talons were rigidly grasping onto the object, an exquisite silver blade. It was several inches long and brilliant. However, the talons did drip with green blood, and the monster was howling with pain. With an ominous glint shining from its eyes, the purple mist suddenly faded away, leaving only two vicious demon eyes left in sight. But even they disappeared after a few blinks. Both the cultivator's air then quickly shifted. The monster was proficient in concealment techniques. Given how their spiritual senses were limited on the mountain, it would be greatly troublesome to fight it. The two exchanged a glance before casting their techniques. The eccentric spat out a yellow flying sword and circled once into the air before expanding to 3 meters long. Afterwards, swordlight flourished from it as it danced in the air and released several streaks of dazzling sword chi. surrounding a perimeter of 30 meters. With a cold snort, the scholar shook his sleeve and summoned a small green flag into his hand. He tossed it to the ground and a green chi rushed out from it, creating a fog that protected the Yi clan cultivators that were resting nearby. With 2 puffs, light flashed again 100 meters away from the stone pavilion and a purple mist made an appearance. A furious howl came from within. With 2 more angry roars, the mist scattered to reveal a 4-winged bird with a lion's head. It had a wingspan of 20 meters and purple light coiled around its body in a fearsome display. A lion hawk? The eccentric shouted out in alarm upon seeing the beast's true appearance. The scholar's expression changed and he shook his sleeve to release a red-black saber, fiercely chopping towards the beast. In an odd display, the feral beast revealed fear upon seeing the saber and gaped open its mouth to spit out rings of purple light towards it. A series of explosions erupted, and black-purple light shined as the flying saber cut through the dozen rings of light with unrelenting force. But with each destroyed ring, its light weakened. By the time the saber actually reached the beast, its light had greatly dimmed and was forcibly blocked by the few remaining rings. The beast rejoiced at the sight of this, and thought to employ more of its abilities to capture the saber. But then, the scholar spat out a mist of blood essence and grasped his hands in an incantation gesture and pointed at it. The blood essence instantly condensed crimson talisman characters before fading away from sight. Simultaneously, the flying saber erupted in a similar light and destroyed all of the remaining rings, arriving in front of the demon beast just as it was about to cleave through it. Alarmed, the beast quickly flapped its wings and shot backward, raising one of its claws to block the blow. Green blood splattered through the air. The flying saber was blocked for a time, but it also began to cleave halfway through. The demon beast suddenly raised its massive head and let out a world-shaking roar. This left them both dazed as if it shook the very heavens themselves. An unimaginable scene followed. Translucent golden ripples left the lion's mouth and flowed towards the saber, sending it cascading through the air as if struck by an immense force. The eccentric tried to assist the saber with his own yellow swordlights to little success. However, the further the ripples spread, the quicker they faded away. After releasing those golden ripples, the demon beast seemed to tire. It fiercely glared at the scholar and flapped its wings with a thunderous boom. Then its figure blurred before disappearing in a giant burst of lightning. In the following moment, it reappeared 100 meters away. However, it didn't dare to stop there, and flew off into the distance in a streak of purple, quickly leaving line of sight. When the eccentric saw this, he sighed and turned to look at the scholar who now had a pale complexion. He worryingly asked, "Young third, are you all right? It already consumes a large amount of magic power to control the black blood saber, but you even used blood essence to forcefully increase its might." The scholar sighed and shook his head. "I'm fine. I only lost a bit of vitality. That lion hawk was a famous bird of prey during ancient times. Its abilities should be even stronger than late nascent soul cultivators like us. If we hadn't driven it away, it would have turned incredibly dangerous. Now that we've injured it, it shouldn't come to easily bother us again." The eccentric appeared relieved to hear this. As an ancient bird of prey, its body should be incredibly hardy. If you hadn't used our clan's black blood saber, we hardly would have injured it. The scholar smiled and then turned his eyes to the green mist down below. The Yi clan cultivators had been startled by the monster's arrival, but they managed to calm down. He nodded at the sight of this and spoke a bit with the eccentric before heading down to the stone pavilion to rest. Underneath a huge mountain near Myriad Poison Valley, there were 5 white silhouettes standing in a row. They were facing 2 black-robed cultivators who were respectfully giving them a report. "There is a phenomenon in the sky?" A mysterious voice sounded out intermittently from around them in an entrancing fashion. One of the black-robed cultivators answered, "Yes, Grand Elder. There are 7 pillars of light directly shooting into the sky near a nameless lake in the Puyun prefecture. When did this happen? Did you discover what it is?" The master of the voice sounded interested. "It happened 4 days ago," one of the cultivators respectfully replied. One of our disciples acquired the information and immediately made a report. It is said that the pillars of light are above an incredibly large seal. Due to its size, we are unable to properly locate its position. Many of the sects in Nanjiang were alarmed by this sudden occurrence and have sent over nascent soul-grade cultivators to investigate. 7 pillars of light? I heard that leakage of spiritual light can be produced from a broken restriction. How interesting, I'll have to go personally. In any case, you said that the 9 Serenities sect's Elder Fu was discovered near here, but now there is no news of him. Were you mistaken? If you can't even find this person, then how are you supposed to find that fellow named Han? Near the end, this mysterious voice turned cold. The 2 black-robed cultivators were flustered by his words, and one of them hastily explained, "Please don't be angry, Grand Elder. We truly acquired information that Elder Wei was sighted heading in this direction. But he disappeared when he approached Myriad Poison Valley. There truly are traces of cultivator movements, but I've swept through all areas of the valley apart from the Yinyang Cave. I am sure there is no one in the valley, and don't tell me that he went into the Yinyang Cave. If he did enter, I would have known by now. Unless that old man planned on spending the rest of his life down there." After the mysterious voice said this, the black-robed cultivators muttered and found themselves at a loss of what to say, and cold sweat dripped from their faces. The mysterious voice then said, "I'll leave it be. It wasn't easy for you to search for this place to begin with. I'll give you some more time. Send people to survey the valley, and I'll go and take a trip to the Puyin Prefecture. Inform Elders Wu and Xiao that they will be accompanying me. It will be better with more people." "Yes, Grand Elder." The 2 black-robed cultivators felt a wave of relief and bowed. Then, the 5 white silhouettes took to the skies, merging in position as one before tearing through the air. There were a group of cultivators that crossed the border into the Puyin Prefecture, approaching the small lake. There were over 20 of them, each wearing blue robes and red headscarves. The 4 at the very front possessed nascent soul cultivation. In particular, the middle-aged cultivator with jade lines on his face was at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage. His body possessed an icy-cold aura, giving others a feeling of great danger. An old man at early nascent soul stage worriedly asked, "Senior Martial Brother Hua, are we truly going to muster a large number of forces? We've brought a majority of our disciples with us. If there are any mishaps, our strength will greatly suffer." The middle-aged cultivator replied, "If a grand treasure is descending into this world, there won't be much trouble, but it is very likely this is the legendary Kunwu Mountain. We must take the risk to acquire the mountain's secret treasures." Kunwu Mountain? The spiritual mountain that our sect founder had always searched for. A different gray-haired old man gasped with alarm. Light flashed from the green marks on the middle-aged cultivator's face. "That's right. I've said it once before when you all ascended to nascent soul stage. During times of antiquity, it was one of the legendary spiritual mountains of the mortal realm. But for some unknown reason, the ancient cultivators used their great abilities to seal it away. However, the mountain's secret treasures are sure to be many. Our sect's founder was, in fact, a descendant of an ancient cultivator that helped seal the mountain. He was certain it was sealed somewhere in Nanjiang but knew little else. I reckon he established this sect in Nanjiang to search for the mountain's whereabouts, but his efforts were in vain. This was a secret that had been passed down throughout the successive generations of sect elders. The 3rd old man, one with thick eyebrows, puzzlingly asked, "Why is Senior Martial Brother Hua certain that the pillars of light are an omen of Kunwu Mountain's appearance?" The middle-aged man chuckled. "Our founder left behind a spirit-detecting pearl that his ancestor once possessed. It was specifically made to detect the flying immortal stone on the mountain. Now that it has appeared, the pearl has reacted. Several days ago, it had begun to ring inside the founder's hall. Even without the pillars of light in the sky, I would have dispatched all of our disciples anyways. So it was like that." The 3 old nascent soul cultivators wore expressions of understanding and soon excitement. The gray-haired old man sighed and said, "It is a pity that Senior Martial Brother Yuan wasn't at the sect. With all of us, this matter would be much safer. Junior Martial Brother Yuan left on rather secretive business, and we neither know where he is, nor have any way to contact him. However, I've given orders to the disciples that remain to have him immediately join us upon his return. For now, we need to take advantage of this opportunity to enter the mountain first and seize a majority of its treasures. And we still don't know if the seal on the mountain had broke on its own, or if it was the doing of other cultivators. If it was the latter, we'll have to be particularly careful. With that said, the middle-aged cultivator's expression turned grave. The cultivators of the sacred poison sect couldn't have possibly known that their junior martial brother Yuan had perished at the hands of the silver-winged night fiend. After they chatted for a moment more, they made haste to quickly hurry on their way. The sooner they arrived, after all, the better. Above a small lake in the Puyun province, there were already several hundreds of various cultivators gathered. Many of them were flying about in the sky, searching around the 7 pillars of light. There were a few cultivators skilled in earth movement techniques that occasionally burrowed into the ground and excitedly spoke with a few of their companions standing on the surface. It was clear that these people had already discovered the huge seal underneath. As for the opening the Yi clan forcefully split open, they had yet to find it. But even so, all of the cultivators in the area were extremely excited and sent voice transmission talismans to each of their own clans and sects. There were even those that flew throughout the night to report the matter in person. Currently, a majority of the cultivators present were at foundation establishment stage, with sparsely few chi condensation and core formation cultivators amongst them. Most of them were also vagrants that had unintentionally discovered the pillars of light and rushed over, but a few of them were scouts sent by various powers to investigate. There were currently no nascent soul cultivators. This was no surprise. The small lake originally belonged to a desolate area with nothing of note nearby. With no large clans or sect present, there was no reason for a nascent soul cultivator to be there. Even the sacred poison sect, who immediately rushed over at first news of this event, was still 2 days away. However, when it was discovered that there was a giant seal underground, the more experienced vagrant cultivators all made the decision to wisely depart despite their reluctance. While the seal may reap amazing profits, but the ensuing battle of high-grade cultivators that would ensue over them wasn't something they could participate in. If they continued to stay and the area became a battleground for high-grade cultivators, it would end in disaster. Of course, there were many younger, more spirited low-grade cultivators rather unwilling to depart. Not only did they want to see what laid beneath, they also had a small hope of being lucky. Their cultivation wasn't high, but if the opportunity arose, they could achieve grand rewards. It was a gamble they were willing to take. As such, all sorts of characters gathered there, carrying their own designs and thoughts. In the cave at the heart of a giant mountain, Han Li and Bai Yaoi were sitting cross-legged, staring at Old Man Fu with complete focus. Though in reality, they were staring at the sparkling golden cauldron in front of him. It was a meter tall and slowly revolved above the ground. Old Man Fu spat out thin strands of green nascent flame and held his hands in an unknown gesture, occasionally striking at the cauldron with spell seals. With each strike, more of the green flames surrounding the cauldron turned into rainbow light, making for a gorgeous display. Medicinal scents were already bleeding from the cauldron. The aroma was rich and pleasant. His face grew solemn and his strikes turned fervent. It was clear that he was in a crucial moment of pill refinement. Han Li observed with a calm expression, contrary to the nervousness in his heart. Old Man Fu had successively tossed in the Umbra Een horse and other rare materials into the cauldron over the past few days. This was their one shot. A second chance would be near impossible, as some ingredients simply couldn't be found again. Although Old Man Fu was confident in his refinement of the nascent cultivating pill, Han Li felt apprehensive and concerned as he watched. Bai Yaoi wasn't faring much better, as her eyes glistening with a burning fervor. Then the cauldron came to a sudden stop. Hums droned out from it and the medicinal scent grew even denser. Old Man Fu's eyes lit up, and his past actions all came to a stop. He then flipped his hand to produce a vermilion gourd that was only 5 inches tall. With his other hand, he flicked his finger, sending a speck of white light to strike the lid of the cauldron. The lid trembled before sliding off. With the hums coming to a stop, 5 fist-sized balls of white light shot out with a thumb-sized green pill floating at their center. The pills themselves glowed a glistening emerald. These wisps circled once above the cauldron before scattering towards different locations. Old Man Fu was already prepared, and hastily shook the gourd to release a mist from it. Then in a flash, the balls of light were sucked inside. The old man let out a long sigh and smiled. "All right, it's a success." Bai Yaoi shot up and happily said, "Thank you for your trouble, Brother Fu. I didn't expect that you'd be able to refine 5. Originally, I feared that the number of pills would fall short." Her face had a rosy complexion, adding much to her charm. "When I gathered together the materials, I had enough to refine about 5 or 6 pills. Why else would I invite 5 fellow Taoists to assist me? It is a pity that my junior martial sister and fellow Taoist Yuan hadn't survived." The old man's smile then disappeared. It was clear that he and the black-robed woman had a deep relationship. Although death was common sight amongst cultivators, the joy of success in creating the medicine pills wasn't able to overcome such a loss. When Bai Yaoi heard him, her smile disappeared as well, and she let out a sigh. Unlike the others, Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he did keep silent. Then, the old man's sadness quickly faded and he said, "Fellow Taoist Bai, do you have a wood-attributed container? You shouldn't use any common ones for the pill or it will lose its medicinal potency. Also, the pill will require half a year of seclusion to properly consume, or its effects will be less than expected." "Of course I do. And naturally, I wouldn't immediately take something this precious." Bai Yaoi sweetly smiled and with a flip of her hand, she summoned a yellow wooden case. The old man nodded and silently flicked the bottom of the gourd. Then red mist whirled out from it and released a ball of white light in Bai Yaoi's direction. She caught it with her free hand and quickly placed it within the box. After she closely examined the pill and clearly sensed its astonishing spiritual power, she put it away with unconcealed joy. Then, she repeatedly thanked him. Old Man Fu smiled and he slapped the storage pouch at his waist to produce a green wooden box. He then exacted a pill from the gourd in a similar fashion and put it away. Then after letting out a few dry laughs, he raised his hand and tossed the gourd in Han Li's direction. He caught the gourd unconsciously, but his face betrayed surprise. He frowned and slowly asked, "What is the meaning of this, fellow Taoist? I only asked for 2 nascent cultivating pills." With a stern face, the old man said, "I am not an excessively greedy man. It is only by luck and your strength that I was able to both escape death and create these pills. Now that my junior martial sister has perished, I only have need for 1. If Brother Han finds it acceptable, he may take the last 3. Han Li looked at the gourd in his hand and turned his eyes to the old man. He couldn't help but smile. He could vaguely guess what the old man intended. It seemed the 9 Serenities sect elder believed that his value had greatly reduced now that the pills were finished and that Han Li would suddenly turn hostile. As such, he had surrendered an additional pill. On one hand, he was clearly showing his goodwill, and on the other, he was giving Han Li less reason to kill him. So long as he wasn't a ruthless sort, he most likely wouldn't harbor any further malicious intent. Since Han Li was being presented with such a valuable gift, he could hardly refuse. And if he did, he would likely cause a misunderstanding. "In that case, I will graciously accept your offer." Without further hesitation, light flashed from his hand and the gourd disappeared. The old man chuckled and relaxed. "There is no need to be so modest, Brother Han. It is something well deserved." Of course, Bai Yaoi came to understand what was happening, and she smiled in silence. With this, the tension eased in the group. "Since the pills are finished, we should look for a way out. Let's look toward the base of the mountain. Perhaps we'll find something there," Old Man Fu proposed. Once spoken, the entire cave faintly shook, followed by the sounds of a muffled rumbling. It sounded out from all around them and without end. The 3 looked at each other with dismay. Bai Yaoi bit her lip and spoke with an astonished tone. "There are others on this mountain? Maybe, but it might be the doing of the silver-winged night fiend as well." The old man shook his head and a trace of resentment appeared. He had been reminded of his junior martial sister's death. After a moment of silence, Han Li indifferently said, "Regardless, let's be careful on the way out. With our combined might, we shouldn't have anything to fear." Then, with a wave of his sleeve, azure mist spread out. The radiant haze swept across the cave, dissolving all the restrictions and sweeping them up in one swoop. In the blink of an eye, the flags and plates returned to Han Li's sleeve and disappeared. "Let's go. We'll speak further after we leave." With light shining all around his body, he flew towards the exit in an azure streak. Old Man Fu and Bai Yaoi exchanged a glance before hurriedly following after, not daring to delay in the slightest. When Old Man Fu and Bai Yaoi flew out from the long passageway, Han Li was already floating high in the air and was looking at the top of the valley wall, the source of the noise. Just then, the two discovered that the rumbling sounds were growing weaker. If it weren't for their high cultivation, they hardly would have heard it. Soon, Old Man Fu frowned. "The sounds seem to be coming from over there, and its source is growing further away. If it weren't for the restrictions sealing the space around here, the echoes wouldn't be loud enough to hear." Han Li turned to the two and proposed, "In that case, how about we go and take a look since we aren't familiar with the area? It will be better than running into something unprepared. Of course, we'd best conceal ourselves, rather than letting someone else discover us first." Naturally, they both raised no objections. The old man formed an incantation gesture and his body shined with green light. Afterwards, it turned dim as the heat gradually faded into a faint green shadow. Bai Yaoi raised her hand and a cold light shined from her finger, summoning a sparkling crystalline medallion. With it in hand, she began to utter a spell, and the medallion soon released a silver mist that gradually covered her before disappearing in a flash. Because the restrictions on the mountain greatly reduced their use of spiritual sense, stealth was their ideal choice. But using concealment techniques outside of these circumstances would prove far less effective against cultivators of similar grade. Having seen the two conceal themselves, Han Li smiled and followed suit. Without performing any visible actions, his body pulsed with light before completely erasing his aura. The two stood in front of Han Li but weren't able to detect him in the slightest, much to their alarm. He then slapped a concealment talisman on his body with indifference, turning it completely translucent. "Let's go!" Han Li let out a soft command and the three took to the air. In this mysterious foreign land, the three didn't fly quickly in their search for the source of the rumbling, only at a speed similar to body lightning techniques. The three traveled together past the verdant landscape filled with that dense spiritual qi. Each place they crossed seemed to be an ideal place for cultivation. If this mountain were to be exposed to the outside, countless clans would scramble to seize it. An hour later, though they hadn't encountered anything, none of them wore joy on their faces. The journey had been completely lifeless. They hadn't encountered any signs of life, which was only further cause for stifling trepidation. Bai Yaoi hesitantly said, "Brother Han, do you feel it? The spiritual qi here is amazing, but we've yet to see any spiritual plants. It's all ordinary vegetation." Han Li calmly replied, "I've also noticed it. As we head deeper, the spiritual qi becomes even more abundant. It is the same as the spiritual mountains on the outside. I figured the original cultivators of this mountain grew their plants higher up to take advantage of that. The spiritual qi can become even denser?" Bai Yaoi spoke with amazement. She already considered the current spiritual qi in the air to be ideal for cultivation. When Old Man Fu heard him, his heart stirred. "Brother Han, if the peak of the mountain is truly a holy ground for cultivation, we might not have to be in such a hurry to leave. Wouldn't it be better to cultivate there for a time?" Han Li wryly chuckled. "Brother Fu can't consider this place to be an ordinary spiritual mountain. Why else would the ancient cultivators abandon this place if they could safely cultivate in such abundant spiritual qi? The restriction covering this entire mountain is also very odd. If I figure a way out, I won't be staying." Old Man Fu's expression wavered for a moment before settling with a wry smile. "Brother Han's words are quite reasonable. This truly is an improper place to cultivate. My excitement had clouded my judgment." With a regretful tone, Bai Yaoi said, I don't blame you, Brother Fu. I also possessed similar thoughts. After all, cultivating here could save us quite a bit of time. Han Li smiled and thought to say something else when his expression suddenly dropped, and he came to a sudden halt. His eyes flashed with blue light as he turned to the side. The other two were baffled by this sudden change of actions and followed his gaze. At a distance far away, there was a white mist coiling in the air. Since fog often formed throughout the mountain, the three hadn't felt that it was strange. Han Li blinked and said, Let's take a look. There could be something that we could use. Then he changed directions towards distant object. The other two felt baffled, but they knew that he wouldn't act without reason and followed after him. When they entered the fog, they came to a sudden stop. Within the white mist, there was a wide expanse of white stone steps stretched out to the top and bottom of the mountain without end. And at the side of these steps, there was a white stele 30 meters tall and 10 meters wide. Han Li stood in front of it with his hands behind his back as he examined it. The old man dropped down onto the ground and curiously asked, Has Brother Han discovered something? With a grave expression, he sullenly replied, Well, I finally know where this place is. Fellow Taoists, take a look. Yes. With roused spirits, the two took several steps forward. Due to the two ancient golden characters elegantly inscribed at the very top, the conclusion was obvious. Kunwu. Could this be the legendary Kunwu mountain? Old Man Fu shouted out with alarm. As for Bai Yaoi, she covered her mouth as she gasped with surprise. That's right. During ancient times, Kunwu Mountain was known as the Immortal Mountain, a holy land where ancient cultivators gathered together. The mountain's size and spiritual qi are deserving of its reputation. However, legends had it that those same cultivators had brought the mountain to the spirit world or sank it to the underworld. How could it be here? Bai Yaoi stared at the stone stele with complete disbelief. Fellow Taoist, by legend and history are often far different. It seems the truth was that the mountain was sealed for some unknown reason. By a stroke of fate, we activated an ancient teleportation formation and arrived here. With recovered vigor, Old Man Fu spiritedly said, Given the mountain's reputation, there are certain to be countless ancient cultivator dwellings here. If we look through a few of them, the rewards will surely be great. Han Li shook his head and took a step forward before lightly stroking the stele. Perhaps, but since the mountain was sealed, they should have been prepared to leave. I don't believe there will be much to find. On that thought, this stele must be a grand treasure. After countless years, it stayed erect and absorbed unfathomable amounts of spiritual qi, despite being crudely refined. What? Is the stele a treasure? The other two were startled and began to silently re-examine it. At a glance, it only appeared to be made from common stone. Although it did carry some spiritual qi, it wasn't suitable to create even the lowest grade magic tools. They couldn't help but look at Han Li with an odd expression. He faintly smiled. It seems you two aren't convinced, but I am completely certain. Although his demeanor was calm, in truth, he was actually greatly puzzled as well. Even he wasn't able to tell what was different about it. The only reason he said this was because the armored earth dragon that was peacefully resting in his spirit beast pouch had violently stirred when he approached it. It cried out without end, indicating that the item was unordinary. Even with his bright sight spirit eyes, Han Li wasn't able to see anything peculiar and grew quite skeptical. But due to his attitude of letting nothing slip him by, he was forced to speak a few profound words as a pretense. Then, his hand against the stele and covered it in azure radiance. The stone stele trembled and the light began to quickly shrink. When it shrunk to half its size, Han Li raised his brow and swept his hand, intending on raising the stele and putting it away into his storage pouch. When the stele rose a foot off the ground, it underwent a strange change. It suddenly began to hum and shine with rays of white light. Meanwhile, Han Li felt it sink as his control had completely disappeared. With a heavy boom, it fell back to its original spot and violently shook the nearby ground. The tremors left ringing in the trio's ears, and the steel surface began to slowly fracture from the bottom up. This is... Han Li's expression stirred and he narrowed his eyes. The steel's surface. Before Han Li could clearly see what was happening, Old Man Fu suddenly pointed at the back of the cracking stone and shouted out in alarm. Han Li raised his brow. If he remembered correctly, there should have been nothing behind it, but the old man wouldn't act without a reason. He promptly blurred before reappeared behind the steel, only to be stunned by what he saw. From the shattered fragments, there was a bright blue crystal shining from a few deep cracks. Spirit stones. Han Li blinked, not entirely sure of what he saw. He suddenly flicked his fingers and over 10 streaks of sword chi weaved together, instantly covering the top half of the stone with azure light. For a time, fragments tore off from the steel and filled their surroundings with a gray mist. From the sharpness of his sword chi, it took only a short moment before the blue light underneath was revealed. Han Li withdrew the azure light with a flick of his finger, revealing a deep blue crystal slab. The crystal was a meter tall and brimming with sparkling blue light. Although it wasn't fully visible, it appeared to be long and flat. The stone steel seemed to only be a thick shell surrounding it. After gazing at it with bright eyes, Bai Yaoi said with a certain tone, "It isn't an ice attribute spirit stone, nor does it contain any of ice spiritual chi despite its appearance. There is no doubt it isn't a spirit stone. That isn't something that can be refined into other objects, and there is even something inscribed on the surface." Han Li looked at a portion of the bare crystal slab and saw ancient talisman characters roaming across. With a sigh, he condensed the magic power in his body and reached out. Suddenly, a hand of azure light appeared in front of the steel and grabbed the top before raising it out. As he expected, it was extremely heavy, but he was now prepared and forcefully dragged it out from the stone by relying on brute magic power. A blue sparkling crystal appeared before Han Li. Talisman characters roamed across its surface, faintly shining with a dim blue light. When Han Li glanced at the words on its surface, his heart stirred, but he maintained a calm appearance as he grasped his hands in an incantation gesture and pointed at the crystal slab. It began to tremble and massively shrunk to the size of a half-foot-long brick. Then, in a gust of wind, it disappeared into his sleeve. Old Man Fu and Bai Yaoi were both curious about the crystal, but when they saw that Han Li had no intention of letting them look at it, they tactfully kept quiet. Instead, the two had a quick chat with him before deciding to head further up the mountain. They had already recognized that the faint rumblings were coming from the top and concealed themselves once more as they traveled. Of course, Han Li couldn't have known that the sounds were produced by the Yi clan cultivators. Further up the steps, they were attempting to destroy a restriction the best they could. However, the distance between the two parties was by no means close, and there was also an additional restriction between them. As of current, the eccentric and the Yi clan Grand Elder were standing side by side as they floated above a boulder. Not far beneath them were the others who were standing inside a recently placed spell formation. They were using the power of the formation to control various treasures and attack the huge archway that was blocking their path. The Elder Devil was currently controlling a jet-black flying sword and attacking without emotion. The archway released rays of brilliant light in response, and was able to endure the attacks in its entirety. The archway itself seemed to be a strange treasure. With a trace of worry, the large-headed eccentric turned his gaze from the brilliant archway to the white-robed scholar and asked, "Young Third, how long do you suppose until we'll be able to break through the myriad cultivator gate?" The scholar replied with a calm appearance and a sullen tone, "I expect it to be another day. It is quite a bit more troublesome than expected. It is no wonder it possessed such fame in the past. We've been delayed for too long. If we could lend a hand, we'll be able to cut down on time by at least half." The eccentric gloomily muttered, but he didn't show any intention to help. The scholar insipidly replied, "Since there are such vicious ancient beasts like the lion hawk, we must be on guard. It is better to lose a day than to lack strength when we need it most. Please be patient, seventh uncle. We still have plenty of time." The eccentric sighed. "That is so. Even if the nascent soul cultivators of other sects were quick to act, it would still take time for them to arrive and find the opening. But with this gate taking up so much of our time, I wonder what other restrictions lie ahead of us." "Don't be so worried, seventh uncle. Our Yi clan has naturally considered the matter of breaking the restrictions during the long time we planned this. Our clan has already gathered several secret treasures specialized in destroying them, but it still isn't time to bring them out. So it was like that. I am relieved. The eccentric's expression relaxed a bit. Then, the two calmly observed the destruction of the gate and said nothing else. But not long after, the eccentric stroked his nose and his face sank. He flicked his finger without another word and sent several streaks of yellow sword chi towards a large tree 100 meters away. After it was cut down and swept away, a green-furred silver-winged monster became visible. It only moved by unfolding its wings, easily deflecting the sword chi. Then, with a shrieking howl, it coldly examined the Yi clan cultivators below before turning its gaze to the scholar and eccentric. It then flapped its wings and took off. Several blurs later, the monster seemed to merge with the wind and disappeared. Making no attempt to chase it, the eccentric wore a grave expression and said, "Did I see that correctly?" It seemed greatly skilled in wind movement techniques and was capable of illusory wind form, much like the legendary silver-winged night fiend. If it weren't for the faint corpse chi on its body, I wouldn't have been able to detect it. Corpse chi? I hadn't sensed it, seventh uncle, but your blood chariot arts might have given you the keen senses needed. However, it appears the corpse is quite intelligent. The scholar looked in the direction that the night fiend had disappeared to and wore an unsightly expression. The eccentric shook his head with a frown. Wasn't Kunmu Mountain known to be a land of immortals? How could we encounter vicious creatures such as the lion hawk and heavenly corpses? It is fortunate that we are together, else it would be far more dangerous. After some silence, the scholar slowly said, "It was a land of immortals in the past. Now it is a sealed relic. It isn't surprising that these strange events have happened, but the only things that should concern us are the divine spirit treasures. These other matters are of little importance." A cold glint shined from the eccentric's eyes. "That is true, but that silver-winged night fiend seems to possess not only great cultivation but even worse, great intelligence. We must be particularly wary of that monster, or it will come to harm us greatly. Many thanks for your warning, seventh uncle. I will take note of it." The scholar nodded and his tone grew solemn. Light flashed from one of the walls of the stone pavilion where they had taken a rest moments ago. A headful of white hair peeked in and took a look around in a comical manner. When this person discovered that nobody was present, he left the pavilion and slowly lifted himself onto the roof on a large disk of light. The person then raised his head to reveal a wrinkly face and narrow, sly eyes. This person was the small, mysterious old man, Xianxia. "It really is Kunmu Mountain. TCH. The spiritual chi is here quite unordinary. But who is so meddlesome to dare open the seal? If those things were to emerge, the entirety of the great gene will be doomed. I am quite out of luck to be nearby, as feigning ignorance wasn't much of an option." As he looked around, he suddenly heard the sounds of explosions in the distance and began to wildly stomp on the floor and loudly curse. His face filled with anger. After he was done, he suddenly heard a beautiful soft voice. "Since you knew it was dangerous and still entered, I have to admire you for your courage." When Xianxia heard this voice, he felt his entire body grow cold as if his very blood had froze. The old man let out a stammer, "Senior, you've come. How so? I've been here for countless millennium after all. In the past, the three elders here used the strength of over 10,000 men to lay down the final layer of restrictions. It isn't something I would be able to tear alone, or I would have left long ago." The woman's voice was incredibly sweet, quite a contrast to his voice that had instantly turned feeble. Though initially panicked, Xianxia immediately remembered something and regained his calm. "Impossible! With the suppression of the two divine spirit treasures, nobody could break free from the Nine Truths Devil Suppression Formation. If Senior had escaped, you would have already left the mountain through the opening in the seal. You must have had forcibly freed a thread of your spiritual sense to scare me away. You know of the Nine Truths Devil Suppression Formation and the Divine Spirit Treasures? Could it be you are a descendant of the three masters of Kunwu Mountain?" Although the woman's voice was still pleasant to the ear, it now held a cold tone. In truth I am not, but there are a few people in this world that also know of this matter. I just happen to be one of them. As Xianxia spoke, he scrutinized his surroundings with great care. The woman's voice snorted, "You won't find anything. My true body has still yet to be freed, and I won't let you ruin my chances. How about you obediently stay here for a few months?" With that said, the air above the stone pavilion began to warp and a white vortex appeared, covering the small old man in rainbow light. Phantasmic air. Xianxia's expression greatly changed, and silver light shined from his body as he flew out in a streak. However, the rainbow vortex revolved around him and a huge attractive force firmly held him in place. Soon, it swept him away and he had completely disappeared as if he was never there to begin with. It seems I'll have to sleep for a moment more. I hope those cultivators will hurry so I can be truly free when I awaken. Those 3 masters of Kunwu will know the cost of sealing me. When the day comes, hee. The woman muttered with a weak voice before letting out a wild fit of sweet laughter. 7 days later, the Yi clan cultivators managed to break through the myriad cultivator gate, but they fell into a profound illusion formation. As for Han Li's party, they were blocked by some strange restriction and were forced to deliberate on a method to destroy it. The outside of the seal, however, was brimming with activity. Around 1,000 cultivators had gathered, covering an area of tens of kilometers. There were even a dozen nascent soul eccentrics present. The most eye-catching of them all were the 4 sacred poison sect elders. All of the other nascent soul cultivators were lone actors, having been drawn here by rumors. A blue-robed disciple with a red headscarf was making a report to the elders of the sacred poison sect. The disciple respectfully said, "Grand Elder, we've already examined most of the seal and have a general understanding of it. In an area a dozen kilometers underground, we have detected something hidden beneath an illusion formation. Our disciples skilled in these matters are attempting to dispel it with due haste. Although it was a rapidly placed formation, the creator was extremely skilled, so it will take some time." The middle-aged man with green marks on his face let out a long sigh. "At least it is good that we have an outline of the situation. Since we've already been here for a few days, it would have been troublesome if we couldn't find the opening. However, you have best be on guard. Don't let others discover your actions. Head back and return to us when the formation is dissolved." "Yes, Grand Elder," the disciple shouted with a bow. Then, he took out an earth movement talisman and sank into the ground. One of the other sacred poison sect elders said, "Senior Martial Brother Hua, there are no late nascent soul cultivators in Nanjiang. Even if the other sects were to rush here, we have nothing to fear from them." Grand Elder Hua gloomily replied, "That may be currently true, but every day we wait, the more high-grade cultivators arrive. There are many sects here that rival our power, and if they all hurry to arrive, there will certainly be trouble. Besides, the 10 great sects of the righteous and devilish Tao will involve themselves in time." When the other elders heard this, they either appeared worried or believed the problem to be overstated. However, Elder Hua let out a yelp as he turned his attention to the sky. The others soon mimicked him. A gray cloud loomed over the horizon and was heading in their direction with frightening speed. When the 4 elders of the sacred poison sect sensed that fearsome spiritual pressure, their faces all dropped. In the blink of an eye, it arrived over the small lake before disappearing in a violent rupture. From the ashes, 5 white silhouettes appeared, each of them unmoving and indistinct. The unbreakable Sink Devils. Elder Hua's expression froze. The incarnations of the sifting sect's old devil Qian? One of the other sect elders shouted out with a pale complexion. Elder Hua let out a snort and softly said, "Apart from that old devil, who else cultivates such a devilish art? His true body can possess any of the 5 incarnations. Apart from killing all 5, he is practically immortal. I was wondering who had such understanding of my techniques. So it was the sacred poison sect's fellow Taoist Hua. I didn't expect that your sect would act with such vigor in coming here. Could it be that you know something about what is sealed?" A mysterious voice slowly sounded out from the sky. It was erratic, as if each word came from different locations. Cultivator Hua deeply sighed and forced a laugh. Brother Qian must be joking. How could we know of such a thing? It is only that our sect was closer, so I went ahead to take a look. Nevertheless, may I ask why the esteemed Grand Elder of the Sifting sect is here? Grand Elder Qian let out a mysterious laugh and said, "Oh, I recall that the closest sect to the location was the Immortal Form sect. Did yours move? As for me, I was in Nanjiang on business and only happened to come across all of this." Elder Hua dryly laughed and asked, "It can't be easy for someone as famous as Brother Qian to leave his sect. May I ask what stirred you into personally taking action?" "Just dealing with a few traitors that had fled here, nothing important. I was simply handling the matter quietly." "Is that so? It seems I was being too suspicious." After that, the two spoke no further. For a time, the air became stagnant. "I found it. There is an opening to the north. We can enter through there. The Sacred Poison sect is breaking the entrance as we speak." A figure emerged from the side of the lake and shouted as it flew into the distance. The voice startled all of the nearby cultivators. Almost immediately, several blue-robed disciples were chasing after the cultivator with alarmed fury. However, he used an exceptional movement technique and was able to escape at great speed. The Sacred Poison sect elders' expressions all became wretched. Old Devil Qian bellowed with laughter. "So it was like that. I do hold some understanding of spell formations and can provide you with some assistance. I'll be heading down first." Soon after, his sink devils flew downward below the lake and disappeared without a trace. "Let's go, Old Devil Qian is ruthless. We can't allow him to harm our disciples." With an ashen complexion, Cultivator Hua flipped his hand and summoned a small yellow flag. With a tremble of his wrist, a yellow cloud covered the nearby Sacred Poison sect members and brought them all underground in an instant. Others in the area also began to move and burrow underground as well. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of them all followed. As for those who remained, they were low-grade disciples that neither possessed earth movement techniques or earth movement treasures. Over 10 kilometers north and 3 kilometers deep, there was a huge pitch-black area with balls of brilliant light flashing about. Below them was a barrier of unfathomably thick white light. Not only that, but layers of astonishing lightning surrounded it. If anybody were to approach, they would be immediately struck down without the slightest warning. Those that were lucky could dodge it, but otherwise they would have their protections flicker out of control, forcing them to stay away for a time. But what these cultivators were paying attention to was an area in the barrier where lightning wasn't present, guarded by 8 Sacred Poison disciples. They all wore solemn expressions and were standing in confrontation against the others, preventing them from approaching. Those that were blocked were shouting a torrent of insults, but none dared to take action. After all, the Sacred Poison sect possessed a grand reputation in Nanjiang. As most of these cultivators were native to the region, they didn't dare to rashly stir up trouble. Of course, there were also those that had no fear of their reputation, and such an example had appeared in a streak of crimson. "Get lost. I am going to enter." The person who said this was an old man who spoke with an arrogant tone. When they saw that a nascent soul cultivator had appeared, one of the disciples helplessly said, "Senior, our sect found this first. Our martial uncles are nearby. Senior should dash." The old man coldly laughed and said, "Even if Hua Tianqi was here, I would still enter." He then raised his hand and a blinding red light lit up from his palm. "Is that so? I don't know what my disciples did to offend you, Brother Zhengwei, but could you defer their punishment to me?" Before any further action could take place, an indifferent voice sounded out, followed by various colored streaks of light heading in their direction. In the blink of an eye, the Sacred Poison sect elders appeared before them. The one who spoke faced against the silhouette in the red light. Much to the surprise of those present, the overbearing cultivator from before chuckled upon seeing their arrival and said, "So Brother Hua actually was here. It seems I've been lacking in manners. It was merely a jest towards your sect disciples. How could I truly bully them?" His attitude had changed dramatically. Wild laughter came from the side, and 5 white silhouettes suddenly appeared in a brilliant flash. So it was fellow Taoist Zheng Wei, the illustrious Master Scatterwind. Now that I see you in person, your reputation is well-deserved. The unbreakable Sink Devils. So it was the sifting sect's brother Qian. The cultivator coated in red light spoke out in great alarm. You flatter me, brother Zheng. Your reputation is no lesser than my own. Old Devil Qian spoke with a cackle. Those words were true. Master Scatterwind was a famous figure in the Great Gene. However, his fame wasn't the result of anything good. He was known as a moralless deceiver, as treacherous as they came. When faced with weaker opponents, he would act like an unsensible fiend and take advantage of them. Such a character naturally offended many. Even a few nascent soul cultivators bore resentment towards him. Unfortunately, he was an early nascent soul vagrant cultivator who used an easy cultivation technique to ascend to his current realm. But in the past, he happened upon an ancient grand treasure, the world-flying boots. When fully used, he can escape even late nascent soul cultivators. In addition, he later cultivated many strange secret techniques focused on survival and avoided offending any cultivators at mid and late nascent soul stage. As a result, he was able to travel freely despite being one of the most notorious figures in the Great Gene. The Sacred Poison Sect's Grand Elder Hua Tianqi had nothing good to say about him, but Old Devil Qian seemed quite interested. In the face of the sifting sect's Grand Elder, Master Scatterwind smiled and began to slowly retreat like a mouse when faced against a cat. When Old Devil Qian saw Scatterwind's meek attitude, he lost interest and instead spoke again to Hua Tianqi with an oddly cheerful tone. Brother Hua, could it be your sect is guarding this place to bar outsiders from entering? Hua Tianqi paused before replying with a flickering gaze. Brother Qian must be joking. Our sacred poison sect wouldn't dare to block you or any other sect for that matter. I merely wish to dissolve the formation covering this area to allow everyone else to head inside. This was to avoid having any fellow Taoists fall prey to this malicious formation. Old Devil Qian coldly chuckled and said, Oh, I do apologize. It seems I've misunderstood your sect's good intentions. However, this mere illusion formation is nothing against me. Do you mind if I head in right away? As he spoke, his Sink Devils slowly moved closer. Hua Tianqi quickly replied, It will be no problem. If Brother Qian can make it through, I will not block you. He waved his hand and indicated for his sect disciples to clear a path. Although the other sect members felt puzzled by this, they trusted him and said nothing in opposition. As a result, the core formation disciples obediently stood to the side. Then I will go on ahead. Old Devil Qian let out a cacophonic and roaring guffaw before his Sink Devils shot into the white light barrier. In the blink of an eye, blue light shined out and the colorless silhouettes disappeared into the void. When the barrier calmed once more, Hua Tianqi turned to the surrounding cultivators as the green marks twisted on his face, and he slowly said, If there is anyone else who wishes to follow, I will not stop them. His actions had caused the aggressive group to look at each other in dismay. Even the devious Master Scatterwind now hid amongst the crowd and didn't dare to accept their offer. They felt resentment towards the Sacred Poison sect for monopolizing the opening. But now that there was a late nascent soul cultivator already inside, they hesitated. Regardless of how quickly the illusion formation can be broken, if they entered and Old Devil Qian was to strike at them, they wouldn't be able to protect themselves in the slightest. When Hua Tianqi saw that no one had accepted, he sneered and no longer paid them any attention. He then turned around to his disciples and commanded, You will no longer be guarding this location, so go ahead and return to the surface. The other elders and I will be heading in first. Yes, Grand Elder. The 8 Sacred Poison Sect core formation disciples bowed and tunneled back up. With a shout, the 4 Sacred Poison Sect cultivators then entered the illusion formation and disappeared without a trace. Afterwards, an uproar broke out. A majority of them didn't belong to a group. At most, they came in groups of 2 or 3 core formation cultivators, but none were in nearly great enough force to head in. As for the lone nascent soul cultivators, they all revealed a pensive expression as well. Now that the entrance was unobstructed, the situation had become awkward. Master Scatterwind discovered a bulky man in the crowd and said, Fellow Taoist, how about we head in together? Together? Please excuse my refusal. However, it is a joy to meet you. Given your grand reputation, The large nascent soul cultivator rolled his eyes and spoke with a sarcastic tone. Master Scatterwind didn't take his refusal to heart and pleasantly said, "Fellow Taoist doesn't need to be so distant. In addition to us two, there should be 3 other vagrant nascent soul cultivators gathered here. How about we head in together? That way we won't have much to fear from the others already inside." The large man felt tempted, but Scatterwind's reputation was far too damaging. He snorted and said, "How about you gather the others first before asking me again?" "That's fine, they will be sure to agree." He slapped his chest in a pledge and flew over to an old man glowing in purple light, much to the bewilderment of the large man. Before the old man could react, Scatterwind wore a beaming smile. "Fellow Taoist, would you like to head in together? I've already come to terms with the other fellow Taoists to find 3 more people. Are you willing to join us?" The old man frowned and coldly glanced at him before turning to look at the large man with a curious gaze. When their eyes met, he suddenly realized something and he faintly smiled. Not long after, the 5 unacquainted vagrants entered the illusion formation together and disappeared from sight. Han Li was currently looking around him with blue light shining from his eyes. He now found himself trapped in an illusory space where he was surrounded by various colored clouds. Besides these, nothing else existed here. This wicked place is far too strange. I can't fly out, nor can I discover any restrictions. It doesn't seem to be an illusory formation. Could it be that I am truly trapped here? Han Li muttered with a sour face. Several days prior, his party discovered a boulder on the side of the stairs with a rare medicinal herb growing on it. Old Man Fu Eager went out to pick it, but had stirred up a restriction of some kind. As a result, Han Li saw his surroundings light up before he appeared in this place alone. The other 2 were nowhere to be seen. Although he wasn't on the same level as a spell formation grandmaster, he had done quite a bit of research on strange ancient formations and wasn't very fearful at the start. But it didn't take long for him to have a change of mind. He wasn't even sure if this was an illusion. He only knew that no matter how far he flew, everything remained entirely the same. He had also made extensive use of his bright sight spirit eyes, to no avail. As for attacks from his treasures, he had used them all, but the strikes traveled incredibly far before disappearing. It seemed there was no use in trying even stronger attacks. After spending so much time floating here, Han Li hadn't made the slightest progress and eventually decided to stop for the time being. He closed his eyes and sank into meditation as the many ancient spell formations he studied appeared in his mind, attempting to find a restriction that was similar to this one. As time slowly passed by, his figure remained motionless. Eventually, he slowly opened his eyes to glare at the bright clouds that surrounded him. He wore an odd expression and clicked his tongue, muttering, "So it was like that." Han Li slowly stood up and reached out to a nearby red cloud. Suddenly, a large azure hand materialized in the air and grabbed a hold of it. He stared at the hand and suddenly formed a strange hand gesture before muttering an incantation. The large hand trembled momentarily before closing a fist around the cloud. Azure light brightly shined from the hand and it soon took the shape of a ball. He then spat out a thread of blue nascent flame and had it wrap around the ball before quickly submerging it in an inferno. Han Li then ceased casting spell seals and expressionlessly looked at the ball of light in silence. After an unknown amount of time, the corner of his mouth twitched and he shook his sleeve towards the blaze and swept it away, revealing a faint red pearl. So I was right. Such brilliant transformation concealment methods can only be accomplished by ancient cultivators. Even then, there could only be a few cultivators that knew how to do this even during ancient times. It is fortunate that Xianxia mentioned a similar restriction in the jade slip she gave me long ago, or I would truly be at a loss. It seems I'll have to continue reinforcing my spirit eyes in the future. If I continue to use the bright sight spirit water for another 100 years, I should be able to see through even top-grade illusion transformations. Han Li sighed, feeling somewhat gloomy that he wasn't able to see through it. He no longer paid any attention to the red pearl floating in the air and looked around him before a blue cloud caught his eye. Then he reached out for it and began to envelop it in nascent flames. This time, the cloud disappeared in the blink of an eye. Han Li didn't appear surprised and simply reached out for another one. After 2 more failures, he eventually came into possession of a blue pearl. Half a day later, he acquired a yellow, azure, and gold pearl. He solemnly raised his hand to these pearls and had them fly high into the air. He then pulled his hands at them and had them slowly revolve, gradually accelerating them until it formed a ring of rainbow light. Han Li raised his brow at the sight and softly shouted, "Go!" He stopped his fingers and the rainbow rings scattered, flying off in various directions at a profound trajectory. In the blink of an eye, they flew to seemingly unrelated points and revolved in place, pulsing in size as they underwent a strange alteration. He was forced to narrow his eyes from the blinding eruptions as the balls now were more akin to 5 blazing suns. They converged together and the world began to blur around him. Soon, light surged and Han Li found himself back at the stone steps next to the huge boulder. "Fellow Taoist Han, Brother Han," Baiyaoui and Old Man Fu shouted out in alarm when they saw him. The two stood 10 meters away, and the distress on their faces quickly turned to delight. "So you two were also trapped?" Han Li asked. "It must have been Brother Han who broke through that bizarre restriction. I've never seen such a fearsome spell formation before." "I thought that I would be trapped in there until I perished," Old Man Fu spoke with lingering fear. It was clear he had suffered much in this time. Both his magic power and spirit had been damaged in his attempts to escape. With a trace of appreciation on her face, Baiyaoui wryly chuckled. "My circumstances were about the same. Many thanks to Brother Han for breaking the restriction." Han Li smiled and said, "It was nothing. I have only heard about similar restrictions by chance and was able to dispel it. These types of ancient restrictions are truly rare. If I am correct, that spiritual herb Brother Fu grabbed should have been a transformed magic tool. I'm afraid you've been tricked. That can't be. It was clearly a... What's this?" Old Man Fu doubtfully took out a jade box and opened it to reveal an ordinary jade scepter. He was immediately dumbstruck by the sight. In truth, we were already in the illusion's grasp when we approached the huge stone. Fellow Taoist had only activated the most fearsome of the restrictions upon grabbing the spiritual herb. "How about we take another look at it?" Han Li then pointed in the direction of the rock. The other two looked over and saw a plant with purple berries growing on it. Those ancient cultivators are truly devious to put such a trap here. What were they thinking? The old man flusteredly said. Baiyaoui curled her lips in amazement. "There's no need to be so amazed," Han Li indifferently spoke. "This ancient restriction needed to be activated by those who entered it. It is only natural for its appearance to change. However, it was only dissolved and not completely destroyed. We only have a limited amount of time. This mountain is unlike its reputation as the Immortal Spirit Mountain. It's more like a dragon's lair." Old Man Fu appeared resentful at having been tricked. Han Li's eyes flickered and he said with a deep voice, "Let's be more careful. This place isn't just an old ruin. I only managed to dispel that restriction out of luck. I'm not certain I'll be able to next time, so let's avoid stirring up any calamity." Old Man Fu let out an embarrassed laugh. "I'll be sure not to act so rashly in the future." Baiyaoui pensively nodded. "Since fellow Taoists understand, let's head on our way. The noise ahead has already come to a stop. Over the past few days, they might have already arrived at the top." Han Li looked at the top of the mountain and set off up the stairs. The other two closely followed suit. Several hours later, the three flew past several huge cliffs, eventually arriving at the stone pavilion where the Yi clan had rested previously, and where Xianxia had disappeared. When they saw the sight, Han Li sighed and the three stopped, looking at the pavilion from a distance. Old Man Fu and Baiyaoui both couldn't help but look over, having also noticed something off. There were shallow footsteps in the loose dirt surrounding the area. If someone wasn't paying attention, they could have easily missed it. Baiyaoui tensed her brow and said, "Others have been here already." Old Man Fu muttered to himself for a moment and pointed to an object at the side of the pavilion. "Take a look at that stone as well." There was a deep, narrow groove scathed the surface that was 10 meters long. One could easily tell it was the mark of an incredibly sharp sword chi. It had been unintentionally left behind by the Yi clan's seventh uncle during their battle with the Lionhawk. Baiyaoi's eyes lit up. "This mark is new. It seems that something else had attacked them. Could it have been the silver-winged night fiend?" With exceptional calm, Han Li said, "Perhaps, but in any case, they made their way up. It should save us some trouble." When Old Man Fu heard this, he smiled and thought to say something, but was interrupted by a sudden flash of white nearby, followed by the appearance of a colorless screen. A bleached silhouette emerged and could clearly see the three. Han Li and Bai Yaoi both rejoiced as they had found the exit they longed for. However, Old Man Fu lost all the blood in his face when he saw the figure, shouting, "The unbreakable Sink Devils? Those are old Devil Qian's incarnations." When Han Li heard this, he was stunned. He felt as though he had heard of them before and of the name Old Devil Qian. But before anything came to mind, he noticed Bai Yaoi's face had blanched as well. With several puffs, 5 similar white silhouettes emerged. These indistinct silhouettes appeared abreast in a line. Their statue gazes all focused on Han Li and then his companions. The Grand Elder of the Yin-sifting sect. When Han Li finally recognized the 5 strange beings, his expression instantly turned unsightly. "So it was fellow Taoist Fu, what a coincidence. It is no wonder why I wasn't able to find you. So it turned out you had entered here first. And from this woman's strange attire, she should be a cultivator from North Night Palace. I can be considered old friends with your palace's Madame Lu. As for this last fellow Taoist, TCH, could it be Brother Han from the Heavenly South? You've had both my sect and the Endless Sky Temple search long and hard for you." Old Devil Qian's voice was amazed at first, but then it slowly broke out into wild laughter. When Bai Yaoi and Old Man Fu heard Han Li's name mentioned with the Heavenly South, they looked back at him with bewilderment. Han Li, however, only had his attention on the 5 white silhouettes as he gloomily stared at them in silence. He had personally killed a mid-nascent soul Yin-sifting sect elder and seized their sect's signature treasure, the ghost-sifting banner, from him. Using words to dispel hostilities was no longer an option. It also stood to mention that he intended on acquiring the method to dissolve the soul seal curse placed on his Dao companion from the very start, something that only the Yin-sifting sect master and the sect's grand elder would know. Originally, he planned on attacking the sect master, but now had an unexpected encounter with the sect's grand elder, and began to consider if it was possible to stake an all-out battle. After all, the two were the most important people in the Yin-sifting sect. There would seldom be an opportunity where he could find them alone. This grand elder should prove to be a more brutal opponent than the silver-winged Night Fiend. The Night Fiend hadn't possessed any compatible treasures, and there were restrictions present on his body, but even that was enough to nearly kill Han Li. However, Han Li hadn't used the fullest extent of his abilities at the time, abstaining from using Monarch Soul Divergence's Grand Puppet. In that case, there should be a chance of victory. And even if the unbreakable Sink Devils were as powerful as rumor had it, his divine Devilbane lightning should be quite effective in restraining it. As these thoughts quickly flickered through his mind, the middle of the 5 figures suddenly raised its hand in an incantation gesture and its body glowed with gray, condensing the image of a gray-robed cultivator in front of it. This strange turn of events was entirely freakish. A layer of faint gray chi was obscuring his face, but the color of his gray hair revealed him to be advanced in age. Old Devil Qian's true body had emerged. In that moment, the 3 all grew vastly wary as they stared at him. They weren't able to see through what he was thinking. The old devil had remained silent during this and slapped a storage pouch at his waist, taking out a small pitch-black flag. He then waved it in their direction. Old Man Fu's expression vastly dropped at the sight of this, and he hurriedly summoned a treasure into his hand. Bai Yaoi covered her body in an icy light, instantly forming a barrier. As for Han Li, he simply observed Old Devil Qian's actions with a raised brow. His expression turned ever more gloomy as time went on. How odd. Strange, indeed, the flag blinked with black light and showed no other unusual signs. This caused him to speak with a surprised tone. "Brother Qian, why have you taken out your ghost-sifting banner? Could it be you wish to start a war between our sects?" Although Old Man Fu was quite fearful towards the old devil, his party consisted of 3 mid-nascent soul cultivators with one in particular possessing profound abilities. Together, they didn't have much to fear. Old Devil Qian looked at the 3 and calmly stated, "I have no interest in starting a war. However, that Brother Han and I have some unsettled business to attend to. As you two have nothing to do with it, I will not stop you if you wish to depart." It seems we have the same idea, Han Li said with a calm smile. I've long heard of the impressive reputation of your unbreakable sink devils. I wish to personally test them. When the two heard this, they exchanged a glance of dismay. Old Devil Qian was also somewhat surprised and began to inspect Han Li. Old Man Fu tensely frowned. This, Brother Qian. Although I know there are grievances between your sect and fellow Taoist Han, it is inappropriate to settle matters here. Doesn't Brother Qian wish to take a deeper look at this mountain first? He hadn't said this with any real intention to protect Han Li. Kunwu Mountain was an extremely dangerous place, and Old Devil Qian was a significant member of their Devil Dao alliance. He didn't wish for him to suffer any mishap. Also, it wasn't as if he was about to suddenly leave Han Li alone as they were still involved together. Well, of course I will be taking a look at this mountain. However, my sect has been looking for fellow Taoist Han for a long while. We will be settling the matter first. It cannot wait. Does Brother Fu wish to involve himself? Old Devil Qian then let out a cold chuckle. Bai Yaoi's bright eyes wandered for a moment and she resolutely said, outside of this mountain, I have no involvement in your dispute, but we intend on exploring this mountain while we're still here. I'm afraid I cannot follow your suggestion. She feared losing Han Li, a powerful ally, which would cause this whole journey to become far more dangerous. Most importantly, she had personally witnessed Han Li's fearsome abilities and believed that he didn't fear this old devil at all. Else she likely wouldn't have been able to say that. Seeing that the two wouldn't give in, a cold glint flashed from the gray-robed cultivator's eyes. When he looked at them, it felt as if his very gaze could freeze the air in their lungs. Old Man Fu and Bai Yaoi felt their heart drop but betrayed none of this on their face. Fine, it seems this is a matter that can be let go. However, my sect has a treasure that has fallen into his hands. I will leave him be if he gives me it, or I will take you three on, even at the cost of great strength. With that said, Old Devil Qian withdrew his icy gaze. Han Li laughed and openly said, Oh, you mean that ghost-sifting banner? With a deep voice, Old Devil Qian said, That's the one. When our sect's fourth elder perished in battle, the flag fell into your hands. Hand it over and I'll leave you be. For now. After a moment of silence, Han Li glanced at the sky and sneered, Your tone is quite arrogant. I can return the ghost-sifting banner to you, but I have one condition. Would you be willing to hear me out? You killed our sect's fourth elder and took from him a legacy treasure of my sect. You dare to ask for a condition? Do you think I won't take your life? Old Devil Qian smiled with fury, and the sink devils behind him leaped up before drifting to his front. The air suddenly drew thick with tension. Old Man Fu was greatly shocked by this turn of events, and a trace of amazement betrayed his face. As fellow members of the Devil Dao Alliance, the Nine Serenities sect knew a bit about the disappearance of the Yin-sifting sect's fourth elder. Old Man Fu was caught completely off guard when he heard that Han Li had killed their famous fourth elder. And it seemed that one of the famous ghost-sifting banner had fallen into his hands as well. It was no wonder Old Devil Qian wasn't about to release Han Li despite knowing it wasn't an ideal opportunity. As for why Han Li was concealing his origins, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Han Li snorted and his expression sank. You make it sound so easy for me to return it. For some cursed reason, your sect's fourth elder chased after me and attacked my Dao companion. How could I allow it to be returned? With complete resolution, the old devil said, I have no interest nor relation to what he did in the heavenly south. However, I am dead set on taking back our sect's legacy treasure, or it will be a great loss of prestige. So you mean to say you aren't willing to hear me out? Han Li narrowed his eyes. If you were a grand elder of one of the 10 great sects, I might have heard you out, but you were just some trifling cultivator from the heavenly south. How could you possibly speak of conditions with me? Old Devil Qian raised his head to the sky in wild laughter. Then, his body suddenly exploded into a cloud of baleful qi before merging with the white silhouettes behind him. The five suddenly blazed gray and their originally still eyes animated with bloodthirsty madness. Old Man Fu suddenly remembered something and regretfully said, Damn! I nearly forgot. This old devil cultivates the superior apathetic arts, resulting in a rash and surly temperament. Our threats have only served to anger him. Bai Yaoi frowned when she heard this and raised her hand without another word. summoning a crystalline flying sword to the air, and had it revolve around her head. Han Li narrowed his eyes and flicked his hand from within his sleeve, summoning the Triflame fan into his grasp. Afterwards, he stealthily slapped his storage pouch with the other and quickly focused his spiritual sense on his grand puppet. He had already resolved himself to go all out. When the other two began their attack, he would immediately unleash the puppet and deal a grievous injury to old Devil Qian. Even if he couldn't take his life, it would be a satisfactory result if he could damage his cultivation. That way, he could be able to force the terms out of him the next time they battled. Han Li had never once forgotten about the Soul Seal curse that afflicted his Nangong Wan. So long as he could acquire the method to dissolve it, he could rest easy. Even if this would result in the endless pursuit of the yin-sifting sect, he wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. The Sink Devils then all let out a strange cry and their bodies turned near transparent. They shifted into smoke before malevolently flying towards the three. At that moment, however, the screen of light where the white silhouettes had emerged from suddenly let out an earth-shattering explosion and filled the air with a blinding radiance. Before they could all clearly understand what was happening, the light let out unceasing explosions, followed by nearly a dozen various streaks. They flew in a circle and their light faded away to reveal a person for each one. Old Devil Qian astonishedly recalled his attack and hastily turned around, assuming a careful attitude. What just happened? Why are you in such a panic? The cultivators that had emerged from the screen of light were in sorry states, but all of them possessed nascent soul cultivation. No matter how arrogant he may be, he didn't dare to turn a blind eye. More importantly, the explosions had given him a faint feeling of foreboding. The newly arrived were the 4 elders of the sacred poison sect and the group of 5 vagrant cultivators, which included the dubious Master Scatterwind. One among them said, "Brother Qian is astonishingly capable. He had arrived a step faster than us." Is that the 9 Serenities sect's fellow Taoist Fu? Who are those other 2? So it was Brother Hua. Your arrival is quite timely. With a trace of lingering worry, Old Man Fu then quickly asked, "Could enlighten us on what was behind that recent explosion?" A large man amongst the vagrants snorted and said, "That is what we should be asking. Since you arrived earlier, you must have been the ones who placed down the illusion formation outside. It had erupted after we passed through, sealing the opening." When they heard this, their expressions faintly changed, staring at Han Li, Bai Yaoi and Old Man Fu with unfriendly bearings. "You misunderstand. When we arrived, there were already others present. We had nothing to do with the illusion formation you speak of." Old Man Fu's face sank and he bluntly asked, "Could it be you plan on taking out your grievances on us? During such complicated situations, one couldn't reveal weakness or risk being assailed by all sides." "There are others here?" This time, even Old Devil Qian was surprised. Old Man Fu snorted and explained, "We were taken here unintentionally through an ancient spell formation. At the time, we heard the sounds of people breaking a restriction at the top of the mountain. However, we were trapped in a restriction for several days and had lost track of them. I reckon this illusion formation should have something to do with them." "Is that true?" The large man and the rest of the cultivators all appeared doubtful. The Sacred Poison Sect's Grand Elder Hua Tianqi said, "Brother Fu is the enforcement elder of the 9 Serenities sect. If they truly opened the seal, then their sect Elder Gu should be personally presiding over this matter." "That is a fair point." The large man found this reasoning sound after a moment of thought. Hua Tianqi's curiosity glanced around and said, "But just as we entered, you 3 and Brother Qian appeared to be at odds. Could it be that you have done something to offend each other?" It was obvious to see that they were readied for battle. A trace of hesitation appeared on the old man's face as he thought of a reply. In a palace hall far on the top of Kunwu Mountain, the large-headed eccentric was holding a small golden hammer. With each wave, he summoned an arc of silver-white lightning, shattering stone puppet after puppet. Behind him, the other Yi clan elders were controlling their own magic treasures, fiercely attacking the stone puppets in front of them. These puppets all took the form of birds or 4-legged beasts. Not only were they incredibly sturdy, but were able to release many simple magic techniques from their mouths in a formidable fashion. They wildly rushed into the hall from the surrounding palace corridors as if there were no end to them. The Yi clan cultivators all remained calm in the face of these relentless enemies and focused on controlling their magic tools as if they were simply stalling for time. Then shortly after, a violent explosion sounded out from the distance. A corridor had collapsed and halted a stream of stone puppets with it. The Yi clan cultivators all smiled. Not long after, 3 other corridors had collapsed with explosions one after another, completely cutting off all streams of puppets. The elders then soon exterminated the remaining few in the hall. One of them mused, "What in the world are these? They are quite different from the mechanisms of the current age." With the assailants now cleared, those present now relaxed and sat down cross-legged with spiritual stones in their hands. Although the situation hadn't appeared very dangerous, they had been using the full might of their magic treasures and consumed much of their strength. A streak of white light flew out from the last destroyed corridor and quickly arrived before them to reveal a white-robed Confucian scholar. He smiled and said, "Elder Han, you were correct. These corridors lead to various side chambers where they were emerging. I've destroyed all the restrictions in accordance to your guidance." "It was nothing," the disguised elder devil calmly replied. "I only happened to know of this grand puppet formation from an ancient book I happened upon. If we were to rather endure, we would have slowly been worn away." The scholar chuckled and happily said, "It seems bringing you along was the right choice. I fear we'll have to rely on you again in the future. The grand elder flatters me." "I would have done my utmost regardless." The elder devil faintly smiled and spoke with a polite tone. The scholar nodded with satisfaction at his response. Then, the large-headed eccentric abruptly laughed. "It should be about time for the formation we placed to explode. If we're lucky, it might buy us some time." "Indeed," the scholar replied with a stern expression, "there should be people rushing through by now given the time we spent here. The formation should collapse the opening for a time. Regardless, the seal would have weakened after some time even without our meddling. There is still some time before the seal completely collapses. It should be long enough for us to seize the treasures." The eccentric then turned to the scholar and asked, "But where exactly are we on the mountain? Surely we can't be too far away from the main buildings." The scholar pondered for a moment and slowly said, "Yes, that should be about right. However, we're now encountering restrictions with far greater frequency. It should illustrate that we've arrived near an important place on Kunwu Mountain." "That is good. However, there is a troublesome matter to address. That silver-winged night fiend has been following us. Why is this? Does it wish to mount a sneak attack?" The eccentric then turned to look at the entrance of the large hall with a trace of apprehension. The others unconsciously followed his gaze, but found nothing there. Nevertheless, they knew that it was most likely hiding and was observing them from a distance, much to their distress. Were it not for the fact that they had 2 late nascent soul cultivators, they wouldn't have dared to continue forward. The scholar muttered to himself for a moment and said, "That refined corpse is somewhat troublesome. If we had enough time, we could injure it or even hunt it down. However, time is of the essence. Currently, it is only observing us, and we would risk enraging it if we take action. Perhaps it will later trap itself in a restriction." When the others heard this, they found the words to be reasonable and agreed. After all, the devil possessed masterful movement techniques. It was nearly impossible for them to escape from it. Once they all restored a portion of their magic power, they immediately left the hall and made their way out. When their surroundings lit up, they were all dumbstruck. In front of them laid a dozen different stairways that stretched off in different directions. However, each path was clouded by a white fog, so no one couldn't tell where they led. This was much to their shock. One of the older cultivators sighed and turned to the scholar with a wry smile. "How will we deal with this? Even if we had one person search each area, we can't cover everything." The scholar quickly calmed the old man. "There is no need to be nervous. This clearly shows that we've arrived at the heart of Kunwu Mountain. Splitting our numbers individually is out of the question as we can't protect ourselves alone. How about we head over to there and take a look first?" He pointed to a platform made of white jade where all the steps joined. It was a couple of kilometers away, but it was clearly massive. The others raised no objections and followed after, taking off to the air. But not far into their journey, they all fell to the ground. "There is a restriction preventing flight." "Why would it be placed here?" the eccentric shouted. Fortunately, they hadn't flown high and thus didn't suffer any injuries. Rather, they were happy to discover this restriction. This was a sign that they had entered a very important place in the Kunwu Mountains. When Hua Tianqi heard Old Man Fu give him a general explanation, he felt quite astonished, saying, "So it turned out that fellow Taoist Han is from the heavenly south. We see very few of your people here. But regardless of what has happened, since you killed the Yin-sifting sect elder and acquired his ghost-sifting banner, this is not a matter that can be so easily resolved." The others were also thrown into an uproar and examined Han Li with a curious gaze. To the cultivators of the great gene, they knew the heavenly south to be some unremarkable place far away. For such a person to appear before them and provoke the Yin-sifting sect aroused great curiosity. "I was merely protecting myself," Han Li calmly elaborated. "If it weren't for their elder taking the initiative to stir up trouble, I wouldn't be involved in this mess." The large man from the group of vagrant cultivators anxiously said, "Enough. In any case, you three have already stayed here for some time and should know where we are, right?" Han Li's eyes shifted and he calmly answered, "Of course. This is the legendary Kunwu Mountain." Kunwu Mountain? The newly arrived were briefly stunned before cheering with joy. Even old Devil Qian was surprised. As the Sacred Poison sect elders already knew this, they simply exchanged a glance. Their grand elder, Hua Tianqi, then rubbed his chin and turned to look at the white silhouettes. "It also stands to mention that there are people who have arrived ahead of us. We neither know their number nor their strength. But since they were able to open such a large seal, they should be quite powerful. Brother Qian, regardless of whatever conflict you have with fellow Taoist Han, it is not the time to be fighting. Wouldn't it be better for us to join hands and expel the other group from the mountain? Afterwards, we can divide the treasures Kunwu Mountain provides among ourselves. You can then resolve your grievances with fellow Taoist Han. Join hands." Old Devil Qian grew silent as he pondered. As for Master Scatterwind and his 4 companions, their hearts stirred and they began to speak amongst themselves through voice transmission. Under the circumstances, Old Man Fu and Bai Yaoi sighed. Although they were confident that they could contend against Old Devil Qian together, they found themselves in an incredibly awkward situation where their hands were tied. Han Li unconsciously frowned and inwardly sighed. It seemed he would have to find another opportunity to gain the method to dissolving the Soul Seal curse. With that thought, he took a look at where the cultivators had emerged and asked, "Fellow Taoist Hua, what is the damage to the opening of the seal after that explosion? Can we still leave?" Hua Tianqi sighed and said, "How about you take a look for yourself? It might be different later on, but the passageway is definitely blocked for the near future." Han Li pursed his lips and after some hesitation, flew directly over to the light screen and disappeared into it. Bai Yaoi and Old Man Fu quickly turned their attention over to it. A short moment later, he emerged from the screen of light with a sullen expression. He looked over to his 2 companions and shook his head. "It's true, the passageway is blocked, but it will restore itself eventually. For now, let's explore deeper up the mountain." The following events were simple. Despite the old Devil Qian's great arrogance, he knew that it was the wrong place to settle matters. This was a prime opportunity to acquire grand treasures, and he didn't wish to return empty-handed. As such, he was forced to let go of Han Li for the time being. As for the temporary alliance, they all considered it for a moment before all agreeing to it. With everyone on board, Hua Tianqi shouted, "Together, we'll be able to match whoever is ahead of us, even if they are cultivators from the 10 great sects. Let us set off before the other party can acquire the treasures first." Then, he led the way up the stone steps. Old Devil Qian coldly snorted and his 5 devils joined together before following after them. Han Li and company silently flew up the stairs as well. The Yi clan members were currently standing in front of the White Jade Plaza. It spanned over 1/5 of a kilometer and was crafted from beautiful jade. There were pillars all around that were over 30 meters tall. Each jade pillar was masterfully engraved with rare, lifelike spirit beasts. However, they weren't looking at these pillars at all, but at the other end of the plaza. It was there where the stone steps emerged and huge jade tablets was erected in front of them containing the names of various locations such as Fortune Cloud Hall and Goldstone Pavilion. They were all lost in thought as they stared at them. A cultivator from the crowd spoke up. "There are only 3 places that we will most likely find the divine spirit treasures. The centermost of these is Kunwu Hall. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion is close by it, and the location farthest away is the devil-suppressing pagoda. The scholar and eccentric said nothing and simply remained lost in thought. The cultivator added on, Kunwu Hall is certain to be at the heart of the mountain. And given the name of the Spirit Treasure Pavilion, it is obviously where the ancient cultivators kept their treasures. It wouldn't be odd for the treasures to be there. As for the devil-suppressing pagoda, that should be where they imprison devils. Under the strange circumstances of the mountain ceiling, it is very likely that the divine spirit treasures are being kept there. After all, they would have used the power of the treasures to suppress these devils. The scholar eventually grunted and said, well said. I also feel that the divine spirit treasures should be placed in one of these three areas. However, we do not have the power to look at every location, so we'll have to choose one of two places. Which two? The eccentric hesitantly asked. The scholar paused before answering. The Spirit Treasure Pavilion and the devil-suppressing pagoda. The eccentric shook his head and said, those two? I feel like Kunwu Hall should be a more likely choice than the devil-suppressing pagoda. The scholar chuckled and calmly explained, the Spirit Treasure Hall should most likely net us some treasures, even if we don't manage to acquire the divine spirit treasures. Kunwu Hall is far too obvious a choice, and would be lathered in traps and restrictions. Since the mountain was sealed, I believe that the two treasures would have no purpose being enshrined at Kunwu Hall. It is more likely being used to suppress some sort of unspeakable demon in the devil-suppressing pagoda. The eccentric eventually shook his head. That does sound reasonable. But I do believe we should still have a deep look at Kunwu Hall on the merit that it is the core building of the mountain. The scholar wryly smiled and said, I understand your words, but we only have so many people. It is too difficult to split into two groups, let alone three. The others began to discuss their plan of action, with a few members each finding the other side more reasonable. For a time, a conclusion couldn't be formed. When the eccentric saw the stalemate, an odd expression appeared on his face and he proposed, our group consists of 9 members. How about we each take 3 to explore both the Spirit Treasure Pavilion and the devil-suppressing pagoda? As for the last one, they will be an elder particularly skilled in movement techniques and will be sent to make a trip to Kunwu Hall. If they find any problems, they will turn back and we will be notified of what happened. Then if either of us finish our journey smoothly, we can make the journey to Kunwu Hall. That will be fine. Let's do that then. However, since this elder will be alone, they will be a target of the Lionhawk and the Silver-Winged Night Fiend. We'll have to give them the overflowing sky bracelet, the scholar said. With that treasure, they should be able to protect themselves from any danger they could encounter. The eccentric nodded and raised no objections. They then promptly split their numbers and each headed in different ways. The disguised elder devil followed after the eccentric, and the square-faced middle-aged man was chosen to explore Kunwu Hall. It came as no surprise, as the square-faced cultivator had the 3rd highest cultivation in the group. After a brief moment of hesitation, the scholar agreed and offered the bone-white bracelet to him. He warned, every activation of the overflowing sky bracelet requires the use of your blood essence. Do not use it lightly. Don't worry, I am well aware. The square-faced cultivator accepted the bracelet with a solemn expression. The eccentric spoke. It is said that the devil-suppressing pagoda is specialized in restraining vicious ghosts, demons, devils, and other such existences. I don't know if there are any that are still there, but I will still be heading over there. The scholar chuckled and agreed in passing. It seems we had the same idea. I was originally quite interested in the devil-suppressing pagoda, but since 7th Uncle said it first, I won't raise any objections. I'll bring these 3 to the Spirit Treasure Pavilion. The large-headed eccentric promptly led his group of 3, including the disguised elder devil, towards the steps of the devil-suppressing pagoda. The square-faced, middle-aged cultivator saluted the scholar before equipping the overflowing sky bracelet. Then, with a blur, he rushed up the centermost steps towards Kunwu Hall. The scholar didn't immediately depart. Instead, he waited until both the eccentric and the square-faced cultivator faded away into the white mist, then turned to an old man at his side. Esteemed nephew Feng, do we still have any formation tools left over? The old man respectfully replied, as per your orders. I've placed down a spell formation at every restriction we've broken. The only one left is the 7-star Myrtle formation that we purchased for tens of thousands of spirit stones. The scholar commanded, "Place it here," and release the 2 vampiric bats and the swarm of tiger wasps into it. Yes. The old man slapped his storage pouch and took out a set of purple formation flags before walking to the side of the plaza. The scholar then turned to look at the mountain down below. His expression softly wavered as he silently pondered. 2 hours later, they also entered. Far below the mountain, Han Li's party had finally arrived at the myriad Cultivate gate. The Yi clan had placed a profound illusion there, powerful enough to trap core formation cultivators for several days at the very least. But when faced against a large number of nascent soul cultivators, it was easily disposed off in only a short amount of time. When they clearly saw the huge decorated archway of the myriad cultivator gate, all their doubts about Kunwa Mountain were dispelled and they grew greatly excited. The ragtag party of cultivators then hastily made their way up the mountain. As a result, they now encountered the other restrictions the Yi clan had placed behind them. This hadn't discouraged them, but only drove them forward. But it was clear to see that with each restriction encountered, they grew ever more powerful. Although the party all possessed great cultivation, they resorted to brute force to break each one and became more delayed. An entire day passed before they arrived at the huge stone hall with the many puppets. Hua Tianqi glanced at the building with a solemn expression. "Fellow Taoists, be careful. I fear it will be troublesome if there are any restrictions present. The party of cultivators ahead of us must be quite wealthy to be in possession of so many sets of formation tools. It's likely that they either belong to one of the 10 great clans or are a faction of equivalent strength." Old Devil Qian coldly snorted and said, "None of those 10 are capable of fielding this many high-grade restrictions, especially the absolute Icefire formation. I am truly curious about the identity of those ahead of us." With a confident tone, Hua Tianqi proclaimed, "In any case, much to our convenience, these people had broken through the restrictions of Kunwu Mountain. Even if they placed a few interim blockades in their place, we will soon overtake them. I hope that is the case." Old Devil Qian spoke indifferently. With that said, the group rushed into the large stone hall. They saw remains of stone puppets litter the floor, and couldn't help but stop and gander. Hua Tianqi swept his spiritual sense past the stone hall and hesitantly said, "There aren't any fluctuations of a restriction. How surprising, they didn't leave any behind." Old Man Fu chuckled. "This is to be expected. I reckon that those people ran out of formation tools." When the large vagrant cultivator swept his gaze past the hall, he frowned and said, "I've never heard of stone puppets. They're stone spirits." Though a secret technique, demon beast souls were forcefully fused into these statues. This was particularly prevalent during ancient times, but for some unknown reason it was later lost. The voice belonged to the taciturn Han Li. He was sifting through some of the stone on the ground and examining it. Hua Tianqi glanced at Han Li with an odd glance. "Oh, fellow Taoist Han knows about such an ancient technique? I just did a bit of probing on puppet techniques. It is a pity that these are all damaged, or I would have been able to research them." With that said, Han Li tossed away the stone in his hand, having it roll several times on the ground. His investigations divulged that the remains of these spirits were made of common stone. They were peculiarly refined, but there were the strange markings of a spell formation carved on their surface. He wasn't able to clearly read them as they were fragmented. If fellow Taoist Han wishes to acquire one intact, he simply needs to look at the collapsed corridors. Perhaps a few survived. One of the cultivators spoke to Han Li with a cheerful voice. When Han Li looked over, he found the speaker to be a middle-aged man with an honest appearance, Master Scatterwind. As he wasn't from the Great Gene, he didn't know about the man's infamy, but he wasn't one to judge by appearance. Han Li smiled and thought to say something when Old Devil Qian suddenly shouted, "Evil creature! You're courting death." The Sync Devils then raised their hands and released beams of gray light to a seemingly empty space. With a series of explosions, purple light flared to reveal a four-winged hawk with a lion's head. It was glaring at everyone present. The beast had stealthily arrived nearby at an unknown time and laid eyes on ambushing Old Devil Qian's Sync Devils. While no one present would know of its significance, its half-severed claw had been completely restored. The lion hawk seemed to have learned from its previous experience and immediately unfolded its wings upon being exposed. It flew back in a mist of azure light and out the hall in the blink of an eye. The others had been astonished by its sudden appearance and hesitated to act. A lion hawk. There was such a monster here. Hua Tianqi gasped and wore a gloomy expression. If he was by himself, he feared he would have met a gruesome end. Old Man Fu and Bai Yaoi exchanged a glance of alarm. They already knew that an even deadlier silver-winged night fiend was lurking about. However, they had kept quiet about the matter for their own reasons. The others paled at the sight of this. That fearsome ancient bird was an existence that matched late nascent soul cultivators. It wasn't something that should be provoked. But now that it was gone, Han Li's original thoughts to look in the corridor were abandoned. Since the mountain also had a silver-winged night fiend, it was safer to travel together. After leaving the hall, the lion hawk circled down the mountain. After flying for an hour, it arrived beside a massive tree and let out a harsh and howling screech. I got it, stop shouting. Did you want me to take revenge for you? It's not like I wanted to do this. After being trapped for countless years, it wasn't easy for me to escape, and I'd rather not provoke more trouble. Furthermore, it seems there are two groups of cultivators all at nascent soul stage. This won't be easy. These words spoken with the voice of a cracked gong, followed by a flash of green, revealing a 3-meter-wide hole in the tree. A black-clothed woman walked out with an annoyed bearing. She had a wide girth, tan skin, a bun of jet-black hair wrapped around her head, 2 several-inch-long white horns protruding out from her hair, and an appearance that could only be described as hideous. Red light gleamed from her eyes as if filled with anger at the bird's screeching. The woman put her hand on his hips and gritted her teeth. Easier said than done. You were too careless and had half your talon cut off. Why should I take revenge? And didn't the descendants of the 3 masters here trap us here to guard this mountain on their behalf? I don't want to follow their wishes. A man's voice then sounded out, but if we don't kill them, they will enter Kunwa Hall and take out the 4 spirit medallions there. I fear we may fall under their control. In a flash of azure light, the silver-winged knife fiend made an appearance. The woman snorted and indifferently said, That's if they can. Do you think the restrictions aren't sufficient? The Great North Essence lights in particular are impossible to deal with. Anybody wishing to enter Kunwa Hall is seeking death. The silver-winged night fiend calmly said, Fellow Taoist Gue, that isn't certain. The Great North Essence lights may be fearsome, but they have late nascent soul cultivators amongst them. One of them could have a magic tool that could control it. And don't you want to take this opportunity to take those control medallions? Although we emerged from the spirit prison formation, we still won't be able to take a step outside this mountain. When the horned woman heard the silver-winged night fiend mention the restriction medallions, her expression turned and her voice grew harsh. The spiritual chi here is perfect. Why would I want to leave? Although I don't know what is happening to the outside world, I doubt I will find a better place for cultivation there. I will stay here until I ascend to the next realm. The silver-winged night fiend frowned. Fellow Taoist Gue, you should know that the seal is already shattered. You won't be able to continue cultivating here peacefully, and there is no need to tolerate what will happen. Furthermore, we do have a friendship of some sort. So how about we face this crisis together? The horned woman nodded with a more relaxed composure. We do have some friendship. You were the refined corpse of a human, and those cultivators nurtured the lion hawk and I before sealing us in the spirit prison formations. Kunwa Hall has restrictions that are specially put in place to repel us, and we aren't normally capable of going near it. But now there are humans leading the way. So long as we quietly follow behind them, when the time comes, it will be easy for us to both acquire our restriction medallions and dispose of them. The horned woman's heart stirred, but contrary to how she felt, she snorted and coldly said, You speak of it as if we're as easy as that. There are many of them present, even some late nascent soul cultivators. You even mentioned that there was a particularly troublesome cultivator who possessed a divine spirit treasure. When the time comes, we might be putting our own head on the platter. I would loathe being imprisoned once more. Wouldn't it be better to ignore those restriction medallions and sleep in the depths of the mountain's spirit veins for 1,000 years? By then, even if they acquired the medallions, they won't be able to bother us. The knife fiend seemed to have lost his patience and sullenly said, Don't forget, fellow Taoist Gue, I am quite skilled in earth movement techniques. The woman icily leered at the silver-winged knife fiend. What do you mean? It's quite simple, the Knife Fiend indifferently said. If my restriction medallion is seized by the humans, they can ask me anything I know. Do you think that they will let go of the demon core of a grade 10 vast cliff tortoise? The woman scowled in annoyance. Fine, how about we hide together then? The Knife Fiend bluntly spoke. I cannot forego a great opportunity like this one. I cannot stay on this damnable mountain. Without moon essence, I will eternally be unable to evolve into a gold-clad lunar corpse. The woman snorted and suddenly jumped a meter into the air, shouting, Are you threatening me? With a wave of his wings, he chuckled and coldly said, I'm not threatening you. Fellow Taoist Gue needs to come to a decision. Don't forget that you owe me a favor as well. Don't you remember when the ancient cultivators placed a berserker curse on us to seal our intelligence? Were it not for the clear void pill I split with you, you would have become bloodthirsty and violent rather than take on the form you have today. Of course, I remember. When she was reminded of the berserker curse, her arrogance nearly disappeared. After a moment of silence, she sighed once more. We shouldn't forget about the fourth guardian that should have teleported here too. We still haven't seen it, nor do we know its form. If we can all join hands, I will consider it. The Knife Fiend shook his head and said, I've already looked all over, but I haven't found the location of the fourth spirit prison formation, nor any trace of a demon or ghost. Perhaps the fourth guardian wasn't very lucky and had already passed away. After all, it didn't have a clear void pill to hold back the curse. The possibility of surviving after running rampant for this many years doesn't seem very likely. And even if it managed to survive, we don't have any more time to look for them. When the woman heard this, her expression wavered. A moment later, she let out one more sight, having come to a decision, and affirmed with a clear tone. Since you raised the matter of the clear void pill, I will assist you this one time. But, after we acquire our restriction medallions, we will immediately leave. I don't want to stay on this cursed mountain. I want to find an uninhabited place where I can peacefully cultivate. That will do. So long as we have freedom, we can cultivate anywhere in this world. The Knife Fiend smiled. As the vast cliff tortoise was a fraction stronger than he, she would prove to be of great assistance. Maintaining a calm exterior, the horned woman then said, But before we take action, we will need a plan. Since they know that two of you exist, we will need to be careful and not get caught into any of their traps. Naturally, the Night Fiend agreed without any hesitation. As for the lion hawk, it raised its head and let out a caw. The three beasts had a quiet discussion by the huge tree, and after the time it took to finish a meal, they soared into the sky and flew in the direction of the stone steps. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from sight and left only wind in their wake. But not long after, another large tree nearby suddenly shook and quickly shrank. Green light shined in a barrier around it, and protrusions emerged from its surface to reveal two large verdant eyes. The eyes were as shiny as glass and looked around, emotionlessly glancing in the direction that the three had disappeared. It was truly inconceivable. A beast was able to hide itself near three high-grade existences. After its eyes looked at the sky for a long while, green flashed from around it along a gust of wind, and the tree disappeared into the ground. After Han Li and company spotted the lion hawk, they quickly flew out of the stone hall. After they emerged, they quickly noticed a restriction preventing flight, and all fell to the ground. Much like those before, they also rejoiced upon finding this, as it meant they had finally arrived at an important place on Kunwu Mountain. What's that? Bai Yaoi glanced at the stone stairways in the distance with complete shock. The others quickly followed her gaze and discovered the winding stone stairs flanked by a huge verdant forest. The forest was densely filled with huge purple bamboo stalks and covered an area as far as the eye could see, completely concealing the white jade plaza from view. The bottom of the forest was filled with a faint purple chi that emitted an astonishing spiritual pressure, enough to cause the cultivators' hearts to tremble. Hua Tianqi examined the scene and solemnly said, The restriction seems to be vastly superior to the absolute icefire formation. This should be the last one. Once we break through, we'll be able to pursue them without pause. In that case, what are we waiting for? Old Devil Chen let out a wild cackle, and the Sink Devils shined before shooting into the forest. Hua Tianqi hesitated for a moment before following after and leading the Sacred Poison Sect elders into the purple forest. Let's go as well. Brother Han, what are you doing? Just as he was about to set off, he saw Han Li wear an unsightly expression and paused in alarm. With a deep breath, his face returned to normal. "It's nothing. Let's go." Then, with a blur, he leaped 10 meters into the air without another thought. The old man stroked his chin. Although he felt somewhat doubtful, he that knew now wasn't the time and quickly followed after him. Unbeknownst to Old Man Fu, the bamboo cloudswarm swords within his body had all trembled, signifying that the elder devil was present on this mountain. He wasn't able to stop himself from grimacing afterwards. Could it be that the elder devil is with the parties of cultivators ahead of us? How did that he onto this mountain? And what sinister designs does that devil have in coming here? As a string of thoughts rapidly flooded Han Li's mind, he was thrown into turmoil. With the Triflame fan and the late nascent soul stage puppet, he wasn't particularly fearful of the elder devil, but it was truly too strange of a coincidence for it to make an appearance here. His encounters with the elder devil were still fresh in his mind, and he felt a deep sense of foreboding. At that moment, Old Devil Qian arrived in front of the forest and released streams of gray glacial from the Sync Devil's hands. In response, the bamboo forest let out a series of hums and 7 pillars of purple light shot out from various areas into the sky. The purple chi within seemed to have come to life and resisted the gray glacial chi in a wave as if they were two beasts trying to rend each other apart. Afterwards, the Sacred Poison Sect elders and the group of vagrant cultivators quickly arrived and unleashed their own attacks to the formation without hesitation, brightly lighting up the air around them. As for Han Li, he silently spat out several flying swords and joined in the assault as he wondered on other matters. Deep underground in Nanjiang, there were several hundreds of cultivators gathered around the opening of the seal to Kunwu Mountain. Because of the illusion formation's explosion, the 10-meter opening was rendered unstable. Silver light continuously flowed from it as if waves were wandering across everything around it. There were many vagrants and those from minor sects that were watching what was happening from a distance, but more importantly were several groups that had gathered near the opening in a deadlock. Among them were a party of women who had youthful and beautiful appearances. Their emerald green robes and adornments revealed them to be natives to Nanjiang. One of their elders possessed mid-nascent soul cultivation with an ordinary appearance, and their other elder possessed early nascent soul cultivation though younger and more beautiful. The women were facing a group of men that appeared in their 30s. Strangely enough, a portion of them wore black robes and the other white ones. Leading them were a group of 5 nascent soul cultivators. Gu Tianhao and the Endless Sky Saintess Lin Yinping were among them. But the most notable of all was an elegant youth that stood at the saintess' side. From his spiritual chi fluctuations, he was clearly a late nascent soul cultivator. He was the Endless Sky Plane's Grand Immortal Su. As for the last group, they were the smallest, consisting of 3 azure-robed cultivators, headed by an old white-haired Taoist with an otherworldly bearing. He was a late nascent soul cultivator known as Master Sable. Master Sable looked at the green-robed mid-nascent soul woman with a stern expression and said, "Lady Mu, there is no need for your esteemed sect to join the fray. I don't hold you in contempt, rather I fear your mortal form sect would be greatly damaged if anything were to happen during this dangerous trip. Due to our past friendship, I am doing my best to dissuade you." It was clear from his tone that he was rather affectionate of the woman. Lady Mu indifferently replied, "Master Sable, even if the High Zenith sect is the top sect of the righteous Tao, you can't be this overbearing. The seal is clearly within the range of my sect's authority. How can you prevent me from entering? My sect cares not for the danger either." The group of women belonged to the largest sect nearest to the seal, the Immortal Form sect. Their fame was even greater than that of the Sacred Poison sects. A majority of its disciples were women, but most of its fame came from the resounding, sinister power of its unblockable curses. It is said that they were capable of killing someone thousands of kilometers away. There would often be news of the death of someone who offended their sect, no matter how far they fled. This inspired fear in the cultivation world, and none dared to rashly offend them. One of their famous figures was Lady Mu, who was said to have killed 3 similarly ranked cultivators in a single day, all at different locations. From actions of the past, she also had a mutual grudge of sorts against Master Sable. Even so, Master Sable had no choice but to act with the utmost politeness despite being amongst the most powerful figures in the Great Gene. After this was said, Gu Tianhao then interjected, "Fellow Taoist Sable, I won't mention the circumstances of others, but our insifting sect will be heading in." Gu Tianhao accompanied the cultivators from the endless sky plains and had the company of 2 elders from his own sects. When he found out about the matter of the seal, he had hurried over. Now that he understood that the strength of his own party rivaled that of the high zenith sects, he wasn't about to easily back down. Master Sable wasn't angered by their words, and instead turned to look at the silver light emitting from the seal's opening. He then nonchalantly said, "If fellow Taoist Gu wishes to head in, I will not block you. In truth, I had acquired secret information that the opening of this seal was man-made. Although I don't know what's inside, I can't imagine it to be good. Besides, even without me blocking the way, the opening has become unstable." Lady Mu and Gu Tianhao turned silent. This problem wouldn't be easily solved. The violent fluctuations of energy at the opening would make it extremely dangerous to enter. Lady Mu swept away a strand of hair from her forehand and slowly said, "Our immortal form sect had acquired a sun-moon recently. It can be considered a rare treasure that can be used in both attack and defense. My junior martial sister and I are willing to join hands and make an attempt." Master Sable spoke with surprise. "You actually acquired the sun-moon shuttle?" "It's one of the 3 great shuttle treasures. It was only something we acquired in passing," Lady Mu said with indifference. "I was thinking of having it become a legacy treasure of our sect." Master Sable nodded and said, "In that case, I won't say anything further. You are free to do as you wish. As for me, I will wait another 2 days before entering." "2 days? Didn't you say you weren't going to enter?" Gu Tianhao asked with a trace of doubt. Master Sable twirled his beard and said, "I said no such thing. In 2 days' time, the heavenly devil sect's brother 7 Wonders will come. With his spirit tortoise carriage, we won't have trouble entering the seal." "Taoist 7 Wonders is on his way?" Gu Tianhao spoke with alarm. Master Sable leisurely said, "Correct. I've received a secret report that this matter involves both the righteous and devilish Tao. Fellow Taoist 7 Wonders and I have taken charge, and we've investigated separate matters near Nanjiang. I've managed to find clues and have requested Brother 7 Wonders to give me some assistance. If the report is true, I believe it will be far too dangerous for me to tackle this alone." When he heard that Taoist 7 Wonders was coming personally, his expression turned unsightly. After a moment of gloomy silence, his lips stirred as he sent a voice transmission to the Endless Sky Saintess and Grand Immortal Su. Grand Immortal Su's expression remained unchanged, but the Endless Sky Saintess tensely frowned. When Gu Tianhao saw this, he hastily sent a few more messages, and Immortal Su eventually nodded. As for the Endless Sky Saintess, she hesitated for a moment before deciding to remain silent. Gu Tianhao's expression relaxed and he decisively said, "From fellow Taoist Sable's tone, there seems to be a significant problem with the seal. However, the Grand Elder of my sect has already entered. I cannot stand idle. Although I don't have treasures on the level of the Sun-Moon Shuttle and the Spirit Tortoise Carriage, I will have to make an attempt." Master Sable glanced at the Grand Immortal Su for a moment and chuckled with a calm face. "I can understand that you are confident, and am I not so classless as to obstruct you? If you have the ability to pass through, then please go ahead." It seemed the old Taoist knew the identity of the Endless Sky cultivators in their party. "In that case, I won't refuse." Gu Tianhao chuckled and turned to his side. "Fellow Taoist Su, I'll have to trouble you. Since Brother Gu made the request, I'll give it a try." Immortal Su slapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and light swept out from it to reveal a rainbow peacock. It was a meter tall and had rings of light spread out across its feathers, making for a dazzling sight. A keen spirit peacock. Master Sable narrowed his eyes with a trace of surprise. "That's right. Its innate rainbow light is capable of isolating worldly spiritual chi. We'll be using that to enter. If you would excuse us, we'll be heading in first." The peacock let out a clear cry and charged into the silver light released from the seal's opening. Then the party each released their own protective magic treasures and rushed in without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, all that remained behind were the low-grade attainers and disciples. After witnessing that they all entered without a problem, the rest of their group quickly left, following the orders they were previously given. A short moment later, all that remained were Master Sable's group and the Immortal Form sect. Lady Mu pondered for a moment and turned around to give a few commands. The female disciples then scattered. After they departed, Lady Mu turned to her junior martial sister and nodded. "Release the Sun-Moon shuttle." "Understood." The young woman slapped her storage pouch and tossed a dazzling silver shuttle into the air. During that same time, Lady Mu waved her sleeve and released a golden streak. Suddenly, the silver and golden streaks flew out and interweaved through the air before fusing as one, turning into a huge 3-meter-tall gold-silver shuttle that possessed an astonishing aura. "Go!" She let out a shout, and soon after, the two women streaked forward and disappeared into the huge shuttle. It then glowed and twirled through the air before shooting into the seal opening. Master Sable wore an odd expression after seeing them enter and muttered, "Despite what I've said, you still insist on entering. Don't blame me if anything happens to you." Soon after, he waved his arm to the two core formation cultivators standing behind him, and the three sat down to rest. With a late nascent soul cultivator guarding the opening, the others in the distance wore an expression of dismay. At the top of Kunwu Mountain in the gloomy air, an incredibly huge object floated motionlessly in the air. There were countless restriction talismans slapped on top of it, in addition the dense coils of chains restraining it. These talismans all glowed with great radiance, revealing themselves to all be vastly powerful. As for the chains, they shined with a black light and faintly seeped traces of blood. In addition to the talismans and chains, there were over 1,000 palm-sized mirrors surrounding this gigantic object. Each one reflected yellow beams to weave together a strange spell formation enveloping it. All of the surrounding space was filled with endless layers of cascading restrictions, radiating the air with faint light. The object itself had the shape of a small mountain and showed no signs of change. If it weren't for the faint rise and falls of the surface, one would have believed it to be dead. Contrarily, there was a whole other world right next to it. This world was verdant and brimming with plants of all kinds, not to mention the choking spiritual qi. And at the very center, there was a beautiful palace a kilometer wide. From a distance, it appeared to be completely barren. But if one looked at it from above, it would discover the palace was actually at the heart of a huge spell formation. There were 81 30-meter-tall altars erected near the palace, placed in various locations corresponding to the formation. But most astonishing of all was a 10-meter-tall statue constructed from white jade enshrined at all of the altars. These stone men were wearing golden armor, and their hands were clasping large golden blades facing the palace. Their expressions were all solemn and lifelike. However, the entire area was completely void of sound, as if the scene remained untouched for millennia. The 7-star Myrtle formation had now been fully activated and explosions sounded out. It was a crucial moment for the formation's collapse. The 7 pillars of purple light reached for the sky from the vast mist surrounding the area. Faint sounds of thunder and arcs of dense lightning would occasionally fly from the pillars and strike at various parts of the restriction. The mist had condensed to the point where it completely blocked sight, and it would occasionally cry out with soul-shaking ghostly wails. Han Li was now enveloped in coils of twisting lightning as he calmly approached a nearby pillar. As this happened, large pythons would condense from the surrounding mist and immediately attack, but the lightning surrounding him easily scattered them. However, he didn't appear happy at this in the slightest as the pythons continued their relentlessly assault. Silver-white lightning would occasionally arc above his head, but he cared not for its frequency or power. Whenever it was about to strike him, he would simply redirect it to his side with the wave of his hand. Suddenly, 2 nearly inaudible buzzes cleared from behind him. With a frown, he flicked his hand and 2 arcs of golden lightning shot out, followed by a scorched scent. Han Li turned his head and saw 2 fist-sized wasps. Their bodies were burnt black and had fallen to the ground. What was most eye-catching about them were the 3-inch-long stingers that emerged from its tail. Nevertheless, he had already killed 40 of such insects with ease. At that start, he dealt with them using his nimble flying swords, but now he resorted to divine devilbane lightning. But it wasn't as if he had so much that he could squander it, but that the huge wasps were capable of damaging his swords. Although he didn't know how venomous the wasp's sting was, its green blood was extremely corrosive and damaged his sword's spiritual nature upon contact. Since he couldn't use them to kill the wasps, he tried low-grade fireball and icicle techniques to no avail. Fortunately, They had little resistance to lightning and were easily exterminated without consuming much at all. In addition, there were also a few crimson bats that would occasionally attack. They appeared the same as an ordinary bat, but swordlight didn't have much of an effect on them. He was only able to cleave through them with the actual edge of his swords, and even then, their flesh resisted for a moment before, much to Han Li's shock. His bamboo cloudswarm swords were incredibly incisive after being infused with auric essence. The fact that there was even a delay before his sword could cleave through the bats were a testament to their hardiness. But in any case, these wasps and bats were rarely seen spirit beasts in the world and were incredibly hard to train. It was clear it took some effort into nurturing them, but without anyone controlling them, not even half of their potential strength was displayed. It seems the cultivators ahead of them were paying great costs in order to delay them. As these thoughts appeared through his mind, he arrived about 30 meters away from the pillar of purple light and could soon destroy it. But then, a huge purple bamboo at the entrance of the spell formation suddenly made a reappearance around the pillar. They rapidly grew all around him, engulfing him in a dense bamboo forest. The pillar of light that was close by had completely disappeared. Han Li couldn't help but smile at the appearance of the illusion restrictions. So long as he didn't encounter a top-grade illusion like earlier, it wouldn't be enough to stop him. Blue light flashed from his eyes and the purple bamboo faded away to reveal the pillar of light that was originally there. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, 8 flying swords shot out and circled in the air before letting out a clear ring. In a flash of light, a dense sword streak cleaved through the bottom of the pillar. With a huge explosion, the base of it disappeared. At nearly the same time, the purple bamboo forest surrounding him had completely disappeared, exposing over 400 meters of white jade brick floor. Han Li took a glance at it and unconsciously raised his brow. He looked at the rest of the purple mist in the distance, seeing that only 3 pillars still shined. It appeared that 3 others had been one step ahead of him. After a moment of thought, he took out a spirit stone and sat down, showing absolutely no interest in the other pillars. As he recovered his magic power, he took this opportunity to properly collect what he would do when he encountered the Elder Devil. Currently, there were many powerful cultivators gathered here with just as many monsters lurking nearby. Even with the Grand Puppet and Triflame Fan, he could lose his life in a single moment of carelessness. After some thought, Han Li slapped his storage pouch and took out a rectangular brick that glowed with blue light. It was a reduced form of the crystalline slab he found in the stone steel earlier. The item was impeccably concealed. He had examined the steel for a long while and hadn't discovered what laid inside. If it weren't for the armored earth dragon's innate ability to find treasures, he would have completely missed it. The crystal slab's body was strange enough and clearly refined from a single kind of unknown stone. Without spiritual power, it was incredibly heavy, but with it was as light as a feather. But what most attracted his attention was the unknown ancient characters inscribed on the surface. Despite the many records Han Li read in the past, these letters were something he had yet to encounter. Even so, he was able to recognize from the strokes and form that they came from an age even before what was commonly known as ancient times. It was an almost prehistoric treasure. After examining the crystal brick for a while longer, he sighed and put it away. At that moment, there were 2 explosions that came from the distance. 2 more had been destroyed. As for the last one, it faded away on its own without any intervention. After the purple mist completely disappeared, the others came into view. Old Devil Qian's furious voice then sounded out. "Where are those sacred poison sect elders? They actually dared slip past us." Han Li swept his gaze around and confirmed that they had all disappeared. The large man from the group of vagrants angrily shouted, "Not only them, but that scoundrel Scatterwind disappeared as well. I knew he was planning to con us ever since he urged us to come inside." Bai Yaoi sighed and pointed forward. "It is no wonder they shook us off. Take a look at our front." The others looked around and discovered the dozen of staircases that all led in differing directions. Old Man Fu frowned and said, "It seems that these cultivators felt they could handle themselves and slipped away, intending to monopolize something." Old Devil Qian rapidly calmed himself and snorted. "So it was like that. Then I will be acting alone. Anyone who dares to stop me will meet with death." Afterwards, the Sync Devils blurred and revolved around the jade tablets marking the destinations of the stairs. After reading it once through, they combined together and rushed up the stairs towards Kunwa Hall. When they saw old Devil Qian take off, the 4 vagrant cultivators betrayed shock from their faces and began to apprehensively whisper amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Han Li heard Old Man Fu's voice transmission. "It seems our alliance is now broken. What does Brother Han plan on doing?" Han Li glanced at the old man and muttered to himself for a moment before sending back a reply. "There are many paths ahead, and I plan on going alone. So long as you don't take any of the locations with particularly impressive names, there shouldn't be any danger of meeting the others." After a moment of silence, the old man wryly smiled. "I see. However, I wouldn't dare to go alone and will be traveling with fellow Taoist Bai. I have no hope of surviving an ambush against the silver-winged night fiend or the lion hawk." Old Man Fu had no complaints. After all, with so many searching for treasure, there wouldn't be enough for those who took the same path. As Han Li's abilities were far beyond theirs, it was better for him to act alone. As they deliberated on what to do, the large man from the vagrant cultivator called out from the side and shouted, "Fellow Taoists, we're going first." The 4 vagrants split in 2 and traveled up different stairways before fading into the fog. Soon, Old Man Fu and Bai Yaoi finished discussions and bid Han Li a word of farewell. The 2 then picked a stone stairway and sped up it with body lightning techniques. Han Li was now the sole person remaining behind. After looking around and observing the vast emptiness, he smirked and swept his eyes towards the stone tablets. Apart from the areas with important names such as the Devil-Suppressing Pagoda and Kunwa Hall, the other paths shouldn't have been chosen. He stood in front of the stone tablet naming the locations each stairway led and muttered, "Bright Mind Pavilion, Fortune Cloud Hall, Jade Hook Pond, and Spirit Metal Hall. Are all these locations related to tool refinement?" Although he knew that Kunwa Hall and Spirit Treasure Pavilion were as likely to have important treasures, he wasn't interested in risking his life in contention with other powers. Since he's already acquired the nascent cultivating pill, it'd be best to take the safest route. With that in mind, he felt that the Spirit Metal Hall should most likely be left alone and blurred up the stone steps at the very back. Not long after he disappeared, yellow light glowed from the center of the plaza to reveal the silver-winged Night Fiend, the Horned Woman, and the Lion Hawk. The Night Fiend turned to look at the stairways and slowly said, "We can only use earth movement techniques up to here. We will activate the underground restrictions otherwise." With her arms at her waist, the Horned Woman noted, "The remaining spiritual chi fluctuations here are quite strong. It appears those cultivators had recently destroyed a spell formation." Then the Lion Hawk let out 2 roars and unfolded its wings, taking to the air and flying around the stone tablets. After a pause, the Night Fiend smiled and said, "So these are the places where the cultivators have went. Brother Lion Hawk has such a keen sense of smell. Good, they split apart. It will be far easier to seize our restriction medallions this way." The Horned Woman frowned and worriedly said, "However, if those who approach Kunwa Hall aren't capable enough, we will have no way of getting past." The Night Fiend snorted. "It is no matter. If those humans are incapable, we will secretly lend a hand. So long as we don't activate the specific restrictions aimed at us, we should be able to destroy the other ones." The Horned Woman cried out, "In that case, let's go see which cultivators climbed that stairway. Brother Night Fiend, you possess the greatest concealment techniques among us. Can you help hide us?" "Of course," the Night Fiend promptly replied. With a flap of his wings, silver mist rushed out and wrapped around them. Then the beasts disappeared in a bright flash. As this all happened, a rainbow peacock appeared from the screen of white light next to the stone pavilion halfway up Kunwu Mountain. Using the tip of his feet, Han Li blurred 10 steps forward with each bound. After turning a few corners on the stairway, the white jade plaza soon disappeared from sight. There were a few huge trees at the side of the steps. Since he hadn't seen such trees before, he looked at them with interest. They had been growing from Kunwa Mountain for countless years. Even ordinary spiritual trees would become high-quality refinement materials given enough time. However, he wasn't about to slow down for something like that. After walking for a short while, his eyes lit up and he saw a large complex in the distance. Joy rushed his face and he quickened his pace. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the top before coming to a stop. A screen of white mist blocked his front, and when he looked past it, he found a 20-meter-tall gray wall, concealing mostly everything from view, and had the name Spirit Metal Hall written in argent glory. However, he was able to see a large building crest the top of the wall. Han Li looked to his sides and saw that the screen was actually a barrier that completely enveloped the hall. It appeared the ancient cultivators had activated all of the mountain's restrictions before they sealed it. Perhaps they intended on protecting the mountain in hopes of one day returning. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he waved his sleeve and released a golden streak at the gate. With a strange buzz, the swordlight sank a half-foot into the barrier before eventually coming to a stop. Soon after, the damage began to brightly glow and mend itself. Han Li frowned and pointed at the light barrier, having his sword immediately return. The injury was quickly healed. Seeing that the barrier was about 3 meters thick, he began to ponder if the combined might of his swords would even have an effect. After all, if he couldn't dispose of the formation in a single strike, it would recover from any damage that was inflicted. Of course, if he had the time, he could release his gold-devouring beetles to slowly consume the barrier's spiritual power. He reckoned this would take several days, but the restriction could be destroyed, an unacceptable result under the circumstances. As such, he immediately came to a decision and slapped a storage pouch, producing a fist-sized ball of light. It revolved once around him to revealing a feather fan that glowed golden, silver, and red. As he beckoned to it, the fan released a phoenix cry and dropped into his grasp. He unfolded it, having it expand to the size of a meter in a blaze. With it now clasped, he coldly looked at the light barrier in front of him and waved. This time, he meticulously controlled the output, preventing a flame-born phoenix from making another appearance. Instead, the fan simply released a tricolored stream of flame towards the barrier, quickly melting it away like ice to a hot flame and creating a large opening in the blink of an eye. As soon as he saw this, he put the fan away and quickly charged inside. With the wall now towering in front of him, he turned around and saw that the barrier soon mended the opening. Han Li bitterly smiled. He would have to exert himself once more when leaving. With that thought, he examined the magic power within his body. Although he had controlled the fan to use less than half its might, it still consumed a third of his magic power. He shook his head and turned to walk around the stone wall. The buildings he found at the front were all constructed the same, 30 meters tall with 2 floors. He casually walked into the nearest one and found that it was completely bare apart from some furniture. It appeared to be a place for rest. Even if this room once possessed the personal items of ancient cultivators, they were all put away when they evacuated. Although Han Li had already somewhat anticipated this, he couldn't help but sigh. Having seen this, he didn't hold much hope for the other buildings, and as he expected, they had nothing there. When he moved on to look through a few stone buildings that looked like warehouses, he also found that they were completely void. All racks, tables, and chests were completely bare. There wasn't even the slightest sign of tool refinement, much to his gloom. But when he left the last of these buildings, he found a stone hall. The hall appeared only 300 meters wide, but was colored a crimson red as if it were molten hot. Spirit Change Hall. Han Li muttered the letters that hung above its gate. Although he was only standing outside, he could feel a familiar aura radiating from within. His heart stirred and he soon walked in with his hands behind his back. As soon as he entered, he could hear roaring thunder and quickly turned his gaze around the hall. Red mist raged within the spacious hall, and a dozen pillars of flame stood within, each one with a scarlet dragon coiled around them. They all spouted streams of the red mist, completely enveloping a huge cauldron at the center. The cauldron itself was 20 meters tall and appeared simply decorated. It was among the largest furnaces he had ever seen. But what astonished Han Li was that the red mist scorched it red, completely erasing all trace of its original color. Even from 100 meters away, he could feel its volcanic heat. Ever since he entered the hall, his mouth grew as dry as sand and his skin felt as if it was being assailed by burning needles. If it weren't for the protective light instantly forming a barrier around him, he would have suffered immensely. However, this left him overjoyed. His gaze swept past the inferno to immediately focus on the cauldron. It was completely still and let out pangs of thunder. From his tool refinement experience, he could tell it was in the process of refinement. He now knew he wouldn't be returning empty-handed. Taking a shallow breath, Han Li nimbly slid through the streams and easily made his way towards the object. 20 meters away, he slowed his steps and slowly skirted around it, sensing its astonishing fire-attributed spiritual power. Regardless of whatever was inside, it was certain to have gone through some unknown changes given the number of years it spent in refinement. He was quite curious, but didn't intend on recklessly opening it. After encircling it a dozen times, he began to pensively glance at other areas of the hall. Given the innumerable years the pillars and cauldron had been active, there was certain an eternally active spell formation. So long as he located the controlling mechanisms and destroyed it, the flames should come to an end and allow him to take the treasure. Because the restriction's purpose was control over the hall, it wasn't concealed in the slightest. Paying further attention to the cauldron, he raised his hand, releasing a 3-meter-long streak of gold at an unremarkable corner of the hall. With a loud boom, the corner erupted in golden light and the pillars briefly wavered before their streams came to a halt. When the light faded away, a 3-meter-large hole came into view. A few formation plate fragments surrounded it, and a small golden sword was lazily floating above. Han Li smiled and waved his hand, retrieving the flying sword into his sleeve in a shriek. Without replenishment from the pillars, the red mist gradually disappeared. He didn't immediately take notice of the huge cauldron, and instead concentrated his attention on the ground. Blue light flashed from his eyes and surprise on his face. With the spell formation no longer in place, he noticed that a mass of red lay 100 meters below. The entire hall was constructed over an immense pool of earth fire. It was no wonder why they were able to continue such an operation for so long. Still using his bright sight spirit eyes, he turned his gaze to the cauldron and decided to first see what was inside. He was momentarily stunned by it. Whatever was in there was an even harsher red than the pool of earth fire below. But before he could clearly identify what it was, the cauldron suddenly began to tremble. Followed by a crackle, a layer of scarlet blaze flared around the cauldron once more. Han Li opened his mouth in astonishment. After a moment of thought, it shifted to one of pleasant surprise. After passing through untold years of refinement, it absorbed the essence of the earth fire to a fearsome degree, changing what was originally an ordinary magic tool into a grand fire attribute treasure. Repeated exposure to elemental qi over a long period of time was known to cause such an effect, but it was a matter of coincidence and sheer luck for this to occur. In the past, a few sects attempted to use this method in an attempt to create some high-grade treasures, but it didn't take them long to abandon the effort. This method didn't simply take up too much time, it would take the continuous effort of many successive generations. Even then, the odds of success would still be pathetically low. Even in the case of success, the boost in strength was negligible compared to the time and resources spent. As for the cauldron here, he was certain this wasn't intended by the ones who placed it there. It was most likely that the cauldron was in a crucial point in its refinement process, and the cultivators in charge weren't able to stop it. Lacking any better choice, they activated the spell formation to allow it to continue operations before evacuating the mountain. They probably harbored the thought that they would be able to later return. Of course, such an event never came to be. Han Li's eyes wandered as he pondered about the circumstances. At the same moment, the spiritual light protecting his body brightly glowed in order to better protect himself against the increased scorching temperatures. Shortly after, he slapped his storage pouch and summoned a bundle of blue formation flags into his hand. His figure blurred and the flags shot at various corners. He then appeared in front of the cauldron and examined it several times before muttering an incantation, creating a barrier of blue light around him and the cauldron. Within the ice attribute barrier, the scorching air was greatly cooled. In addition, he released his spirit beast pouch and summoned his dozen six-winged frost centipedes. They nimbly circled around and eventually converged together above the cauldron, gesturing threateningly as they accumulated their power. Han Li relaxed when he saw this and slapped his hands together to cover them in a layer of purple flames before reaching out to the cauldron. A large purple hand appeared above it and bluntly grabbed its lid. It trembled and the inferno around it surged several times in height. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a bird that shot towards the purple hand. A curious boom sounded out when they made contact and scarlet-purple light flashed together. The bird blocked the hand for the time being. When he saw this, an odd expression appeared and he gave a soft command. When the centipedes heard this, they promptly spat out a stream of white chi, covering the flame bird, the cauldron, and the purple hand all at once. Meanwhile, he raised his arm to the fist made from his purple apex flames and struck it with a spell seal, causing it to surge twice in size. With the surrounding glacial chi increasing in strength, the hand was able to crush the flame bird and move on to grab the cauldron. Masterless, it couldn't offer any further resistance. A soft bang sounded out as its lid was easily struck 10 meters into the air, and red light shined from within. Just as Hanli thought to check, he immediately heard an unpleasant screech, followed by a scarlet light bolting out from inside. It shot to the very top of the hall with immense speed, forcibly passing through 2 of the centipedes before they could even react. With a thump, the scarlet light struck the top of the blue light barrier. In a mere moment of pause, ITT quickly melted away an opening. He was greatly alarmed and immediately moved to prevent the light from escaping, flicking his fingers and releasing a dozen azure sword streaks towards it with complete precision. They all struck true. Each wave caused the scarlet light to dim, eventually causing it to sway on the verge of collapse. It knew matters had turned for the worse and trembled in a different direction. But suddenly purple light flashed from behind it and a large hand grabbed it with lightning speed. Then, it returned to Han Li with what its captive. The cauldron seemed to have lost the power to resist. Not only did thunder stop ringing, but the flames had disappeared as well. With the centipede's glacial chi, it was turned into a block of crystalline ice. However, Han Li was more interested in the light that his purple hand managed to catch. He stared at the item brought before him and astonishedly muttered, "Great Sun Essence Fire." However, he also heard a sweet and familiar voice ring out through his mind. It isn't Great Sun Essence Fire, but its equally famous counterpart, Great In True Flame. One of the 3 true spiritual flames of the mortal world. Happiness welled in Han Li's heart, and he calmly asked, "Silver Moon, you've awoken?" Silver Moon slowly said, "I woke up as soon as Master entered the hall. I've barely been able to after years of recuperation. I fear I won't be able to assist Master anytime soon. Did your spiritual sense suffer any damage?" Han Li faintly felt that something was amiss from her tone and he couldn't help but frown. With a forced chuckle, Silver Moon answered, "It's nothing of the sort. I've only recovered a portion of my memories while asleep, and feel a bit uncomfortable." Han Li raised his brow in surprise. "You recovered a portion of your memories?" Silver Moon let out a long sigh and elaborated with a sad tone. "Yes. Feels as if the memories belong to someone else entirely." After a short silence, Han Li consoled, "It is good that you've managed to remember your past. Perhaps with time, you'll remember everything." "Perhaps," Silver Moon softly muttered. "Ah yes, you mentioned that this is Great In True Flame, is that correct?" Han Li then astonishedly looked at small scarlet firebird he had captured. The bird appeared entirely lifelike and intelligent. Silver Moon carefully explained, "There's no doubt it is a ball of inflame essence. If I recall correctly, this ball of true flame should be the lowest grade of its existence, or it wouldn't have been so easily struck down by mere sword chi. But it is fortunate that it wasn't Great Sun Essence Flame. This flame is quite a bit weaker than the purple apex flames as it has recently come to life, but it does have the potential for extreme coldness. If it were the Great Sun Essence Flames, even the lowest grade would be capable of bringing out the fullest of its potential and escape. When the Great In True Flame is nurtured, it will come to possess even greater power than your purple apex flames. It is deserving of its title as one of the 3 true spirit flames in the mortal world." "And what are the 3 true spirit flames?" "I've never heard of them before." Han Li stared at the firebird with doubt. All he could see from the flame was intelligence with no hint of its supposed greater power. Silver Moon bitterly chuckled. "I've seen the 3 once before, but I can't quite remember the details. It seems my mind is still in disarray." A bright glint flashed from Han Li's eyes and he pensively said, "Since the thought had existed in your mind in the first place, it should be true. Could the scene fire be fused with my purple apex flames?" Silvermoon warned while that should be possible, it'd be better for the great true flame to consume the purple apex flames instead. After all, it is already intelligent and it would be a waste to extinguish it. There is even a possibility of backlash. Hanli nodded. That is reasonable to say. But before that, I will need to first refine the true flame. Since it has a trace of intelligence, it will be more difficult to refine. Silvermoon smiled. In addition, you should have this flame take in some great sun essence flame if given the opportunity. With the convergence of yin and yang, it will create unfathomable power. It's likely such power would have never existed in the mortal world before. Hanli frowned and helplessly said, It would be amazing if I could, but I heard from Monarch Soul Divergence that it isn't something that cultivators like us can acquire. That could be... Then, with some hesitation, Silvermoon skeptically suggested, But since you have the great true flame, you may be able to use it to capture the other as their natures mutually oppose one another. Hanli felt his heart stir, but he shook his head and said, Let's leave the topic for later. I don't even know when I'll have an opportunity to refine the great true flame after all. Silvermoon giggled. Master, how about first placing the flame underneath a restriction before storing it away? Otherwise, it could escape if you're careless. Of course. Hanli chuckled and had the purple hand float into the air. When it arrived above his head, he flicked an arc of lightning off his finger towards it. In the blink of an eye, the blaze wrapped in purple fire had turned into a ball of brilliant golden light. Silvermoon chuckled at the sight of this. It was exactly the same method he had used to restrict the celestial ice pearl, but with his current cultivation it was now much more skillful. Soon he took out a scarlet jade box and placed it inside. Soon after, he turned his attention to the now frozen cauldron. Hanli stroked his chin and mused. It's reasonable to say that it's rather strange for the yin flame to come from the smoldering cauldron. Could it be that it was originally a miraculously glacial item and that it was born from yin-yang convergence? Silvermoon said nothing, also finding this to be quite odd. Hanli's eyes wandered and he moved towards the cauldron. With a flick of his sleeve, a bolt of lightning struck it and wrapped it in a net of gold. Then, with claps of thunder and flashes of lightning, the net tightened and shattered the ice covering it. Hanli calmly examined the cauldron in front of him and then slowly floated up until he was 3 meters above it. Although there were restrictions preventing flight, Hanli was able to forcefully bypass them for a short time through the sheer strength of his cultivation. The cauldron's red light had long disappeared and its interior could be clearly examined. As a result, his expression stirred and he reached out his hand. In a gust of wind, a shining object shot out from within, circling once in the air before falling into his grasp. It was a fist-sized crystal of some sort. It had the sensation of warm jade and was flexible when pressed. Hanli frowned and muttered, What is this? Master doesn't need to dwell on it. Regardless of whatever material it is, it would have changed into something else entirely given the millennia it spent in refinement. However, the great true flame is certain to be related to this item, so it can't be ordinary. Very true, Hanli smiled. When there is spare time, I'll properly inspect it. Soon after, light flashed from his hand and the item was placed into his storage pouch. Afterwards, he took another appraising glance at the cauldron and made sure nothing else was inside before forming an incantation gesture and striking it with a red spell seal. It immediately trembled massively and its body flashed as it quickly shrunk in size. In the blink of an eye, a small half-foot-tall cauldron appeared on the ground and released a series of clear and bright rings. The cauldron's lid flew over of its own accord before shrinking in size and returning to its place. With the cauldron intact, the rings grew even louder as if it was happy. When Hanli saw the cauldron's intelligence, his eyes lit up and he swept his sleeve. Azure mist swept the cauldron into his hand. He brought it before his eyes for a closer look and his face soon became fervent. He then formed an incantation gesture and slapped the top with a flash of azure light. The small cauldron glowed a brilliant red and the lid opened to reveal countless fist-sized flame birds, each ugly and completely scarlet. With a mental command, these fire-breathing birds flew all around the hall, weaving back and forth with great agility. This was the earth-fire essence that the cauldron had gathered for countless years. Each one was no inferior to a true fire attribute spirit bird. When he saw this ability, he collected the cauldron with joy as he acquired another method to use in battle. After all, the Triflame fan may be superior, it consumed far too much magic power. He didn't dare to easily use it. But just as he was about to depart, he glanced at the dozen scarlet pillars and his heart stirred, releasing his swords and cutting them all down at their base. He then gathered them all into his storage pouch. While these fire dragon pillars weren't sentient like the cauldron, they had released countless streams earth fire. The astonishing amount of fire chi it gathered should make these magic tools into something uncommon. He was convinced that they would prove valuable even as ingredients. Hanli looked past the hall one last time to make sure he didn't miss anything, and walked out with a smile, making his way to search through the rest of the buildings in the area. Unfortunately, it was clear that he spent all his luck in the hall. Apart from a few common tool refinement jade slips, he found nothing else of note. Hanli wasn't surprised by the lack of any further spoils. It was already fortunate to have made such great gains in a remote area. Half a day later, he finished looking through the last of the buildings and returned to the stone wall at the entrance. He gazed at the white light barrier with a trace of hesitation. Since he finished earlier than expected, he had the opportunity to look through other locations, but that would come with its own risks. Who knew whether there would be others that also finished early and wished to do the same? He had nothing to fear from Old Devil Qian or even the Sacred Poison Sect elders, but it would be greatly troublesome to encounter the forerunners that had entered the mountain. He reckoned that they would attack him on sight. But if he were to remain here for the seal to stabilize in a few days, he could return near unimpeded. However, he wasn't entirely open to the idea. He broke out in laughter over this line of thought. Wouldn't the others come to Spirit Metal Hall regardless? He reckoned that after such a long period of time has passed, those who went to the important locations in Kunwa Mountain should have encountered the first wave of cultivators, and likely to have already engaged in combat. In that case, wouldn't it be better to take advantage of the chaos to search other places? After all, he was able to find something as amazing as Great Een Trueflame in the trifling Spirit Metal Hall. With his current abilities, even if several late-nascent soul cultivators were to attack him at once, he should be able to escape with ease. Having considered that, he took out his tri-flame fan without further hesitation and easily dissolved the barrier, then setting off down the stairway. The large-headed eccentric and the elder devil, now accompanied by an old, early-nascent soul cultivator, were currently surrounded by 8 crimson ghosts inside a large hall that glowed a faint blue. These ghosts all had a ferocious appearance and breathed out Yin Qi. They waved their hands and released pitch-black streaks towards the three from every direction. Additionally, a mist of gray Yin Qi was currently encompassing them. But no matter how violent the Yin Qi and how sharp the claw streaks may be, they weren't able to pierce the barriers of light that protected them. The three all used their own treasures to attack, but despite their efforts, it was to little effect. Be it smashing to pieces or cutting them to halves, the ghosts immediately restored themselves after being scattered. They showed no signs of weakening, as if they were undying. At that moment, the old man clapped his hands together and raised them into the air, releasing a string of scarlet fireballs towards the fiends and disintegrating them. But just like before, the ghosts immediately condensed back together and pounced towards the light barrier. The old man anxiously said, "Seventh Uncle Elder Han, this can't continue. They have nourished their Yin Qi for untold years. It is clear they've already reached Yin Soul condensation stage. Common methods won't be able to harm them. Only great Yang treasures will have some effect." The eccentric annoyedly snorted. Yin Soul condensation stage? No, they are merely the doppelgangers of a ghost monarch. If we don't kill them all at once, they will immediately reform. I have no such ability to do this. We can only attempt to find its true body. They're all doppelgangers? The old man asked in surprise. That's right. If they were at Yin Soul condensation, we would have been able to exhaust their strength by now. It appears that the ghost monarch plans on wearing us down before finishing us off. The elder devil calmly spoke. Then, he pointed to the small black sword and had it cleave through a ghost. The old man stared at the surrounding gray chi and grimaced. So it was like that. It is a pity that 15th brother lost his body to the black shadow snake in the first story here. His great young abilities would be very useful in dealing with these ghosts. The eccentric side, that was unavoidable. Who would have thought that there was a demon snake who could burrow into shadow? It was too late for even me to help young 15th when he was ambushed by from his own shadow. The snake's poison was so fierce that nothing we had could stop the decay of his body. I didn't mean to complain, it's just that this devil-suppressing pagoda is quite weird. Not only is it constructed upside down, but there are countless waves of difficult demon ghosts. We've used up so much time, but we are only at the 7th story. Elder Han, there should be 9 floors here, the old man then hesitantly asked. What other demons could be lurking down below? Can we even continue? The eccentric snorted and annoyedly said, What dangers are you scared of? The greater the threat that is suppressed here, the greater the odds of encountering a divine spirit treasures. After all, the only thing that could contain the devils that the ancient cultivators feared would be divine spirit treasures. Could it be that you don't care if the clan's several hundred years of ambitions end up in failure? When the old man heard this, he conceded, 7th uncle's criticisms are correct. I was being cowardly. At that moment, the elder devil suddenly said, I've found the ghost monarch. Where is it? The old man's spirits were roused. He was about to reply, but he suddenly let out a yelp of surprise. Soon after, a muffled bang sounded out from a distance. Afterwards, light flashed from the hall's entrance to reveal 4 figures. The sacred poison sect elders yelped as well when they saw the ghosts dancing within the Yin-Chi along with the 3 trapped by them. The cultivator with green marks on his face, Hua Tianqi, said, Yi Yuesheng, you're alive? So it was the Yi clan that broke the seal? His expression wavered when he recognized the identity of the Yi clan's 7th uncle. When the 3 saw the sacred poison sect elders, their expressions turned unsightly. They were still occupied by the ghosts. A gloomy expression briefly appeared on the eccentric's face, and he nonchalantly said, So it was fellow Taoist Hua. I didn't expect that the sacred poison sect would be so quick to act. Why did you come to the devil-suppressing pagoda rather than the other areas? Frigidly watching the eccentric easily slay one of the ghosts, Hua Tianqi chuckled and said, We want to ask you the same thing. You haven't been seen for several hundreds of years. During the time you feigned death, you already ascended to late nascent soul stage. If the righteous and devilish Tao were to know of this, I fear they won't stay still. Hua Tianqi heard the worried voice transmission from his fellow sect elder, Senior Marshal Brother Hua. Could it be these people also know about the treasure? According to the words left behind by the sacred poison sect's founder, there was a grand treasure kept in the devil-suppressing pagoda. However, the details were vague. Even so, the 4 decided to pursue it. Although they rushed through the first few stories, they already discovered the presence of others, much to their surprise. They hadn't believed that the first party would have placed such importance on this fiend-infested place. But they believed that with their numbers, they would be able to overtake them. Nevertheless, they hadn't expected a late nascent soul cultivator to be among their ranks. If it weren't for the fact they were trapped by the ghosts, Hua Tianqi would have fled without a doubt. A group of 3 with a late nascent soul cultivator wasn't something that his party of 4 could deal with. With a sullen expression, Hua Tianqi sent a voice transmission in return. I'm not sure. Perhaps he only had as much information as we do. It appears that fellow Taoist Hua doesn't plan on leaving. When the eccentric said this, an ominous glint appeared in his eye. Soon after, he opened his mouth, producing a silver streak that soon disappeared. In that next moment, an eruption of argent light burst from a corner of the hall, followed by a roar. An indistinct gray figure appeared there. It had spat out a thumb-sized gray pearl from its mouth to block the silver fork, snarling as it was being pushed back. The newly arrived remained idle with the appearance of the gray ghost monarch. The elder devil then waved his sleeve and a pitch-black mirror appeared in his hand, and he quickly aimed it at the ghost monarch. A black light shot out from it and forcibly swept up all of the ghost copies around them. Each of them let out a wailing scream as they were torn to shreds like a storm of blades. With the ghost monarch's true body being suppressed by the silver pitchfork, the ghosts were incapable of restoring themselves. However, they added to the concentration of the surrounding Yin-Chi that trapped them. Even the incisive power of the elder devil's mirror couldn't touch it. Hua Tianqi finally grimaced at what he saw. Hua Tianqi quickly glanced at the Yi clan elders trapped in the Yin-Chi before turning his eyes to the exit on the other end of the hall. With a resolute tone, he shouted, Go! He flipped his hand, producing a small green flag. In a blur, a ball of emerald light immediately ruptured and swept the four up in its light before rushing them towards the other side of the hall. "You dare!" The large-headed eccentric furiously yelled when he saw this and immediately released countless yellow sword streaks from his body, shredding the Yin-Chi surrounding them in an attempt to break free. After the eccentric's party managed to escape, white light suddenly shined from the exit to reveal a dense wall of sparkling crystal. Without another thought, he raised his hand and shot a 10-meter-long sword light towards the wall. As a result, rainbow flashed and the sword light was engulfed. After examining it with shock, he cried out in fury, "An elemental sanctuary wall!" The old man astonishedly said, "Indeed, isn't this a signature treasure of the Buddhist sanctuary sect? How could it fall into their hands?" "Ah yes, it is said they have a relationship of some sort. After all, they are both great powers in the region. The treasure is quite famous." The elder devil frowned. The eccentric stared at the wall with a pale complexion. How troublesome. From how recklessly they acted. It appears there truly is a divine spirit treasure at the bottom. The elder devil coldly laughed. "Brother Yi doesn't need to be so anxious. It is good that they went down first. The treasure might not even be on the next floor, and the monsters that are imprisoned there are sure to be even more deadly. They're only asking for trouble to rush ahead. Let's deal with the wall after we put this ghost monarch in order." After some thought, the eccentric relaxed and smiled. "Brother Han's words are reasonable. I was too worried over the treasure." With that said, a cold glint flashed from his eye when he turned his attention to the ghost monarch suppressed by the silver pitchfork. At the other side of the crystal wall, Hua Tianqi let out a long sigh. One of his fellow sect elders immediately grumbled, "Senior Marshal Brother Hua, that was far too dangerous. Although the elemental sanctuary wall will stall for some time, I fear we caused a great offense. How will we deal with them in the future?" Hua Tianqi glanced at his fearful junior marshal brother and sullenly said, "You still think that we can peacefully coexist with the Yi clan? Yi Yuexing feigned death in the past to escape execution from the 10 great sections. Let alone offending them, now that we've encountered them, they will not leave us be. And since this treasure was the obsession of our sect founder, it can't possibly be anything but a legendary divine spirit treasure. What is there to fear with a bit of danger?" Another sect elder fearfully asked. "If it truly is something as heaven-defying as that, we will have to brave the risk. However, Yi Yuexing and the others will be guarding the outside. Even if we manage to acquire it, how will we leave?" Hua Tianqi chuckled. "Did you think I'd take the risk without a plan? Before we came, I brought the poison dragon pearl. I'll swallow the pearl and have the power to contend a late-nascent soul cultivator for a short time. There should be no problem in getting away." So Senior Marshal Brother had made preparations. "In that case, we have little to worry." The other three relaxed. "It is a pity that Junior Marshal Brother Yuan isn't here. Then we wouldn't need to use the pearl to contend against them." Having suddenly recalled his junior marshal brother, a trace of sadness appeared on his face. A nearby elder smiled and said, "That is so, but Senior Marshal Brother Hua already left a message behind. He might even be on his way as we speak. In that case, things will be much easier when we leave." "I hope that is the case." Then with a stiff expression, Hua Tianqi solemnly said, "Everyone, be careful. Given how difficult the ghosts on the 7th floor were, they will be even more fearsome on the 8th and 9th. However, the devil-suppressing pagoda is truly deserving of its name. If the Yi clan hadn't cleared the way for us, we would have spent a great amount of strength." The other three called out in acknowledgement. Afterwards, the party made their way further down. From what they had seen earlier, they should head down to the next floor after walking for 100 meters. But this time, they only walked for 30 meters before their surroundings lit up, finding themselves facing a small stone room. The walls were completely bare, but there was 2 teleportation formations on the ground, a black one and a white one. "This is..." Hua Tianqi frowned. The others looked at each other with dismay. They walked inside. Hua Tianqi held his hands behind his back and gave a cursory glance. He turned his head to an old man with thick eyebrows and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Miao, you're skilled in ancient spell formations. Take a look and see if they're short-range teleportation. Understood, the old man immediately replied. He then walked in front of one of them and began to inspect it. The others curiously followed after. A moment of silence later, the old man confirmed, "It is truly a short-range teleportation formation, one that won't exceed 50 kilometers." A cold glint flashed in Xianxia's eye. "Then it should lead us to the 8th floor, though it is quite unordinary to use teleportation for one floor. Do these formations work both ways?" The old man rubbed his chin and doubtfully said, "Of course, normal short-range formations are bidirectional. But it is strange for there to be two. Could it be the 8th floor is divided into two? Perhaps, but we'll have to take it to be sure. Let's first take the white one. The other one gives me a sense of dread." Xianxia then walked to the white formation without hesitation. When the other three looked at the black one, they felt a sense of dread and quickly made their way to the white formation if only to get away from it. After Xianxia struck it with a spell seal, white light flashed, followed by their disappearance. A moment later, they felt a sense of vertigo and found themselves in a land resembling paradise. There was a blue sky with white clouds and spiritual plants of all kinds surrounding them. With each breath, they felt a wave of overwhelming spiritual chi. But what was most eye-catching was a small palace regally decorated in gold and jade. It was located at the center of a giant spell formation. There were altars that surrounded it, each enshrined with a giant stone statue carrying a huge golden blade. These statues were crude and carried an indescribably savage aura, and they all faced the palace at the center. The scene was so bizarre that Xianxia found himself at a loss as of what to say. Hanli was currently standing in the White Jade Plaza facing a group of cultivators that were leering at him with unrelenting malice. Perhaps staying at the Spirit Metal Hall was the right choice, he thought, or if he had delayed himself for a moment, he wouldn't have had such a warm welcome. Just as he returned and thought to take another stairway, a group of people emerged from the trees at the side of the plaza. Rather than going up a stairway, they had concealed themselves nearby. Because spiritual sense was restricted in the area, he wasn't able to detect them and fell into their trap. A gorgeous white-robed woman was frigidly glaring at Hanli. Through her gritted teeth, she said, "Fellow Taoist Han, I didn't expect to see you here. You've been quite hard to find." The person standing at her side was someone he found to be familiar, a white-robed youth. As for her other three companions, they were Gu Tianhao and two black-robed old men. They surrounded him in a half-circle and blocked the way down the mountain, fearing he would escape. Hanli sighed. He recalled the detection tool he made specifically to avoid her, but now that several years had passed, it had lost its efficacy. It would have been an entirely different story if they crossed paths 2 years ago. "I also didn't expect to find the Saintess here. It is truly a fortunate meeting." With a calm expression, he saluted the Endless Sky Saintess, Lin Yinping, and turned his head to the white-robed youth. "And you must be a grand immortal, I'm honored." In Hanli's mind, this person was the greatest threat amongst them, a late-nascent soul cultivator. Although he was surrounded, most of his attention was focused on him. Grand Immortal Su expressionlessly examined Hanli and spoke with great deliberation. "I am indeed one of the 4 Grand Immortals of the Soaring Tribe. I've only seen you from a distance, and it is a pity you hadn't the mind to compare pointers with me. Would you be free to do that now? If that's the case, I would be honored to spar with Brother Su. But right now." Hanli looked at Go Tianhao and the others and shook his head with a mysterious smile. Grand Immortal Su, the white-robed youth, maintained his calm and coldly said, "Oh? From Brother Han's tone, you seem quite confident. I heard you killed the Sifting Sect Elder at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage, is that true?" When the Sifting Sect Elders heard this, their expressions shifted. Hanli pursed his lips. "What more is there to be said? I did kill a Sifting Sect Elder in the Heavenly South. Could it be that fellow Taoist Su plans to act on behalf of their sect?" After staring at him for a while, Immortal Su said, "Your abilities must have been unordinary to kill someone at the peak of your cultivation grade. If it weren't for the vicious grievances between us, I would have wanted to befriend you. I heard you used a bizarre cauldron to seize the doppelganger of our holy beast and our legacy cauldron. So long as you hand over your cauldron to me, I am willing to mend the relationship between you and our temple. Of course, if you also agree to return the ghost-sifting banner, I am willing to resolve any grudges there as well. What do you think? What are you doing, Brother Su? Just as Lin Yinping was about to say something else, the white-robed youth waved his hand and interrupted her. The saintess doesn't need to meddle in this. This is what I've decided. Gu Tianhao and his fellow elders glanced at each other in alarm and also kept silent. When he heard them mention the Heaven-Void Cauldron, Han Li refused without a thought. I can't even consider handing over my cauldron. You can go ahead and attack. Since fellow Taoist Han rejected my kindness, do not blame me for being merciless. A trace of resignation appeared on Grand Immortal Su's face and he sullenly trembled his sleeve, suddenly producing a green jade scepter into his hand. With a wave of the scepter, it brightly glowed with green light and he resolutely glared at him. Han Li formed a hand gesture in response and thunder suddenly rang out from his back, followed by the emergence of a pair of silver wings. Then, with a flick of his wrist, a feather fan appeared in his hand, shining with gold, silver, and red light. When faced against so many opponents, Han Li couldn't hold back and would have to use his most formidable treasure from the start. Grand Immortal Su almost immediately noticed the fan was unordinary. Its fearsome spiritual pressure alone caused his face to sink. Gu Tianhao also saw that the fan was something grand and hastily said, "Fellow Taoist Su, let's attack simultaneously and capture him." Afterwards, he waved to his two fellow sect elders before waiting for a reply from Grand Immortal Su, and the three prepared themselves, releasing their own treasures. Two weirdly shaped flying swords and a bone saber that flickered with flame. With a change of expression, Lin Yinping waved her sleeve and summoned a cloth with an embroidered silver sash of silk into her hand. Grand Immortal Su frowned when he saw this and silently stared at Han Li's triflame fan. In the blink of an eye, the five were prepared with a joint attack. However, Han Li wasn't about to be drawn without his own say. With a ring of thunder, he disappeared in a flash of silver and reappeared at a stairway over 30 meters away. When they saw this, the Yin-sifting sect elders immediately set off as two blue streaks and a green streak, followed by a mass of silver threads that filled the air from Lin Yinping. However, Grand Immortal Su was already ahead of them. His robes calmly ruffled as he appeared over 30 meters ahead, no slower than Han Li's lightning movement. The jade scepter in his hand grew vague and released an unknown beast with a horse's head and a serpent's body in a flash of green. Han Li sighed and his expression suddenly turned cold as he waved the fan towards them. A regal cry soared through the sky and a phoenix appeared from the fan in a burst of gold, silver, and red. It unfolded its wings and fiercely charged forward. A massive explosion erupted. A bright halo of tricolored talisman characters appeared, filling the plaza with soft light and a colossally suffocating pressure. In the face of it, Grand Immortal Su muttered, "Not good," before waving his scepter in front of him. The strange creature immediately shot out and circled around him, producing a green barrier. The two flying swords and the bone saber were too slow and were drawn into the halo. The dense barrage of silver threads Lin Yinping produced from her embroidered cloth immediately dissolved as well upon contact. However, the halo didn't stop there, pulling back for just a moment before violently expanding in an instant, shattering nearly half the plaza in its brilliant radiance before melting the white jade stone. Such power and aura could only be described as world-shattering. Han Li ignored this as he had no further intention of staying. With a flap of his wings, he shot up the stairway in several flashes of silver lightning. Along the way, he took out a small bottle and poured a drop of myriad spirit milk into his mouth. Although the triflame fan's might was astonishing, he didn't believe that a single strike could exterminate the lot of them. He reckoned that he would catch them unprepared at most and cause them a bit of suffering. Since he was outnumbered, he planned on evading them for the time being. Just as it so happened, the closest stairway to Han Li had been the one leading to Kunwu Hall. He did feel somewhat apprehensive by this, but there wasn't much of a choice. Although Old Devil Qian was ahead of him, so long as he drew support from the mountain's restrictions and features, he should be able to shake off his pursuers. He then quickly made his way to the top of the stairway. The huge tricolored halo only lasted for a moment before completely fading away. The group had all been driven to the edges of the plaza and were worse for wear. Gu Tianhao in particular made for a sorry sight. Although the bone saber wasn't his bonded magic treasure, he had spent much effort into refining it and was connected with his spiritual sense. As a result, his soul was wounded when the saber was disintegrated, despite managing to mostly escape the range of the halo's influence. But even so, that power still swept across him and immediately scattered his protective light, scorching his arm black. As for his fellow sect elders, they were somewhat better off. They quickly severed their mental connection to their flying swords when they saw things had turned amiss. As such, they were completely safe from the attack apart from burnt hair and clothes. Lin Yinping had been standing the farthest away, and her embroidered cloth hadn't suffered much damage apart from a loss of spiritual qi. Additionally, a large black shield had appeared in front of her, completely blocking her from view. As for the Grand Immortal Su, he had been the closest, but the barrier his green scepter made allowed him to escape the blast unharmed. However, the youth was wearing an unsightly expression as he looked at the mess he tightly held in his hand. The treasure was fractured and let out a crisp ring before shattering into sparkling fragments. The scepter was thoroughly destroyed by the tricolored halo before it could display its true might. Just what was that fan? Could it be a divine spirit treasure? As Gu Tianhao spoke with furious alarm, he took out a salve for his wounded arm. As for the two old black-robed men, their complexions were pale with trepidation. Grand Immortal Su stared at the distant stairway with a hazy expression and snorted. "I fear you wouldn't be alive if it was. It should be a replica." With that treasure in his hand, it is no wonder he was so calm when facing us. Gu Tianhao astonishedly said, "That was the power of a replica?" Grand Immortal Su asked, "What's so strange?" "This should be expected," a black-robed old man said with wavering eyes. "With such a powerful treasure, he will be far more troublesome than we anticipated. Should we continue our pursuit?" It was clear the fan's power had shaken him. Grand Immortal Su calmly replied, "Fellow Taoist, relax. Given how powerful the fan is, it must consume a significant amount of magic power. That was why he fled. So long as we give chase before his magic power has a chance to recover, he won't be able to use it again. This is a prime opportunity to kill him." Then he slapped a pouch at his waist, releasing the keen spirit peacock in a glow of rainbow light. He deeply sighed and coldly shouted, "We go up the mountain. If he escapes, there will be no end to the trouble." He then led the way up with the rainbow peacock closely flying after him. Lin Yiping followed after Grand Immortal Su without any hesitation. As the Endless Sky Saintess, she had to rescue the Holy Beast incarnation no matter what. Gu Tianhao and the other two sect elders wore unsure expressions, however. Those belonging to the Devil Dao often lacked a sense of unity. The reason they had attacked without hesitation was because they had such a perceived advantage. But with Han Li possessing such a powerful treasure, they decided to have the others lead the way for the time being. Although Grand Immortal Su assured them that Han Li was only able to launch such an attack once, the opposite was just as likely. If he was able to use a technique to forcefully draw power and use the fan multiple times in succession, they would not be able to defend themselves. And from what they've just heard, it is possible that he also possesses an even more powerful cauldron, much to their apprehension. Although they wished to acquire their sex relic, they weren't willing to risk their lives. For a time, the three were hesitant on whether they should follow. Finally, with a resolute mind, Gu Tianhao softly said, "Let's go. When we encounter that Han fellow, we'll just provide support from the side. So long as we are quick and evade the fan, there shouldn't be a problem." The two old black-robed men at his side paused before eventually nodding. The three then quickly took off. The stairway leading to Kunwu Hall was extremely long. Even with his unrestrained use of lightning movement, it had taken him the time to finish a meal before he could arrive. When he left the stairway, he found himself in front of a forest. But in truth, it didn't consist of trees, but 10-meter-tall pillars of various widths. These stone pillars were carved with uncanny precision, and a few talisman characters glowed on them with faint flickering light. It was clear they were part of a huge formation. However, what should have been a neat and orderly display was in utter disarray. Many of the pillars had been shattered, leaving the ground littered with rubble along with variously sized holes. It was clear to see that someone had used brute strength to break through. Han Li coldly swept his gaze past the scene and silently entered the forest. The air wasn't very large. With several blurs, he arrived at the edge but only found a sloped wall in front of him. The wall was constructed from giant boulders with a mess of stone statues carved out from it, each of them holding halberds and other magic tools. As he examined this, he frowned, suddenly sensing something from above. On the sloped wall 300 meters up, he saw flashes of light and the occasional sounds of an eruption as if there was a battle. Could it be that old devil Qian is fighting against the first group that were before us? Han Li felt his heart stir and he quickly ran up using body lightning techniques. Along the way, he hid his presence and his body blurred out of sight. He arrived in an empty area several times larger than the White Jade Plaza. When he had clear sight of it, he was stunned. A huge light barrier appeared before him where 5 white, 2 azure, and 1 yellow silhouette were viciously battling inside. Those white silhouettes were old devil Qian's sink devils, each of them threateningly postured and spouting gray qi from their mouths. The yellow silhouette belonged to a middle-aged man who had a huge white bone bracelet revolving around him. Whenever gray qi struck its surface, it would sweep it away with yellow light as if it didn't exist. He was also controlling a red-yellow flying sword with both of his hands, blocking the assault of the 5 sink devils with all his strength. As for the azure silhouettes, they belonged to 2 bronze lions that were 3 meters tall. They relentlessly pounced and tangled with the sink devils and moved with lightning speed. Each time they opened their mouths, a bowl-thick azure beam fired that carried great destructive power. Although the first 2 didn't pay much mind to the bronze lion's long-range attacks, they both made a great effort to avoid having the lions draw close. But if they weren't able to avoid them in time, they would temporarily abandon the fight and fiercely strike the statues instead. However, the bronze lions seemed impervious to damage. Be it the gray qi or sword strikes, the azure light shimmering from their bodies would resist any attack with impunity. The barrier of white light surrounding the stage was truly odd. Its surface occasionally flickered with silver lightning, and whenever something approached, it would sound a clap of thunder before releasing a barrage of lightning bolts. Although the sink devils and the bone bracelet were more than capable of receiving such strikes, neither of them wanted any avoidable damage and kept clear. As time went on, the battle within the barrier was even more intense. When Han Li saw this, he grasped, "Is this an arena?" At a glance, he saw that the middle-aged man was a mid-nascent soul cultivator, and that the strange bone bracelet he had was the only thing keeping the sink devils at bay. As for the 2 bronze lions, they appeared menacing. Despite being 2 unmanned puppets, they forcibly distracted such powers. If either of them were tangled, they wouldn't be able to easily escape. As he muttered to himself, Han Li swept his eyes across the scene. The light barrier nearly covered the entire area, and light flashed from the gaps on the sides, clearly displaying other fearsome restrictions. As such, he had no way forward. But he could see a large mountain gate on the other side of the barrier, likely to be the entrance to Kunwu Hall. Han Li unconsciously frowned as he sank into thought. He couldn't afford to stop there as Grand Immortal Su and company would soon arrive. As such, he summoned the Triflame fan into his hand with a shake of his sleeve. He planned on using it to temporarily clear away the barrier and use lightning movement to quickly pass through. Although he was certain to be discovered, it was an acceptable risk as those present weren't in a position to fight him. He took a deep breath and was about to proceed when he suddenly turned to look at a huge stone pillar at the side with utter shock. But he ended up seeing nothing. Had he not released his spiritual sense to its fullest extent, he would have missed the faint spiritual fluctuations. Bewildered, he activated his bright sight spirit eyes and spotted a pair of red demon eyes above the stone pillar. The silver-winged knife fiend. In his alarm, he instantly recognized the master of those cursed eyes and immediately channeled spiritual power into his body. As his spirit eyes grew in strength, he eventually spotted a dark silhouette belonging to the eyes. However, the knife fiend wasn't looking at him but was rather focused on the battle in the barrier. Because of the mountain's restrictions and Han Li's concealment techniques, he had yet to discover him. However, he wasn't pleased by this at all and his expression sank. Besides the silver-winged knife fiend, he spotted 2 others. Even with the full power of his spirit eyes, he wasn't able to clearly see them but was able to see the outline of the lion hawk and an unfamiliar human-like figure. Since the beasts are concealed together, it seemed they are allies. Could it be their aim was something in Kunwu Hall? Han Li thought. Then, His expression stirred once more, and he turned around, spotting light from the stone forest down below. It appeared Grand Immortal Su and company were in rapid pursuit. Under such circumstances, he could no longer afford to hesitate. Fush! Flame burst forth from his fan and silently cut towards the barrier like a blade. Although he had limited the power of the fan, when the flames met the barrier, a muffled explosion sounded out, followed by an eruption of blinding light. Be it the three beasts hiding on top of the stone pillar or the cultivators fighting in the barrier, their attention was instantly captured in his direction. Seeing that his tracks were already revealed, Han Li broke out of concealment and leaped forward, turning into an azure streak as he made his way to the other end of the barrier. By forcibly using magic power to break free from the restrictions, he traveled immensely fast, arriving over 100 meters away in an instant. Insolence! Old Devil Qian shouted in fury and had three of his devils blur and disappear from sight. In a moment, they strangely warped in front of Han Li and glared at him with icy green eyes. "Get lost!" Han Li fiercely shouted. In a clap of thunder, a dense bolt of golden lightning shot forward, twisting in the air to form a golden flood dragon. Divine Devilbane lightning! When Old Devil Qian saw this, he shouted with furious alarm. The black chi that the three incarnations released to block him had dissolved without resistance. With the golden flood dragon now clearing the way, Han Li swept through and arrived at the other side of the barrier. The light barrier sensed Han Li's approach and released a storm of silver lightning upon him. He whistled, ordering the flood dragon to pounce forward and rupture. A net of golden lightning instantly formed and protected himself, causing each lightning bolt to disappear upon contact. "Han Li, it's you, Elder Han." When the light surrounding him faded away, Han Li became visible, provoking Old Devil Qian and the middle-aged square-faced cultivator with his appearance. The square-faced man attracted Han Li's attention, and he couldn't help but shoot him a glance of alarm. He wasn't sure how he had recognized him. Although he felt this was strange, he turned his attention back to the barrier and waved his fan, producing a phoenix cry along with a tricolored inferno. In the blink of an eye, it burned a large hole and he slipped through it in a blur. At that moment, he felt relieved and looked behind him. On the other side of the barrier, he saw Grand Immortal Su and Lin Yinping make an appearance. They had an unsightly bearing when they spotted him in return. Han Li coldly chuckled. With an odd tone, he said, "Since so many people have come, I'll leave you to your own business. Keep yourselves busy." Then, with a flick of his wrist, thunder clapped and an arc of golden lightning shot out. It made contact with the barrier and disappeared without a trace. A moment later, it struck out from the other side. Boom! The lightning struck an unremarkable stone pillar at the side of the platform. A muffled snort sounded out in response, and the silver-winged knife fiend, lion hawk, and an ugly horned woman came into view. A lion hawk! Grand Immortal Su immediately recognized the beast with the most obvious characteristics and felt his heart tremble. When Lin Yinping and the others heard him, they immediately grew alarmed and raised their guard. Grand Elder! Gu Tianhao and the other two had then arrived and rejoiced upon seeing the Sink Devils. The three beasts were extremely gloomy to have been revealed, and the Night Fiend immediately recognized Han Li as the enemy that nearly took his life. He relentlessly cursed in his heart when that same person was ruining his plans. Equally so, he was puzzled on how he was able to see through their concealment. The beasts weren't fearful towards the cultivators, but they had been hoping that the cultivators would break through a few crucial restrictions on their behalf. Now that they were discovered, they weren't sure what to do. As for Grand Immortal Su, his face fell as he found the situation difficult to deal with. When he caught sight of the other two monsters, he felt his heart quake in shock. They were human-like and possessed astonishing demonic chi that was no lesser than the lion hawk. As he compared their strength, he inwardly cursed, not daring to take action. Old Devil Qian and the Yi clan elder immediately ceased their battle upon seeing the great changes that had occurred, but the two bronze lions continued to tangle with them. Helpless, they could only keep them at bay as they vigilantly glanced at one another, slowly increasing the distance between them. As for the others, they found themselves in an apprehensive deadlock. Han Li paid no heed to the chaos that would ensue. He simply moved to the back in a blur. Since there was an opportunity to seize the treasure, he wasn't about to let it go. After making his way through an uneven path, he eventually arrived at a mountainous gate sculpted from fine jade. The gate was quite peculiar. There were 2 columns of huge solitary trees lined up at their side and nothing else. Looking past it, there lay a flawless white road that reached over 3 kilometers before faint glimpses of a huge palace with an imposing presence crested his sight. "So that's Kunwu Hall," Han Li muttered. After a moment of hesitation, he looked around and focused his attention on the trees lined up to either side. Each one was about 100 meters tall, and despite their sallow and dry color, each gave an odd impression that they were brimming with life. When he closely examined them with his spiritual sense, he wasn't able to find anything strange. They were completely ordinary inside and out without any anomalous signatures. Han Li unconsciously frowned and turned his attention away from them. A short moment later, he swept his spiritual sense past the spacious gate and confirmed that there were no restrictions hidden there. Then he set off through it, making his way towards Kunwu Hall in the distance. But not even 40 meters in, he suddenly felt an icy premonition spread throughout his body. "Not good," Han Li inwardly shouted. He thought to jump back, but it was already too late. He suddenly felt an enormous pressure weight down on his body and his knees buckled as he was forced to the ground. Without another thought, he shouted and immediately covered his body in brilliant azure light, relieving him to at least straighten his back and raise himself on a single knee. At the same moment, his body continuously trembled as cracks relentlessly sound out from his body as if his bones were on the verge of breaking. Han Li was deeply shocked. The protective light only blocked a small portion of the pressure. He was a bit better off than before, but it was still unbearable. He was convinced that if he hadn't cultivated the bright jade arts or swallowed the heavenly corpse pearl, his bones would have shattered to dust, leaving him completely helpless. A thorough examination of his surroundings left no hint of any spell formation. How was it that he fell into such a powerful restriction? As Han Li inwardly cursed, he hastily uttered an incantation. Unable to make use of his hands, his only option was to cast techniques was by chanting. Deafening thunder echoed through the air. In a flash of gold, a layer of lightning appeared on his body. Then, he gritted his teeth as he slowly raised himself up. But just as he was halfway up, he felt the pressure on his body suddenly increase and was brought back down. A variety of emotions was betrayed by his face. Further down below the mountain gate, old Devil Qian and the others had caught sight of Han Li lingering at the mountain gate in the distance, but saw nothing else. With the temptation of treasure weighing heavy on their hearts, they no longer possessed any restraint. "Beast, you're courting death. I'm done with you," old Devil Qian furiously shouted from within the barrier. The Sync Devils then converged together into one, forming a 10-meter-tall silhouette. He then suddenly flung his arm back behind him. In a blur, it turned into a python and leapt into the mouth of the bronze lion that flanked him from behind. Afterwards, the python separated from the silhouette's body and turned into a giant ball of light, enveloping the lion entirely. It attempted to release a pillar of light from its mouth, but its movements were completely restricted. To the side, the square-faced cultivator pointed to the huge bone bracelet at his side. It suddenly shined with brilliant light and transformed into innumerable yellow copies of itself. With the activation of a spell seal, they all blurred out from view before appearing above the bronze lion. As a result, the countless bracelets dropped down and completely restrained it, forcing it to fall to the ground. However, he no longer focused on the puppet and sullenly turned his attention on the giant silhouette. Old Devil Qian coldly snorted. "The overflowing sky bracelet is worthy of its reputation. Rumor says it's a replica of the ancient shining moon bracelet. I've never had the chance to verify its power. From my observations so far, it should be no less powerful than other divine spirit treasure replicas." The square-faced cultivator coldly laughed and glanced in the direction of the gate. "Without the treasure protecting me, I fear you would have already killed me. If we continue to fight, the treasure will be taken away by that youngster who just passed us. If Kunwu Hall's restrictions were so easily destroyed, wouldn't you have already entered? Besides, how can I chase him from here?" Old Devil Qian's voice chilled. "More importantly, didn't you call him Elder Han? Could he be a cultivator from your clan?" The square-faced cultivator shifted his eyes and chuckled. Hee, I was mistaken. I actually don't know him. Old Devil Qian grew silent for a moment as if trying to verify his words. Then, he coldly said, regardless, he is a foreigner from the heavenly south. With all your schemes to open Kunwu Mountain Seal, could it be you plan on having its treasure fall into the hands of a foreigner? Wouldn't it be better to break the restriction together? Then we can contest the treasures in Kunwu Hall with whatever method we can muster. Fine, I agree. Much to old Devil Qian's surprise, the square-faced man immediately agreed without any hesitation. Rather, it was the old devil who grew hesitant. When Grand Immortal Su heard their conversation, he callously looked at the two through the light barrier and resentfully said, how about you deal with the monsters right in front of us first? The treasure will be a dream otherwise. Old Devil Qian coldly chuckled. So you must be brother Su? I have no interest in risking mutual destruction before I even lay my eyes on the treasure. I reckon even if we were to join together, we would be hard-pressed in the face of those three. What does brother Qian mean? Although their factions always had good relations, Grand Immortal Su's expression sank. The white silhouette indifferently continued. Since they had remained hidden while fellow Taoist Yi and I were in fierce combat, they should have an objective in mind. If they truly don't mean us harm, it would be an optimal opportunity to take action. The Night Fiend's eyes glinted green and he calmly said, it's good that you understand. Since we are no longer hidden, we may as well say that we are after a few items in Kunwu Hall. We have no intention of taking action until we gather them. The horned woman and the lion hawk silently stood at his side. Like old Devil Qian, Grand Immortal Su also had no wish to stake his life for naught. With some thought, relaxed, and he said, the Saintess and I have no interest in the treasures ahead. We only care about some items that youngster Han has on him, and we are fully driven to acquire them. Of course, if we find the ghost-sifting banner, we will return it to your sect. Good Tian Hao casually said, in that case, we don't need to fight here. Let's first join forces and break the restriction, or there will be more coming. If we allow an outsider to acquire the treasure, it would make us a laughingstock. All those present were greatly experienced and lived for many years. None of them had any intention of letting someone play them for a fool. As such, they quickly came to a temporary agreement. Although the truce was likely to collapse when they arrived inside Kunwu Hall, it was better than massacring each other before the treasure was even in sight. Since nobody has any objections, let's begin. Old Devil Qian let out a strange laugh and his white silhouette waved its sleeves, turning them into two huge pythons that charged straight towards the barrier. The square-faced cultivator also pointed to the two flying swords revolving around him and had them slice through the air. As for the three beasts and the party of cultivators outside the barrier, they exchanged a wary look before setting off on attacking the barrier. With bright flashes and waves of demonic chi, the sound of explosions filled the air around them. An emerald-green figure concealed as a pillar in the stone forest muttered, TCH, I didn't expect that the fiery old Devil Qian would join hands with the silver-winged Night Fiend and the other beasts. When I encounter that old devil in the future, I will have to be careful so he doesn't scheme against me. A green silhouette at the side snorted and bluntly said, with your current cultivation, he has no need to scheme against you. If his unbroken sync devils were to charge at you, you'd have no way to avoid them. These two were the elders of the Immortal Form sect. Senior Martial Sister, it's not like I don't have a method to deal with him. The young woman spoke with a pout. Lady Mu coldly laughed. An early nascent soul cultivator like you actually thinks they can deal with a late-stage cultivator? Let alone you, even I wouldn't be able to defend myself against him. Our sect's abilities aren't good for direct confrontations. But if I had a drop of his blood, I reckon I could gravely injure him with a curse. The young woman resentfully said, our sect's secret techniques are no less inferior to the Great Ten. If it weren't for the rules established by our previous generations, we could have greatly expanded and possibly developed a late nascent soul cultivator. Then we would have nothing to fear from those like old Devil Qian. Lady Mu sighed and said, the founder of our sect was a descendant of the three masters of Kunwu. Originally, the sect was established near the seal to guard over it. But after tens of thousands of years, this matter had become forgotten. If it weren't for that message we acquired from Elder Xiang, we wouldn't have investigated the founding records of our sect and would remain ignorant on the matters of the seal. Neither would we have any reason to enter such a dangerous place. The young woman then mentioned, speaking of old Devil Qian, I suppose we should pay more attention to that youth who uses divine devilbane lightning. He has a fan of great power and forced even a late nascent soul cultivator to withdraw. If it's used inside the seal, its might should be even greater. It is without a doubt a replica of the illustrious Seven Flame fan. It definitely is a replica, but I can't say if it is that of the Seven Flame fan. His appearance is unfamiliar, but he possesses great power and the ability to use lightning movement. He is certainly unordinary. However, he doesn't seem to be from the Great Gene, nor is he affiliated with the Yi clan. No matter, we don't need to pay him much heed. More importantly, Elder Xiang should have long entered the mountain, Lady Mu puzzlingly said. Why hasn't he appeared to block them yet? Someone of his abilities should be able to easily restrain them. The young woman hesitantly said perhaps Senior had other important areas to deal with, like the devil-suppressing pagoda. That place is of utmost importance. Lady Mu gloomily shook her head. Impossible. The devil-suppressing pagoda might be the formation core of the mountain seal, but to reinforce it, he would first need to acquire the Dragon Call crest from Kunwu Hall. Given how powerful Senior Xiang is, why wouldn't he head here first? Does Senior Martial Sister mean to say that something happened to Senior Xiang? With his cultivation, there couldn't be anyone in this world that could harm him. Could someone have trapped him? The young woman's face paled when she finished speaking. Lady Mu's expression shifted, but she forced a smile. That isn't very likely. The first few restrictions were already destroyed. If he was trapped, he should have already been broken free. It must be that there actually is something that has delayed him from entering the mountain. I hope that's the case. Anyways, we'll still have to follow behind these people and see if we can acquire the Dragon Call crest first. Apart from that, only the Heaven Crystal Steel would be able to strengthen the seal, but our ancestors hadn't passed its location on to us. If we had it, we wouldn't need to take the risk of following them. The young woman finished her words with a trace of resentment. You should know that the Heaven Crystal Steel was only planned as a backup. Its whereabouts were only passed down by a line of the Kunwa elders' descendants. In fear that something would happen to those possessing this information, they created another method to control the mountain's seal. It was said that the steel was concealed in an unexpected place, and those who knew would be able to find it. With a hidden and open method prepared, the ancient cultivators had clearly put much effort into this restriction. The young woman frowned. What were the three masters of Kunwa thinking? To leave behind such a great disaster for us. Why hadn't they beheaded this person instead of taking up such great effort to seal a spirit mountain from the moral realm? Lady Mu hesitated for a moment and said, the records also mention the reason for this. It seems the identity of this person was very special, involving a matter related to the higher realms. As a result, none of them dared to harm it and could only seal the mountain. So it was like that. It is no wonder why their actions had been constrained. However, just how high is this person's cultivation? The young woman curiously inquired. When Elder Xiang made mention, he appeared nervous. This is the only time we've seen that old eccentric restless in the long time that we've known him. Lady Mu glanced at her and annoyedly answered. There is no point in thinking about it when we could be killed with a twirl of its finger. So it was like that, the young woman drew with a helpless tone. And you've brought the Four Skies ruler, yes? We will have to rely on it to fight for the Dragon Call emblem. The young woman rolled her eyes and smiled. Senior Martial Sister has reminded too many times already. How could I have forgotten our sect's signature treasure? But it is a pity that your cultivation art is unsuitable with it, or it'd be a better fit for you. Senior Martial Sister said that one of the two divine spirit treasures used to suppress this person was the 8th spirit ruler, the treasure that the Four Skies ruler is a replica of. I hope that we will be able to see it. The 8th spirit ruler and the black wind flag. Lady Mu's line of thought was interrupted when she suddenly turned her attention back to the barrier. With a stiff expression, she said, Old Devil Qian and the others had broken through. Let's hurry. The young woman's heart trembled and she raised her head. She caught sight of them breaking through the light barrier and heading up the mountain gate. We'll follow, but keep your distance, Lady Mu said. Fortunately, the mountain's restrictions limit spiritual sense, or we couldn't shadow a late nascent soul cultivator. Then, The two flashed with white light and stealthily flew out from the stone pillars and followed after them with a secret technique. Not long after, a green light flickered from where the woman was hiding a moment ago to reveal a huge green silhouette. It coldly watched the direction the two women left with a pair of icy crystalline eyes, only to strangely warp from sight a moment later. When old Devil Qian and the others arrived in front of the mountain gate, Han Li was already halfway through the path to the enormous palace. He managed to stand up and was slowly walking along the small road, but each step drew enormous strain on his body, enough to make him pause. At that moment, azure and gold clashed as the lightning and light were coiling around his body along with a layer of beautiful purple flame. He even used the spirit subjugation talisman to partially take the form of a flood dragon. When the others saw him, they were astonished. A black-robed old man couldn't help but ask, "What sorcery is that? How could he undergo such a transformation?" With a harsh expression, Gu Tianhao said, "Regardless, he seems to be under the effect of a restriction. This is a prime opportunity to dispose of him." Then he quickly waved his hand and released a fire-red halberd. He was very bitter over the loss of his bone saber, utterly destroyed by the attack of the Triflame fan. Now that an opportunity arose, he wasn't about to easily let it go. But when his halberd flew 30 meters away, it violently smashed into the floor and left a deep hole in the ground. It was still and incapable of being moved in the slightest. "What?" Shocked, he hastily channeled his magic power and willed the halberd to return, but it remained still. When Lin Yinping saw this, she shouted, "Greater suppressive power?" The silver-winged night fiend glanced at the trees to either side and indifferently said, "Rather, it's gold-weight gravity. The gold-weight spirit trees lining the path have created a natural restriction. Anyone that steps into its range will have an immense force pull down on their body, rendering them immobile." "Then how is that youngster Han moving?" Grand Immortal Su coldly laughed and took a glance at Han Li's rear figure. The silver-winged knife fiend glanced at him and scoffed, "Are you ignoring his transformation? In his current form, his cultivation is raised by nearly half. With cultivation at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage and the divine Devilbane lightning and those purple ice flames, he is displaying great power. If you were to proceed, I suspect you wouldn't handle the weight nearly as long as him." Expressionless, Grand Immortal Su asked, "Is that so? From your tone, I see that you're quite familiar with that youth Han. Do you recognize him?" "It doesn't matter. There is no relation between us." The silver-winged night fiend smiled in response to his probing. Grand Immortal Su's bearing remained indifferent, but the response angered him greatly. He frowned and said, "Aren't those gold-weight spirit trees? The ancient tree also known as treasure fall trees? They've long been extinct in the outside world, and it was said that metal attribute treasures are completely restrained by them. It is no wonder your halberd had fallen to the ground. Furthermore, the tree has an innate gravitational power that even spiritual sense cannot detect." The square-faced cultivator solemnly said, "So it was like that. The trees release a harsh gravitational power that can be superimposed to increase the pressure severalfold. From the sheer number of them and the dense groups, I fear we'll be under the effects of 5 simultaneously as we march forward. I don't know about any of you, but I know my body wouldn't be able to support such pressure. I'm not sure myself, so I'll be giving it a try." When Lin Yinping saw Han Li's figure slowly treading forward, her expression dropped and she slapped a spirit beast pouch at her waist, releasing a strange lizard. It was covered in dense scales and had a pair of wings that consisted of thick flesh. "Go!" Lin Yinping shouted and pointed at Han Li in the distance. The serpent promptly covered itself in a layer of yellow light before shooting through the mountain gate. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the winged lizard flew for 40 meters before crashing down right next to the halberd. However, the lizard was extremely tenacious and through sheer force managed to struggle itself off the ground with its legs. At the same time, it flapped its wings with all its might in an attempt to fly. When she saw this, a trace of happiness was betrayed from her face. However, this soon disappeared with a muffled explosion. The serpent had ruptured. Its flesh turned into mincemeat. Lin Yinping's complexion paled with disbelief. How is that possible? Is the pressure truly so fierce? What did he do to withstand a pressure that even my lizard couldn't endure? Don't dwell on it, old devil Qian calmly said. I am able to sense a faint demonic qi from his body. He used a secret technique of some sort to temporarily possess the strength of a demon beast. That is what caused his body to become unreasonably durable. However, it is clear that his abilities are quite outstanding as well. Without any magic treasures, he is using 3 different kinds of power, a feat that I am not capable of. With his words, Lin Yinping came to a sudden understanding. With such techniques, he must have much understanding of heretical das. Enough gibberish, the horned woman impatiently chided. Keep on speaking and he'll already be inside Kunwu Hall. Her voice sounded as harsh and unpleasant as a broken gong. Don't worry, Grand Immortal Su calmly said. The hall's restrictions aren't limited to the road. There will certainly be more formidable ones waiting for him. Since we know about the tree's origins, it shouldn't be very difficult to break through. So long as we use magic treasures void of metal attribute materials, we should be able to easily break through. Is it so simple? The horned woman doubtfully said. The gold weight pressure is only effective on someone who is caught off guard. It shouldn't matter to us, Grand Immortal Su said. He raised his arm and released a small yellow sword, striking at the nearest tree without reservation. A huge boom sounded out and faint gold flashed from the trees around them. The flying sword left behind a gash, but it was nowhere close to cutting down the tree. Grand Immortal Su yelped in surprise. It seems that fellow Taoist Su has forgotten that the gold-weight spirit trees were as hard as metal to begin with, and with countless years of nourishment from Kunwu Mountain's spiritual qi, they are beyond what should be expected. I fear that destroying these trees won't be an easy task and will take us quite a while. Let's attack them together. After old devil Qian finished, his huge white silhouette opened its mouth and spat out a white crystal orb. As it spun in the air, it smashed against one of the huge trees. Gu Tianhao and the others exchanged a quick glance before taking out various wood and jade treasures and striking at the trees to either side of them. For a time, various colored light brilliantly flared, bringing down several trees from either side. Unbeknownst to them, when the 3 beasts saw them cutting down the trees, they inwardly rejoiced. Although they spat out their own treasures and joined in, their attacks had minimal effect. However, the great force used managed to cleverly mask this, and the cultivators were none the wiser. As Han Li strenuously made his way forward, Silvermoon sighed and said, "How foolish! I didn't expect that these cultivators would chop down the gold-weight spirit trees." Han Li indifferently replied, "It is no wonder old devil Qian is so negligent. After all, they don't have eyes like mine. I was able to see through the core of each of these trees and noticed the Devil Ward talismans inscribed inside. If you hadn't warned me, I wouldn't have noticed anything strange. Who would have thought that the ancients would have carved a talisman inside a tree?" Silvermoon hesitated for a moment and asked, "In that case, the 3 demons will be able to make it to the hall without resistance. Shouldn't we warn them?" Han Li smiled. "What is there to warn? Apart from the Yi clan cultivator, the others are just passers-by, so it's good that those 3 have come to impede them. And if it wouldn't have taken so much time, I would have definitely cut down the trees as well." Silvermoon chuckled and said, "Is that so? However, Master had best enter the hall as soon as he can. So long as the treasure is yours, you'll be able to escape without any harm. Afterwards, we can just hide on the mountain for a few days and wait for the opening to clear. It would be good for it to go that smoothly. However, we can only take it one step at a time," Han Li replied with an indifference. At that moment, a huge explosion sounded out from behind. He instantly knew that it was the sound of a felled gold-weight spirit tree, but he wasn't nervous in the slightest as he was only 100 meters away from Kunwu Hall now. At the very top of its giant gate, he could already see a strange board made from neither metal nor wood. In bold calligraphy and ancient golden script, Kunwu Hall proudly stood on it. Han Li sighed and hesitated before taking out a jade bottle from his sleeve and pouring a drop of myriad-year spirit milk into his mouth. Resisting the gold-weight gravity left his body drained. With the spirit milk, his power was replenished in an instant, causing the azure light, golden lightning, and purple flames to flourish. Soon after, he quickened his pace towards the palace gate. On the 7th floor of the devil-suppressing pagoda, A clear eruption sounded out. The crystal wall blocking the large-headed eccentrics party had finally fell following their relentless attacks. The fragments that had erupted from it slowly faded away. The wall is worthy of being the Buddhist sanctuary sect's signature treasure. It has stalled us for quite some time. Let's move. With that said, the eccentric waved his hand and recalled a sparkling small silver sword back into his garments. The old Yi clan elder put away his white jade ruler and anxiously said, "After so long, could the sacred poison sect have acquired the treasure already?" "Don't worry," the elder devil calmly reassured, "even if they did, they can't use it immediately. We can seize it away from them." "Exactly. That's exactly what I plan on doing." The large-headed eccentric heartily laughed and then led the way through the 7th floor. The old Yi clan elder nodded and dryly smiled as he followed after them. In the blink of an eye, the three traveled down the stone steps and arrived at a stone room with the two formations. They saw a black and a white short-range teleportation formation. The three were just as surprised as the sacred poison sect elders had been. But when the elder devil focused his gaze on the black one, a trace of pleasant surprise emerged on his face. The old man muttered, "How can there be two teleportation formations? Which one leads to the 8th floor?" As the recent use of the white formation had left remnant spiritual chi fluctuations behind, his gaze was focused on that one. The elder devil stared at the black formation and said with an odd tone, "There is no need to choose. Use this one." "That one?" "But the sacred poison sect elders." Just as the old man thought to interject, the elder devil suddenly waved his sleeve without any hesitation. A jet-black devil arm emerged from it in an instant, grabbing a hold of the old man's head before he even realized what had happened. "Ah!" The old man shouted in fright before his head was obliterated, spilling blood and brains around them like a smashed watermelon. However, that was not the end of his attacks. Next, he spat a stream of pitch-black devil flames, covering the headless body before the sounds of its crackles could even burn, turning it into threads of smoke. With the old man's body turned to ash, a white nascent soul emerged from the flames. It was carrying a white jade ruler and wore terror on its face. "Seventh uncle, save me." The nascent soul channeled the entirety of its spiritual power into the ruler as it cried out to the large-headed eccentric. The black flames engulfing it was preventing instant movement. However, a strange scene occurred. The eccentric just expressionlessly examined the old man's nascent soul bitterly struggle against the flames and didn't move in the slightest. As a result, the nascent soul was only able to endure for a moment more before the flames began to fracture it. Screams wrenched out of the old man's nascent soul, consumed by the devil fire. Unfortunately, he had been in denial of his death until the very last moment and passed with complete resentment. Eventually, the eccentric calmly spoke with a trace of annoyance. "Why now? Didn't you say that you would attack at the very last level?" The elder devil shot a glance at the eccentric and replied, "I originally believed she would be at the final floor, but I already sense her aura. The old man's presence would be an insult. Could it be you feel sorry over him?" After a moment of silence, the eccentric betrayed a complex expression. "What is there to regret over a single junior? Ah, fellow Taoist's line of thinking is very good. So long as we are able to rescue the incarnation of the sacred ancestor, the ancestor will use a secret technique to infuse devilish chi into your body. With your aptitude, there is a very high chance of raising to deity transformation stage." The eccentric snorted and his gaze flickered. "If it weren't for the fact that the end of my lifespan is approaching, I wouldn't be betraying my clan for a devil like you." The elder devil curled his lips and contemptuously said, "Devil? If the infusion is successful, you'll later become a member of our holy race yourself. In our realm, there are many humans that have turned. There is no need for hesitation. Enough nonsense, let's hurry. Best not to allow any chance for mishap." The eccentric then stood inside the teleportation formation. The elder devil scoffed and walked in beside him as well. Then in a flash, the two disappeared without a trace. Soon, they arrived in an identical formation but were in an area with flashing black light and dim surroundings. "This is..." When the eccentric recovered from the vertigo, he looked around with bewilderment. "Fellow Taoist should also look up at the sky," the elder devil rang with an excited tone. The eccentric quickly turned his head up when he heard him and was shocked as a result. 300 meters above him, there were various restrictions densely shining with spiritual light. At the very center, there was something resembling a small mountain floating there. Thick black chains coiled around it and countless restraints had been placed on top. There were mirrors shining yellow nearby, forming a huge net around the black mass. The eccentric sharply gasped when his eyes landed on a black figure in there. He saw a two-headed wolf over 300 meters long. Although its body was surrounded by restrictions, silver light twinkled from its fur as if it was silver. To a mere mortal, the wolf would appear to be a god. But it was quite strange that one of its heads was silver-white in color, but the other was a glossy black with a layer of faint inky chi enveloping it, and its purple horn arrogantly placed atop its head. As of now, the two heads were completely dormant as if in eternal slumber. This is the sacred ancestor incarnation you mentioned? Yes, this is the incarnation of the sacred ancestor Xianxia, among the top 5 in strength in the Holy Realm. Of course, this isn't the ancestor's true form, but a soul fragment possessing a demon wolf from the spirit realm. Even so, she far exceeds the abilities of common deity transformation cultivators. So long as there is no intervention from the spirit realm, she would be an unrivaled existence in the mortal realm. Of course, it stands to mention that sacred ancestor Xianxia was one of the 3 commanders of our invasion of the mortal realm. Sacred ancestor Xianxia. The eccentric muttered her name. The elder devil turned his head to the eccentric. Protect me for a moment, Brother Yi. I will use a technique to communicate with the ancestor's soul. Go ahead. The eccentric discarded his misgivings and readily agreed. The elder devil was assured by his response and promptly held his hands in an incantation gesture as faint black chi surged from his body and engulfed him. Soon after, a low roar sounded out and a two-headed four-armed figure made an appearance from within. His body was 10 meters tall and emitted a shocking quantity of baleful chi, enough to make the eccentric take a few steps back. Closely after, the elder devil let out a gloomy incantation and his 4 scaled arms formed a spell gesture, causing the black chi to shift around him like a devil god. The eccentric carefully watched his surroundings before focusing his gaze on the two-headed wolf. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the elder devil ceased his incantations and spat out a ball of black-red blood essence. At that same moment, he raised his arms and released 4 black spell seals into it. The blood essence took the shape of some strange pattern before disappearing. In a short moment, the blood pattern curiously warped in front of the black wolf head and the horn flashed with light. Then, the head's eyes began to stir and slowly open to reveal dazzling purple light. It was as if it had 2 blazing stars for eyes. Unbeknownst to them both, at this same moment, a silver box shined inside the palace in a nearby sealed space. It seemed to have been awakened. Above it, there was a half-foot-tall emerald-green ruler slowly revolving in the air. It emitted a spiritual light that covered the box down below.